my camera broken? Good morning. There we go. There we go. Good morning. I am alive and still unable to claim Boggy's gifts from Steam. I don't know why Steam hates the both of us. Oh, wow. Kirsche stream starts on the latter half of your walk. A nice reward. Hell yeah. Get walking, brother. Never mind. Yay, alive. Kermit Peterson, my dude. Thank you for the 14-month resub. Thank you. Regicidal Maniac. Thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Big fucking huge. Big fucking big. Are my alerts still off? Did I kill them on accident? I don't know what's happening. Oh, okay, no, never mind. It's not off. It's fucking volume boosted. Well, that's what a way to wake up, ain't it? Hello. Thank you, Quando Bandui, for the 100 slaves. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to send my condolences for demonetizing your stream by existing as a sapient slur. I will try harder next time.
Yeah, how dare you be a sentient slur, my guy? How dare you? For those who didn't watch Side Scrollers, because it's very early in the morning, imagine waking up before noon. I had a meeting the day before Side Scrollers with my YouTube manager. And I had a couple of, like, demonetized and age-restricted stream VODs. And I was like, hey, I tried appealing these, and, I got rejected, and I'm not really sure. They didn't give me any information on, like, what happened.
It's that time of the fortnight when I am flush with cash. So here, take these shinies from me as my tithe to the Church of Moonya.
Oh, I love being flush with cash, man. Yeah, puffy vulva. Thank you, cold acid, my guy. Thank you. So, my YouTube manager was like, all right, well, I'll submit these VODs for you, and, we'll see. We'll see, what YouTube says happened. And so my manager got back with me, and she sent me, like, the timestamps of what was specifically flagged in YouTube's system. And one of the timestamps was flagged as using, like, really bad language. Specifically, examples given were the N-word and the F-slur. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. I don't say those things on my stream, so that's impossible, actually. And so we went to the timestamp, and it turns out it was me thanking Quando Bondley, thank you for the bottle dog! And I don't know what part of that sounds like either the N-word or the F-slur. I don't get it. So obviously I responded with like, hey, I'm thanking a guy named Quandle Bundwy. That's not a slur. I don't understand. Wait a minute, you don't say those things on stream. Yeah, of course. Well, I'm not being followed by cameras in person, am I? At least yet. So, Quandle Bundley, the slur-maxed super chatter. And then I got another response back for another timestamp, which was also flagged as slurs. So Quandle Bundwy has a slur friend. He's got a brother in arms. I thanked someone on Twitch named Rio Kun, like Kun, like the Japanese honorific suffix that is not Chan. And they flagged that for being as horrific as the N-word or the F-slur. And I was like, hello? This is unironically discriminatory towards the Japanese? What are you talking about, YouTube? All hail our most magnificent and dread lady first all. So I don't know. I guess thanking your community for spending their hard-earned money dollars on you is now akin to slurring. Actual anime racism, truly. So Quandle Bondly, thank you for those 100 fucking slaves again. Thank you for adding to the channel lore. Twitch-kun is being tsundere.
Good evenings, Moo Crundlers and Bundlers.
Thank you, the crundles and bundlers, man. Thank you. Quandle Bundly Coon will get you permad. Oh no, it's so fucking over. It's so over. Damn, you'd love to have access to their automated systems. I'd love to see what other dumb shit people get flagged for, because that is probably the most absurd fucking thing I've ever seen. Whoa, thank you for the 28-month member. Thank you. YouTube has the anime racism confirmed. They do. Anime racism is real. Talking about side-scrolling, a leaflet, then me, and then today Rev and his wife. I'm so happy to see Rev and Straub on side-scrollers, dude. It's nice to see side-scrollers branching out to some more VTubers. Nyamunya. At least he didn't get flagged for using retard. That'd be tragic. True. True and real. Ikaran lost his H privileges. He said at one point he wanted to change the H to an N, and I trip over it every time. It's another case of Ushion lover, you know. I thought I noticed the difference, and then my brain still can't fix it. Leaflet's AI comments are hilarious. I thought the, like, dog zapping Hassan AI videos were really funny because they're obviously fake. The one with the fake blood, though, I don't like that one. That's a bit much for me. That's a bit much. The lightning bolt ones, those are haha funny. But the one with the fake blood, no, I don't like that. Those are real.
Spicy cat raid.
Mooney playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders! What do you mean they're fake? Side-scrollers now has enough VTubers for an anime offshoot podcast. True. Yeah, I felt really bad. I pulled the like Hassan with the blood thing from a friend's DM, and I was like, oh, I was warned that there was fake blood, but then when we watched it, I was like, oh, that's a bit much. So like I apologized to them after. I was like, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have shown that. That makes me feel a bit weird. The lightning ones are funny, but I don't like the fake blood. I don't like what that implies. I know I wouldn't like if people were making fucking AI shit of me. So. Then I see one of the undercover agent Kaya Wolferstein ones. What? What? You got flagged for pointing the phone camera in your mouth? Did they think your throat was a pussy? Like what? Tyranno Superior, thank you for the heckin' 3-3 sub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe Craig and Blabs are forging a VTuber corpo? Oh my god. Finally, an honest VTuber corpo. A Bantam Sartorius, thank you for the 15-month member, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Sapphire Aegis, thank you for the 11-month resub. Thank you. There are edits with the dog having an Uzi and a Kippa. That's my Mossad handler right there. I answer to the dog. The butter dog. A VTuber corpo, true. Only a matter of time until Craig transforms into a sexy anime VTuber girl. He's just a normal man. I want him to have a normal man VTuber. What is it with everyone wanting to turn the freaking men into women? It's weird. Kippa? Someone already said it. You turning it into a Pokemon? Huh? You're working on it? Oh boy. Wait, I can't tell if Phoenix Soldier is actually Phoenix or not because he said I'm working on it in relation to side-scrollers. They had Rev and Straub on this morning. I saw the announcement on Twitter and I was like, hot damn, that's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. A normal man VTuber, I promise. Another weekend where nothing happens except exploding munitions plant in Tennessee. What the hell? How? What the heck? Do we know why Rev's model is of a young girl? You heard it was a joke, but you guess you're not in on it? I don't even see it as a girl anymore, but I mean, his content was like anime and then calling out people on Twitter who were anti-lolly but then got caught liking lolly or liking things worse than lolly. So he used it as like a joke. I was like, that's fine. That's fine if it's a bit, because he's not being the woman. Dr. Girlfriend all over again. Hey. I forgot. Dr. Mrs. the Monarch. There we go. I was like, I forgot the fucking name. I liked Dr. Mrs. the Monarch, bro. Your VTuber avatar is going to be an Oni? Hell yeah. Can we bully Bagsterd onto side-scrollers? I wonder if I could just, like, bring him on with me one day. Be like, hello, I found this previously bald man with a full head of hair on the streets. He needs help. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Imagine Nux going on side scrollers. Blue G would break the net given how based he's gotten lately. Also, from the fence to the tree, Kaya Stein will be free. The amount of, like, videos people dug up onto San after this incident has also been a little wild. A little crazy. This is my emotional support dent, true. Professor Plaguebat, thank you. I'll have to safely guide Craig on his VTuber journey. True and real. Rev and Straub were also wholesome as F. I should watch the AI animation of them frolicking in a field someone generated during side-scrollers. Well, that sounds cute. That sounds cute. What was the video Craig recommended I watch on stream by Lady Decade? And what was she called made about DEI? Oh, I didn't even remember that. Chat, my brain has been basically egg-beaten to death. I've had so much going on and so much to do and so much to remember recently. I have been having to literally rely on my moderators as my memory. It's been pretty bad. It's been pretty bad. Also, I just tried to send a message to my dad and I typed, I don't know, man, and it auto-corrected to ma'am. I just called my dad ma'am. Oh, God. But I'm also going to be intermittently looking at my phone today because there's a bunch of shit that I'm coordinating all at once. I know, chat, you're going to chastise me. You're not supposed to buy things before you have a house. But, you know, sometimes I just see stuff and I'm like, I need it. And usually it's something small, like a lamp, and so it's not a big deal, and I can make myself feel better by like, oh, I can use the lamp now. It's small, and it fits in my hands, and it works, you know, like... But this time, it is a massive floor-to-ceiling, intricately hand-carved cabinet from 1852 with a certificate of authenticity and an antique appraisal letter. And I was like, I couldn't help myself. And it was at a price point where like I can't say no, man. I can't say no. Jealousy is my name right now. I was like, oh my God, it's from Germany before the Nazis. No one can get mad at me. Does a house from like 1899 count as Victorian era? I think so, yeah. Caleb Hammer's money sense is tingling. Aguavi, Cheems, and Ziggy get an expensive scratching post. I hope I have enough scratching posts that they won't do that. I have like 2 tower scratching posts. I have like that big tower that Gravy likes being the queen of. And I'll probably get even more than those once I actually like find a house and move. So I know how big it is and where stuff can go. You can't buy too much shit before you have a house. White woman maxing. You bought the cabinet and contacted my dad. Can you store? Yes. I was like, Dad, I might need help storing something. Are we allowed to see pics of the cabinet? Not yet. Bad latency, thank you. The Lady Decade thing is basically Bridge, but video games and older. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll have to remember to bring that up at some point. She's gonna spend so much on furniture and knickknacks, she won't be able to afford the house. Stop it! Help me, I bought big things. And then I called him ma'am. I know. Home math. I'm saving so much money buying this. The Lady Decade videos and stream suggestions. It was posted back on the 7th. Okay, alright, okay. James Davenport, thank you. Apparently a few people tragically were in the munitions plant when it blew up this morning. Oh no. How the fuck did that happen? Zachary Rollick, thank you. Not just the Nazis, that's before the Kaiser even. That's pretty fucking crazy. I'm gonna put all of my antique china from oh god, what's her fucking name? I have all of this china that was made in I think Austria. It's not in front of me, so I can't fucking remember, man. I have to look at this shit. And it was like specifically made for public consumption, but it was based off of the specific unique set that one of the queens of Austria had made specifically for her. So I was like, you know, if I found the specific queen set, I don't think I could afford that. But thankfully for us in current year, the set made for public consumption back in the 1800s of Austria is also rare as fuck. So, you know, it's kind of cool that I could even get my hands on some of that. Austria is just German Texas. Quetzal Pacheco de Serpiente Alada. Thank you for the Mexican. See, it's all the Kaiser's fault. All of it. Oh my god. Duskblight, thank you for the 27-month member. I could say Otto von Bismarck owned the cabinet. Well, I don't know about that. That's probably not true. Zachary Rollick, thank you again, my dude. I know. Bad latency, thank you again. I remember reading that. Massive Doge, thank you. Kirsch's like, I don't need it. 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 I need it! I love SpongeBob. Best part about working from home, you gotta go drink some Oktoberfest beer and eat some bratwurst. Ooh. I don't like beer, though. Impressive Parkinson's. Is this how she becomes the second VTuber on Financial Audit? No. No. I know how to manage my money dollars. Mr. Moose Nugget, thank you for the 22-month member, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. This is why you need a man tell you to not buy things. I like being surrounded by male enablers where I say, I would like to buy a giant cabinet. And they say, do you need me to build an addition to the house so that it'll fit? You know, that's the dream. Send this woman to the finance room. Oh, Jesus Christ. Who was the first? Doki Bird? No! What? No, there was someone on Financial Audit like months and months and months ago, and they were a trans VTuber, I think. Himbo built cabinet versus vintage cabinet. I don't know if I could get like an intricate, ornate woodworking himbo. I feel like that's very niche and rare. Do like DSP, go through a bankruptcy where you don't actually have to lose anything. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people do that strategy. You know, they'll buy a bunch of stuff and then buy a house and then file for bankruptcy. And then they don't have to pay anything and they don't lose anything. And I'm like, why do anything the right way anymore? I don't understand. A Trapper Scout, thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you. Hey, thank you. See, what you want is a man who knows what you like and sees a cabinet and says, yeah, I saw this, figured you'd like it, so I picked it up. I would have to genuinely resist the urge. Like, if a guy I was with came home with, like, a random, ornately carved 1800s cabinet, I was like, hey, I saw this, so I picked it up for you. I want to be proposed to, because I'm the woman, but I would have the intense urge to do it to that man at that moment. Hellsaber, thank you for the 7-month member. Thank you. You just use code Kirsche to get a 10% discount to buy the new Gamer Subs drop. Use code Kirsche today. Thank you, Chariot of Memories. Thank you, my guy. I appreciate you using code Kirsche on your Gamer Subs orders for 10% off. Who Lover, thank you. The people who made the game Soma are selling 10th anniversary merch. They announced it on their Steam page. T-shirts, sweatpants, baseball cap. Thought you'd be interested since we both love that game. That is pretty fucking cool. Soma is a great game. Heavily recommend. Use Wennis, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Fox Lady. If streams have helped you survive in your job long enough for you to get a pretty good promotion, well, streams are the only thing that keep you sane here. Thank you. Aw, use Wennis. That's so sweet. That's so... Congrats on your fucking promotion. That's fucking huge. Congrats. Hell yeah. Hopefully it's easier to deal with in a promoted position. Glows in the dark, and it has a cute ray gun charm. Oh, that is cute. New cup has 50% more booba. Is that a Ken Ashcore reference? New Gamer Subs flavor, strawberry candy. Ooh! I like strawberry candy. 3 boobs. Mandalore Gaming put out his review of Soma. I don't know who that is, I'm sorry. Hellsaber, thank you for that 7-month member, my guy, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. No. No. All you gotta do is get a man to propose, wear a sundress, tell him you don't particularly care for the government. I own so many sundresses, brother. I actually ordered 2 new sundresses, and I hope they come in before my business trip because I would like to wear them. One is like this really, I don't know how I'm going to wear it. I buy complicated women clothes and then forget that I'm too retarded to know how to wear them. I have this one shirt that I've owned for like years, and the shirt is basically a rectangle that you have to fold yourself in order to get like sleeves and stuff out of it, and it's so fucking awful to try and put on, but it's really comfy when you can figure it out. And there's definitely been times where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna wear this shirt, and then I spend like 10 minutes fighting with it, and I say, fuck it, I'm not gonna wear this shirt. Mildly OCD, thank you. Cabinet building himbo is in the south. Every type of himbo you want is in the south. Chat keeps scrolling. Not in Atlanta, though. Those are all just the gay men with wives. I was about to say, that's just not true. All of the men who lied about being straight were in the south. That's why I like New England. Our gays are honest. And be like, I don't need help at Kier Dad's house being decorated with ornate Victorian timepieces. Look. If my house doesn't look like it could be on a set of a movie that has like a ghost or something in it, I don't really want to live in it, okay? The Beast, thank you. Just wanted to say aloha before you head out to find an ornately carved cabinet. Remain blessed, Foxy, in chat. Thank you, Da Beast! You remind me of LA Beast. Smug Go At, thank you. Artifact hunters aren't as hard to find as you think, Foxy. You just gotta look. I want to go artifact hunting. Splotky, thank you. And can charm and engage fox women with very simple tricks. Handmade apple juice, wood cabinets, and assorted cheeses. Do it, chat. Get your fox waifu. Oh my god. Can you imagine making an intricately carved cabinet, like, mimicking the Victorian style? Or even, like, a Rococo style if you're using, like, a nice colored wood, right? And it has, like, the nice glass cabinetry that you can put like nice china in, but then below it, the wooden doors, they open, and it's a refrigerated area to put the cheeses and hand-squeezed apple juices. Oh my god. Is the ghost haunting the old Victorian house? I don't know. I hope so. I hope so, man. Intricately carved Kirsche totem pole when. Ooh, that'd be a cool fucking walking stick. Dinoside 13, Mr. Kettlebell Crusader, thank you. After 3 months, you're back to being a bachelor. Her mask slipped and you politely made an exit. That's okay, you learned Foxy was right. Cooking a good burger and wearing Spice Bomb does make women want to bury your children. I have the best advice. Buy Spice Bomb, not sponsored. Sorry that her mask slipped and it was not a very pretty picture underneath, but hey, only 3 months, didn't lose too much time. No harm, no foul. You know, it sucks, but get back in there. You'll find someone that doesn't have as shitty of a mask. Good luck, brother mans. Why you? Imagine a custom roll-top desk made perfectly for your streaming rig. Oh. I like L-shaped desks because I frequently like flopping to my side and putting my elbow on the desk, you know, like I'm someone's dad. I like striking the dad pose. Vape Games. Hello, Mr. Vapist. Unpopular opinion. Goth girls in sundresses are 20 out of 10. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion. I feel like many people have that opinion. And also, I have way too many black sundresses. It's actually become a problem. Is it still a sundress if it's made out of velvet and thus not really advisable to wear in warm weather? One of my favorite recent dresses I bought is like it's got almost like a Jessica Rabbit bodice, and then it goes down to like your hips, and then it has like 4 slits in it, so you can kind of spin around and be like, look, I have legs. And then it's like a maxi dress, so it goes to the floor. And it's completely made out of velvet. It feels so fucking nice. That's perfection. Wouldn't say it's an unpopular opinion. It's a moon dress. Yeah, moon dress. I like that. Any woman in a sundress? Sundresses are plus 50 to attractiveness. Multiple chatters don't know about Spice Bomb. Spice Bomb is a cologne for men. I mean, women can wear it too, and I knew a lot of reps when I worked the perfume counter who wore it. But Spice Bomb was the male cologne made in conjunction with Flower Bomb, and they actually have a symbiotic scent relationship where if a woman is wearing Flower Bomb and a man is wearing Spice Bomb, the scents will kind of like together and smell like really fucking good. So some of the Armani reps would actually do like one spray of Spice Bomb, one spray of Flower Bomb when they were like trying to sell product. It smelled really fucking good. And Spice Bomb in particular, these are by Victor and Rolf, by the way. I said Armani rep, but it's not Armani Spice, it's Victor and Rolf Spice Bomb. Women's panties will just drop, man. I don't know what they put in Spice Bomb, but I swear to God there's pheromones in it. Like, I don't think it's possible for a woman to smell Spice Bomb unless she's broken and not get horny. Anthony, thank you. Kier, there's no such thing as too many sundresses. I feel like someone would have a different opinion if they saw my closet. I'm gonna be real with you. I have so many clothes and I never leave my house. The bottle looks like a grenade. Instant buy for you. There's like a million different types of Spice Bomb and Flower Bomb at this point. I own like the original Flower Bomb and I own like this tall, skinny black bottle of Flower Bomb. I can't remember what specific kind it is. I haven't smelled many of the other Spice Bombs. Just the original is the one I'm talking about. I don't know what the red one smells like. I don't know what the green one smells like. I don't know what any of the other, like, Spice Bomb variants smell like. I'm just talking about the original Spice Bomb. Too bad there's no code Kirsche for Spice Bomb. Pretty sure she just sold... Every time I talk about Spice Bomb, apparently, like, when you look at, like, the Google trends, like, stuff actually... people go to get it. Kirsche episode of Financial Audit is gonna be lit. Help me! I'm covered in Victorian cabinets and sundresses. Anya Munya. OG is his best as a guy. You wear it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Anya Munya. Where am I? Where am I in the YouTube chat? Chronic back pain. I want to say I hate you because I have you, but I don't hate you because you're not mine. You're a person. Thank you, Chronic back pain. You ever seen a vintage carved Asian daybed with a canopy? Those with silk sheets and a good mattress would be a dream to sleep on? Yeah. I've seen a handful of those. The house that I wanted to buy in New Jersey, the guy's wife who had died, which was the reason he was selling the house, she was Chinese. So every single room in his house was modeled after like European, Victorian, and Rococo era, except his wife had one room in the house that was filled with like traditional Chinese stuff, and she had one of those carved day beds, and it was beautiful. Hideki, thank you. Imagine having the part-time super terrorists on side scrollers. That would be awesome. Yeah. I don't know if we could have that kind of focus. Vape Games, thank you. Chat has told you otherwise. There's no way people in my chat are telling you that goth girls in sundresses are not okay. What the fuck? Anthony, thank you. There's no such thing as too much sundresses. I read that already. Thank you again, though. Tonushi, thank you for the euro. A desk with an alcove is best, in your opinion. You have everything in arm's reach and all sides by just turning a bit and standing up. That is interesting. Apparently, I learned this. I don't know if we have something similar in the US, but I learned that apparently...
We don't talk much about stuff regarding firearms, but apparently Colt Canada, a branch of CZ Colt, is helping the Canadian government destroy firearms.
Yeah, Canada's going through their gun relinquishing part of the disarmament of their citizens program. Kind of like what Australia did years ago. Sucks to be Canadian, honestly. I learned, thank you, God Hates Taxes. Thank you, my guy, for the knowledges. Time to invade Canada. Yeah, I don't know if we have this kind of thing in the US, but apparently in Italy, they make modular kitchens. So, like, you'll buy a house, and it won't have, like, a kitchen like we're used to seeing in the United States. And you buy a kitchen that comes in like Lego pieces to assemble. And the kitchen that you buy has like tiled floor and ceiling lamps and cabinetry and all this other stuff on it. Like it looks like it should just be in a house, but you buy that modular system and you put that in the room to be your kitchen in Italy. And I was like, that's cool as fuck. That's actually really fucking cool. Good news, Canadian police pretty much told the government that it's not their priority to seize guns of law-abiding gun owners because, duh, criminals use illegal guns. I wish people in America could figure out that criminals use illegal guns. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You don't care if it's a guaranteed panty melter. You don't think spending $150 on scented alcohol is something you can afford. Well, I mean, if it's out of your budget, you know, you don't gotta worry about it. There are sales during, like, holidays, like Black Friday and Christmas, I think are typically the best sales for buying colognes and perfumes. Macy's and... is it Bloomingdale? Is Bloomingdale the name of the other Macy's store that's, like, slightly, quote-unquote, higher class than Macy's? I don't know. But they have, like, friends and family sales twice a year. And those also, you can get some colognes and perfumes decently cheap. You had a modular kitchen installed in an old house and the corner carousel was amazing. Yeah, I'd never seen something like that. It was like, it's fucking cool. Bloomingdale's is that store? Okay, good. I said Bloomingdale's and I was like, that doesn't sound like a real store. That sounds like a store name in like a cartoon, like Burger Bob or some shit. But yeah, I also felt very similarly to you, Senor Hitler, when I was poor as fuck. I was like, why would I spend money on the alcohol water? You know, I had some Bath and Body Works sprays, which... Lord, I say some Bath and Body Works sprays. The price differential between some of the sprays that I have still that I bought in high school and what Bath and Body Works sprays cost in current year. Oh, buddy! I have Bath and Body Works sprays that literally say $4.95. That's like their sale price nowadays, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a real Burger Bob somewhere. God, I hope so. Well, be Pequeno. Have a good day at work, dude. Those were the times. I don't have the vanilla Bath and Body Works spray, do I? I don't think so. I wasn't a huge fan of vanilla scented things when I was younger. I am now. I have a lot of like fruity ones, and I have a cucumber melon. Cucumber melon, I think, was like the first one I ever used. And then I found one that smelled like cotton candy. It was some like raspberry vanilla kind of thing. But it just smelled like cotton candy. And I used that one so often and so frequently, and it was the only one I used, that when I would sweat, I would start smelling like that Bath and Body Works scent. It was so fucking weird. You slumber a cucumber. Mari_EN says to run from women that use vanilla. Well, yes. Women who use vanilla are like succubi. We're going to drain all of your essence. Stephen Dretch, thank you. An older friend of yours has a pair of Duncan Fife Chase lounges that are actual twin pieces. Mad comfy lounge. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what a Duncan Fife is. I know Barney Fife. You tried Spice Bomb, but went back to your Tommy Bahama St. Kitts Spice Bomb, but was too spiced for your nose. Yeah, you have to like the spicier scents to have Spice Bomb on. If you're used to cleaner scents, like your Tommy Bahama or something like Acqua di Gio from Armani, it's gonna feel real overpowering to you. Mari also plays Roblox and likes Labubu. Please save her! You have a lot of fruity ones. Kirsche talking about her exes again. No! How the hell does Kirsche know Barney Fife? My grandma loved the Andy Griffith Show. It was on the TV in our living room all the time. You got a tobacco and vanilla cologne and it's great? Interesting. I don't know how that would smell. My nose is ticklish to like tobacco-y scents if they're too strong. Das Pooch, thank you. Just use code Kirsche for your subs. Happy Friday. Happy fucking Friday, brother. Psycho, thank you. Your cologne is menthol cigarettes. You get all the respiratory therapists since New Slime made them illegal. Oh god, I remember one time my dad was given a menthol and he was just like, what am I, black? Lies on doppelganger, thank you. Women spreading herself and squirting out a kid live on stream, okay. Anime hips equal ban. What a time to be alive. True and real. True and real. Pack of menthols, any car. What did he mean by this? Anya. You used to smoke menthols? You're also ethnically Italian. Coincidence? True. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. If you can't use your body wash as shampoo, conditioner, and toothpaste, you don't want it. Duke Cannon Solid Cologne is your choice. It's in wipe form. I don't know how I feel about wipe cologne. It's a little odd. But yeah, the funny thing with like men's showers, they have that one bottle that they just use for everything, and somehow their hair and skin is perfect. How do you do it? I'm so jealous. Why do I have to buy multiple bottles?
New job. Here's your share. Thanks for helping me make it through unemployment without uninstalling.
Aww.
Also, how do we know which spice bomb is the original? It seems like half of them are just named Spice Bomb, or am I the idiot?
I think there's like Spice Bomb, like infrared, and like the green one has a special name too. The original one is just like the black and gray bottle. I wouldn't know how else. I mean, I guess I could bring it up on screen. I am streaming. I can just actually show you something. Wow, what technology. Imagine fucking that. I was just like, I don't know how else to explain it. I'm fucking retarded. I know, moment. It's this one. It's this one. This is the original one. You can get a complimentary engraving. I actually, when they had some holiday sales, damn, looks like the price went up. What the hell? What the fuck? It's, when I bought some bottles from their website, when they had a huge holiday sale, I actually got complimentary engravings. I was like, fuck it, let's just put my name on the bottle. Why not? Took you 20 minutes of ranting to remember she's a streamer. What a time to be like, you guys watch me like a podcast. It's fine. Zimst86, thank you for the member. Thank you. Why would you want to smell like a toilet? Eau de Toilette is just like the cheaper version of Eau de Parfum. Eau de Parfum is pretty pricey in comparison. Most colognes and perfumes you buy will be the Eau de Toilette, whatever. It's whatever. I don't speak French. I don't speak surrender. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. You heard someone say diesel fuel makes a good cologne because it gives you the scent of a working man? I just really like the smell of like man sweat after he's been standing over a grill. So he's got like that nice smoky meat scent mixed with like his own sweaty smell. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking nice. When the government starts paying you again, you'll buy one. Oh, that was really Ichigo Tegus, thank you for the 25. I listened to your TTS and then I got distracted. I am sorry. Congratulations on getting your first paycheck. Congrats on the new fucking job. Congratulations, my guy. And congratulations. And I'm glad hanging out here has helped you out a bit. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. KV, thank you for the 26-month tier 3 resub. Thank you. Thank you. Is this a spice bomb I recommend? It is. This is the original one. I don't know what the other ones smell like, so like if you have the opportunity to smell them, maybe you'd like a different one better, but this one gets the women horny. I guarantee it. I'm pretty sure this is the perfume I used back in high school 10 years. It's pretty old. It's a pretty old bottle. I gotta attack you. You watch a lot of streamers. They're like, podcasts. That's fine. Being second monitor content is fine. You're still being watched, you know? Zach Thane, thank you for the 8-month member. You heard many women complain about the one men's bottle, but why not try it yourself? I don't know if I could use it. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. I feel like it would burn me because I'm a woman, you know? Red Heracross, thank you. After walking around New York Comic Con, you no longer desire to play Expedition 33 as it revealed itself to propaganda designed to convince people to dress like the French. What? The costumes in the game are pretty alright. I mean, some of the bathing suits are kind of weird, but... Internet Zen Master, thank you. Hearing about Bath & Body Works? Sorry, chat scroll. As well as Tommy Bahama, shipping industry employee rage. Those damn companies can't pack their products worth shit. Yes. Bath and Body Works packs their boxes like garbage. They put like one layer of like the puffy air pack stuff, and that's it. And it's like, bro, there's like bottles in it, bro. It's gonna like squimsh the lotion and get it all over everything. What's wrong with you? That noise is sending you. Anthony, thank you. Your skin is just superior. Need one soap and some sandpaper. We good? I'm kind of curious about like volcanic soap, but I hate bar soap. I think bar soap is really disgusting because it's all I can remember is like, you know, when little kids would touch the bar soap with poopy hands, and so the soap would have poop on it. You know, I'm getting a phone call. Please hold. Please dance to my hold music. I have muted where... No, I've not muted. All right, now... So that was my meme. I had called her before stream. I had called her before stream to ask about something, so she was calling me back. And then I checked my messages, and my dad hit me with the ellipses, ma'am? Question mark.
Happy Friday, Foxy chatters. I hope this wonderful Friday finds you all well. I ask for your support on my upcoming journeyman's test. Please send happy thoughts.
Drink Philosoph. Oh, that makes me think of rice pilaf. I haven't had rice pilaf in so long. Is pilaf even real? It only comes in a box. Mr. Twink, thank you for the 25. Happy Friday to you too. Happy Friday! And good luck on your journeyman test. I don't know what kind of manual labor's mans you are, journeyman plumber or welder or what, but good luck. Good luck. I hope you pass with a flying colors. Is calling your dad a VTuber thing? I don't know. Asmin called his dad pretty frequently. Tectone's dad called him pretty frequently on stream. Boxer at steakhouses. I could hear your Italian hands. It's like sign language, but with more spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, I haven't made meatballs in ages. I feel like so naked at Bunkerland without all of my cooking paraphernalia that I have at my apartment. Pilaf was an emperor in Dragon Ball, so does all rice pilaf come from him? Noted VTuber Asmin Gold, true. Anthony, thank you. The skin is just superior. We need one good soap and some sandpaper. I wish I was like that. I love Butter Dog. Butter Dog.
My shampoo / conditioner / body wash / toothpaste / deodorant / engine degreaser / gun lube / meat tenderizer went up from $2 to $3 a bottle, completely shattered. At least the Butter Dog stays the same price.
True, the Butter Dog does not suffer from inflation. Thank you, JK the Slacker. Thank you, my guy. I don't know if you should be using engine degreaser as toothpaste though. That seems a little odd. That seems a little strange. Observis, thank you. You can get all your colognes from Joma Shop. Good discounts, but it's a bit slow on shipping. I'm like really nervous about where I buy colognes and perfumes from, because like I don't trust Amazon with anything. And after like talking to people who previously worked at like Sephora and whatnot, at Sephora, when people return cologne and perfume bottles, sometimes they will dilute them and then put them back for sale. I don't know if that still happens in current year, but like I've lost a lot of trust for a lot of places that sell those kinds of things. Use women's shampoo and conditioner for your luscious locks. I remember when I was a teenager, I really liked using Garnier Fructis. Speaking of second monitor, I should be watching the Foxy on Kick, or everyone should be watching the Foxy on Kick. I was like, what? So she can earn American penny dollars. I love my warm bodies that give me American penny dollars just by existing in my Kick chat. It's wonderful. It's fine. The chemicals that break down the grease also break down the plaque. Am Swordcat, thank you. Don't speak baguette in this house. The only baguette I can remember is from like a children's lullaby my meme used to sing when I was young. That's the only thing I can remember. No, Toric Roma, thank you. You work in the package delivery industry, so you can confirm Bath & Body Works packages are normally cracked by the last mile delivery stage. When I first got out here to Bunkerland, I ordered like a couple of necessities, you know, like a mattress. I tried to get a frame for my mattress. And I ordered like some towels and face cloths and just like, you know, some necessity stuff. And I had like 6 or 7 packages just mysteriously go missing. And also at some point, like one of the packages, they were like, actually, we don't deliver to P.O. boxes. I was like, I'm not living in a P.O. box. What the fuck? Volt Chaos VT, thank you for the 16-month resub, dude. Thank you. We're floor mattressing, which squeaks me out even more because it's like, I don't want a mouse to run over me while I'm sleeping. Oh, God. Oh. I briefly mentioned this, I think, on Wednesday's collab, but I had like a pest control guy come out and assess the demoges since we found mouse poo in the utensil drawer. And it dawned on me that, holy shit, the amount of flies in the house. It's probably from dead mouse bodies and copious amounts of mouse feces in the attic. How horrifying. Hey. Oh no. Bunkerland, is that what you call the state you're currently living in? No, that's just, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, technically. I just call it that because, like, I had to leave my apartment, and so I've been in Bunkerland, and I thought I could go home. I thought everything was fine, and then Charlie Kirk happened, and I was like, you know what? That's my controller. Maybe I will stay out here for a bit longer. The bunker has an attic. Yeah, the bunker does have an attic. Asmon's your spirit animal. Oh, my. Well, the difference is I don't want to use a dead rat as an alarm clock. I want to get them all out. And I didn't know this, but apparently when you have a mouse infestation like that, people go in and they like suck out all of the insulation in your house. And when they suck out the insulation, it like takes care of the majority of the mice. And I was like, that's kind of death by vacuum cleaner. Isn't a bunker attic just the ground floor? I mean, technically, yeah. The roaches will keep you... I haven't seen a single cockroach since being here. Only flies and 2 mice. And a couple of spiders. And a lot of moths. And some kind of bug that I don't know what it is. But there's a lot of them that end up dead outside and not in the house, thankfully. The mice eat all of the roaches. Gotta train the mice and the roaches to fight each other. For a second, you thought it was a bit... Oh, no! Mice getting vored by the vacuum. I never thought about it. The moth zaps are epic. Not too many moth zaps during the day. It's mostly at night. Dark Seraph, thank you. Forget finding a himbo, get a nerd. If he goes ghost for 16 hours, he's not cheating. He's building gunpla. Well, the himbo could be like making a cabinet or forging knives or building a castle in our backyard, you know? What if the bunker's a padded cell and Shad is just in the mind of a deranged fox? It's me. I'm in the asylum. Your cat killed and brought you a mouse yesterday. Our cats here need to start earning their keep. They don't pay rent. They gotta start catching more mice. Gary Fields, thank you. My beloved Kirsche, how your laugh brightens my day. How your voice soothes my troubles. How your intelligence brings joy to me. Cool streams, bro. I appreciate that you wrote your super chat in the way a man in the 1920s would pen a letter with a quill pen. Thank you. Thank you, Gary Fields. The cheesy boy. Thank you, my guy. The first stream you were watching, just watch my stream VODs at work, when you stock Walmart things. I butchered half of your super chat, but the meaning is still here. Thank you, cheesy mans. The cat's having a Tom and Jerry side quest. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Grilled cheese enjoyer. Every time I read your name, I desire a grilled cheese. I can't eat that many grilled cheeses. I would, like, clog my arteries so hard my heart would turn to stone. Thank you, grilled cheese enjoyer. A crikey, mate. A woman with a father figure. Rare creature to find. Almost extinct. I love my dad. RFK would be disappointed. Would I like a shoe closet like the one Kurt Russell's character did in Overboard in the beginning? I don't know who Kurt Russell is, the character he played, or what that movie is, so I don't know. I have a shoe rack that I bought for like $50 10 years ago. Simon Mari, thank you. Snakes are better rat catchers than cats. Yeah, but I don't own one of those. Mr. J, thank you for the 11-month member. Hope you have a great weekend. Thanks for all you do. I hope I sleep a lot this weekend. That's what I want. Battleizer, thank you. Why do half of your TTS say your name is a twink something in Stream Elements trying to tell you something? Why Stream Elements? Why? I think your Stream Elements name is tied to like a different account from your YouTube, maybe? I don't know why Stream Elements has your name as Twink, but that's a name that you made at some point, man. Sparks 1911, thank you for the 4-month member. Oh, the cologne is talking about yos and toilets. You don't trust it? I want a bidet. I want a bidet for my booty. And then the pumpkin spice butt wipes can really be only for the flavor. Terriers are better at killing rats than cats are. Yeah, but then I'd have to own a dog. I like looking at cute dog from afar, not owning one. Doesn't know Kurt Russell, but knows Barney Fife. Is Kier 80 years old? No, I'm just really bad with names. And Barney Fife isn't his real name. It's the character of the show, right? She wants the toilet Squirtle. I do. I do. Was Kurt Russell in the 1982's The Thing? Someone mentioned that movie to me the other day, and I was like, is that the movie with, like, the hand in it? And they were like, no, what's that movie? And I was like, I don't know. I guess if it's not The Thing, I'm not sure. Big Trouble in Chinatown, Kurt Russell. I mean, like, I could probably, if somebody showed me a picture of him, I'd be like, oh, I recognize that man, maybe. But I'm so fucking bad with names, dude. He was a bunch of John Carpenter films. What's a John Carpenter? Is that like John Fortnite? Kier, once again, your memory recall confounds you. I don't have a memory recall. I have a memory maybe. Addams Family, the hand character, is indeed called Thing. Oh, that's where I was getting mixed up. Because there is a horror movie that is like a disembodied hand that does evil stuff. Was that one called Idle Hands, maybe? But yeah, I was definitely getting Thing the Hand from the Addams Family confused with Thing the movie. Yes? How the fuck did I remember the name of that movie? What the hell? King Kirsche confusing Thing from the Addams Family with the movie The Thing. This is our Fox lady. Look, bad. My memory is non-functional, non-operational. Kirsche's memory is a DVD screensaver. When it hits a corner, she remembers something. That's actually very accurate. I think somebody made a DVD screensaver GIF with like the Kirsche on it. I feel like I vaguely remember that. You tell us, how did you remember that movie? D.L. Brando, thank you. Why do I keep saying, I know, shock the Kirsche? I don't know, I just wanted to die. I know. Quando Bondley, our favorite new slur. Thank you for those 25 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, Quando Bondley, for the nice warm blankets for the warm bodies. Thank you. At least she isn't mixing up with the Thing from the Fantastic Four. Well, I've never seen any of those movies. I think the only Cape movies I've ever seen were the Spider-Man movie with that one guy who looks kind of gay, but he isn't, and it had the red-headed Mary Jane lady who was kind of cute, and I think it might be the same lady that was in The Secretary, and Dashboard Confessional sang a song in that movie. And then I saw one of the movies with the multiple superhero people, like one of the Universe movies, and like Iron Man got sucked up into the sky and his house got exploded or something. That's all I remember. The Kirschification of Craig is hilarious. He did the Quandle Bundley thing today too. Hell yeah! I love it. Oh, the Kinda Gay did not narrow it down, but the redhead Mary Jane does. My gamer subs flavor is undocumented Tylenol American. I would love to have, like, if I was able to have multiple flavors, I would love to do like some sort of play on words with acetaminophen. That would be great. The DVD course is yours, and also a wallpaper engine background if anyone would like to use it. Hell yeah, Victus. You think that was the Avengers too? I have an unopened copy of a Batman movie, and I don't know which Batman movie it is, but it's apparently the one that everyone really loved. Like, it's the universally, this is the best Batman movie. And someone bought it for me, because I had said I had never watched a Batman movie, and then I just never opened it. The Dark Knight, it might be The Dark Knight. The one with Heath Ledger as the Joker, it might be. It might not. I know Jack Nicholson also played the Joker at some point, but I don't think the one I was given was that old. 100% Batman Forever. I watched Batman cartoon. Was Batman Forever the cartoon? It was like the dark, grungy, like anime opening Batman. Jack Nicholson Joker is the Tim Burton ones. Huh. The one with Nicholson was 1989. I watched a movie with Jack Nicholson recently, and I was like, oh my god, he looks so old. Jack Nicholson will die in my lifetime, and that's so sad. Batman Forever has Val Kilmer. That's just Batman the Animated Series. It wasn't just called Batman Beyond. Thank you, Maverick Hunter. That's what it was called. That's what it was. Your movie knowledge is making your brain hurt. I don't have very big movie knowledge, man. I don't watch a lot of shit. That's how you avoid the propaganda chat. I think she's trolling us. No. I watched The Joker. That was a good movie. And then I saw The Joker 2, baby, with Pippa. That was not a good movie. That was not a good movie. Nicholson has never looked younger than 45 your whole life. He has the craziest widow's peak I've ever seen. Unironically. A solid 9.3. Kahavave, thank you.
Hello, Foxu, my car insurance dropped since the last year and I am passing the savings on to you.
Oh, hell yeah. Congrats on having a lower car insurance payment. I hope if I find a house, it'll be in New Hampshire so I can choose to not pay car insurance ever again. I'm curious to see The Joker too, but The Dark Knight remains unopened and unwatched. There is no justice in this world. Oh my god. Chat, this is the woman who fell asleep during Lord of the Rings. I learned to ignore Kirsche's coconut movie memory. I just don't watch stuff, man. Unless it's really bad. I purposefully seek out really bad things to watch. Kirsche, please watch Dogma. I actually have seen Dogma. I like the old Jay and Silent Bob universe stuff, and my mom owned multiple copies of Dogma. Blab's called Craig Craigathy. The Kirsche's corrupting them. Hell yeah. Of course, our fox wife would have seen the best Batman animated series.
If / when you get a bidet toilet, I recommend a Toto washlet. Of race 7 types of these that I have had to figure out and set up for customers, the Totos are the most reliable and it has heated water and seats.
I like the way the TTS pronounced bidet. It pronounced it very funny, but I can't remember how it pronounced it anymore. Oh, I pronounce it like B-Day, like birthday, the birthday toilet. There's a face-sitting joke in there somewhere. But the fact that the bidet is called a Toto, that's kind of cute. I'd be like, I gotta go to the Toto village to pee. And then your house guest will be like, what are you talking about? And be like, the Totos. It's like the Smurfs. They drink fox pee. And then you just leave the room, leaving them even more confused than before. Funny I insult Craig for I don't insult him. It's friendly banter. It's friendly banter. Just like when he had the lesbian glasses. I love Craigathy. Please tell us you've seen Princess Bride. Probably. I don't remember anything from it though. Toto makes amazing toilets. You got one recently and it has the flush technology, the tornado flush. It's incredible. You back into an idiot that decided to stop his SUV across your driveway. Now the insurance company wants to total out the car because the repair cost is more than half the Blue Book value of the car. Jesus Christ. Guys, just give up. She doesn't watch movies. It's a miracle when I make a reference myself. Master Prick, thank you. You think I'd like Big Trouble in Little China? That sounds familiar, but I also don't remember anything from it. Man, it's really great when I start watching a movie and then like 30 to 40 minutes into it, I see a scene and I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this. Wait a minute, I've already seen this movie, but it took me like 30 plus minutes to fucking figure it out that I've already seen it. Please, for whatever you consider holy and good, you've seen Army of Darkness? No, I don't even know what that is. I think a fun segment would be to have somebody who watches a lot of like movies and TV shows just read off movie names or TV show names to me and have me describe what I think the plot would be based on the title. Since I don't watch shit, you know, it'd be like having a time machine and going and asking a Victorian child the same questions. You could just read off your collection. Fear of FEMA, very, very apt name, thank you. If I want to see the most expensive toilet America makes, look up Numi by Kohler, Bluetooth enabled. I didn't know Numi the VTuber moonlighted as a toilet. That's interesting. I'll have to ask her how much money she makes. Numi Kohler. Advanced smart toilet with bidet. Didn't they make a Burger Bob episode about this toilet? I'm pretty sure this was in an episode of Burger Bob and like Gene grew attached to the toilet because it spoke to him. This looks awful and I would never buy it. This is not what a toilet should look like. Take the fox through to movie night. Yeah, thank you, Smug Goet. Why is it a square? Why does the government want to turn us into Minecraft? The boxlet. There was a South Park episode about that too. Oh my god. Listening to Kirsche talk about media is like hearing your nan talk about technology. You think it was South Park? I'm pretty sure there was a Burger Bob episode with like a fancy fucking toilet that talked to Gene. Oakview, thank you. Jack Nicholson's works are often copied frame for frame and considered a corner of culture rather than his personal creation. I mean, yeah, I would also consider him a corner of culture, but what do you mean copied frame for frame? Shitting in a laundry basket. Hello, Moke and a lady! You got the premium energy variety pack today? Oh, hell yeah. I hope you love the cans. I cannot wait until they come out with more flavors. I need more Gamersup's can flavors, bro. I need more of that. Fringed Horizon. Thank you. She didn't sit through Lord of the Rings, but she watched Bob's Burgers episode with the talking goddamn toilet. Look, man, I'm a huge Archer fan, and Burger Bob spawned from an Archer skit. And Burger Bob is just really, really wholesome and cute. If I could have even half the marriage that Bob and Linda have, I would be an incredibly happy fox woman. Maybe this is an odd question, but how did they get the water to spin in a square shape? Turn into a square shape, poo. Archer was so good. It was. You had 6 scoops of Gamersupps today. You can see through space. Okay, maybe don't copy that guy. looking for someone to watch movies with. Occasionally, I'll do watch-alongs in the Discord, but with how my life is, I'll like start a movie, watch about 20 to 30 minutes of it, have to stop for a couple of hours, and then I get to go back. So the way that my life is really not conducive to watching with other people. Binary Mind, you've never watched Archer? What the fuck? It's my turn to be shocked. If you love H. John Benjamin, have I watched the first show he was in, Home Movies? Yes. Yeah, Home Movies was frequently on my TV when I was going to sleep. Home Movies is fucking goated, bro. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Toto, you hate the fucking toilets. They don't pack the damn things. They are a bastard to throw out because they break so much in transit. Oh, no. And now you know how we felt for the past half an hour. Name's McGurk. Soccer's the game. It was pretty good in the early seasons. Didn't really like the laters. For Archer, yeah. I don't think I saw, like, the final seasons of Archer. Rank all the related Home Movies, Metalocalypse, Archer, Bob's Burgers. You think you're missing one? I have felt unhappy with Burger Bob recently because they decided to replace a voice actor because he wasn't a trans person and they wanted to turn like a cross-dressing prostitute into a trans character, and they had to do the whole like the person voicing the character must match what the character is kind of nonsense. So that made me feel really bad. Jimothy Farm, thank you. I don't feel bad. You found Lord of the Rings boring and slept through the Twin Towers. What? You have a 4-year degree in radio, TV, and film. God damn! God damn! I mean, I'm sure The Lord of the Rings is a great movie, but I'm gonna need something to, like, help keep my attention while I'm watching it. That's like a 7-day-long movie, man. I'm gonna need to, like, play with your cock while we watch it or something. You know, keep me engaged. That's like a fidget spinner. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Still need to see the complete series of the Fox cartoon, The Tick. I, like, vaguely remember that. To be fair, The Lord of the Rings are a bit slow. Massive Doge, thank you. Which hole does it go to? It goes in the square hole. What the heck? What the heck? Biggest thing of competitive caffeine consumption is keeping enough water in your system, and your heart already has irregularities. So usually the caffeine sticks it straight. You slightly overshot. That's kind of wild. You'll stand behind the TV and jingle the keys for you. By keys, do you mean your booba? She's stimming on the dick until the movie climaxes. Everyone just accepting Kirsche's terms of watching Lord of the Rings. I mean, does it sound like a bad deal? Anamunya. Oh! Oh! I was sent a picture of Kurt Russell. I've seen this man before. He looks very familiar. He also is like very Americana man. Like you know, when you see this picture, it's just like that's what I picture Americans to look like. You know, like old Americans, not current Americans. Current American men look like soybeans. The man from The Thing, get Kurt Russell. He sounds like he has an Australian name, but he looks very American. This is the John the Hangman from Hateful Eight, Tarantino movie. Is that the... No, that's Ocean's 11. Never mind. I hate movies that are like thing number. Call me Sanake? His son Wyatt Russell has been in a bunch of movies now. Interesting. Kurt Russell was Walt Disney's dying words. Kurt does not know why. I can't tell if you're joking or not. Let's just all take a handful of Kirsch's gummies and watch an entire season of Aqua Teen Hunger Force together. Oh no. He's in 80% of the movies that got put on TV and played 1,000,000 times. Oh, that might explain why I've seen him somewhere. That might explain it. There was a movie that I watched that had him and that guy that looks really weird. What's that actor that looks and he has a funny name. He has a funny name. And he looks like he's constantly coked out. And I was like, this guy doesn't look like he belongs in this deck. It's Steve Buscemi. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I don't know how the fuck you understood that with my explanation. Yeah, There was a movie with him and Steve Buscemi. And I was like, Steve Buscemi doesn't look like any of the other humans in this movie. It looks like they took someone from the set of Jackass in the 2000s and transported him back to the 80s and told him star in this movie. Kier, do you know how little that narrows it down? That's what I thought, but chat got it. Chat's great at that. 2 movie pairings would be perfect for you to watch as both of The Room. I've seen that, followed by The Disaster Artist. I haven't seen that. Steve Buscemi is a great actor and was handsome in his youth. He just doesn't look like he belonged in that decade. He looked out of place next to everyone else. It literally looked like someone had a time machine and teleported him back and was like, you're gonna star in these movies. Chat speaks Munya. True and real. Yeah, Steve Buscemi helped with the World Trade Center cleanup. It all comes back to 9/11. Oh, that's really nice of him. The movie was Escape from LA. Oh, thank you. Buscemi's eyes want to escape from his skull. They do. Oh my god. And she's talking about the documentary Escape from LA. He was good in Boardwalk Empire. I don't know what that is. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Kurt Russell was also in sci-fi movies like Escape from LA and New York, as well as one other called Soldier. Interesting. She's probably seen more sci-fi original movies than she has American classic film canon. Yeah, probably. If you're interested in cursed knowledge, you can highly recommend The Audition. I've seen that. And The Sadness. I don't know what that one is. The Audition is the one with the Japanese, what is it called? It's a specific type of actor. It's a specific type of actor, and I'm forgetting what it's called now. But she, like, method actor, there we go. My brain. She was a method actor and made the fucking male guy, like, actually eat her vomit out of a dog bowl, right? That was that movie. It's fucking typecast. No wonder they cast Steve Buscemi as the Randall in Monsters, Inc. The eyes say it all. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It was liquidy vomit. You're sorry, what? Yeah. Yeah, I only know the most cursed film knowledge. One of my favorite things to drop is about Cannibal Holocaust. Cannibal Holocaust, American classic, honestly. And the director had in the contracts for the actors that they couldn't be seen in public for so much time after the movie was released. And so he was taken to court because everybody thought that he actually had the actors killed in South America. So he had to prove that all the actors were still alive and that it was actually all fake and effects. Kurt Russell deserved an Oscar for Soldier. He doesn't say a word and conveys a full range of emotions. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, that was actual fucking vomit. How could you do this? Yeah, she was a method actor. You'd seen that movie Hard Watch? It was an attempt to sell it as real. Well, he did a good job, and he spawned basically an entire genre trying to recapture that. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Cinder thoughts? Kirsche Lady Foxy one? Well, I was right about Nano being able to just say no, but instead it seemed like she was the one who put out the exclusivity thing. I never really covered it because it's like not something I particularly cared for, I guess. I feel a bit bad for Cinder because despite her having fucked up and owned up to her fuck-ups in her thing, it seemed like a bunch of people just wanted to end her career instead of talking to her about things. And it's like that, I don't know, that makes me feel a little weird. That makes me feel a little weird, but I don't feel like I need to spend a ton of time talking about it. It was a nothing burger drama. You guys say high school girl stuff, but that is just literally how any celebrity circle is run. It looks like high school girl stuff and it sounds like high school girl stuff, but that's how the VTuber sphere is. That's how content creation is. That's how Hollywood is. That's just how all of this shit works. And once you learn the inner machinations, you basically become like Keanu Reeves. And you're like, well, I'll do nice things, but I also won't really interact with people. They saw an opportunity to topple someone at the top and took it. I was just like, you know, I don't know. It's how a lot of workplaces operate, yeah. That's showbiz, baby! You feel sorry for Silver the most? I was like, I felt sorry for everyone involved when like the original docs dropped, but now it's just like, damn, maybe you guys could have spoken to each other and like fixed this issue. And this is actually like a tab that I had open somewhere because I didn't want to really touch on the docs specifically, but I wanted to talk about like the mentality in the industry Yeah, it was this tweet. The Vite Ramen guy, he runs like some collaborations with VTubers and whatnot, so he has an inside look a bit. Women not tearing each other down in this economy. So the Vite Ramen guy said, "We have a problem in the VTuber space that no one talks about. It's about cruelty and how many of you love to relish in it. We've become very good at it, haven't we? We've learned that we benefit from openly bringing others down, and so we practiced it again and again and again, seeking to magnify any fault, eagerly waiting for someone's downfall." And he's right that this mentality is a problem, but he's wrong in that it's just a VTuber space problem. And I don't really think that there's any way to fix this problem, because this is just a human condition problem. This is just how people are, unfortunately.
Unlike the mean girls in high school who could have known that something dominated by women could be like that. So shocking.
The things that I could show you, chat. Koikitsu, thank you, my guy. Thank you. And Synapse, thank you for the art. People piling on Nano now are low-key forgetting every single Cinder mistake is still Cinder's mistake. As far as you care, it's just one more asshole to keep at a distance. Well, it's just like, I don't even want to call people assholes, right? It's just like, Nano could have said no to exclusivity. I don't know why she brought it up in and of herself. That's kind of weird. But it's like, if you had too much on your plate, if you felt overwhelmed as an artist, just take a bit of a break, man. You don't have to like play these weird politics. A pretty big trend of treating artists with kid gloves in this space. Oh, don't I fucking know it. Don't I know it. Anya, need to see you host a Cursed Knowledge movie night. Anya. But back to the Vite Ramen tweet. He said, "It feels good, doesn't it, to be on the right side, to watch someone fall and know that you were there, bearing witness and demanding justice." And it's a little weird to be reading this, going through what I have gone through, and knowing that there are companies and VTubers who believe outright lies about me and would not be willing to speak with me to clear up those lies, and instead would want to perpetuate this kind of bubble. Nano is always at fault, but so is Cinder. They were both wrong, and those 1,000 pages just proved what was originally known. When I saw the 1,000 pages, I thought probably the same thing as everyone else, right? Because it's like, I released, 120 page Google Doc, and even then people were like, this is way too much, no one's gonna read it. And so, I commented on Legal Mindset saying that, Cinder had some sort of a case for, libel or whatever. I don't know if that's true. I don't know that I'm not going to read 1,000 pages. I'm going to be straight fucking up with you. I'm not going to read 1,000 pages, which is why I'm also not going to talk about it too much, because I don't know everything inside of it. But it's like, if she had a case, I think that she should take it. And other people pointed out, it might be difficult to do because the people involved all live in many different places. I have no idea where any of the VTubers live. I don't follow any of the people involved. I don't interact with any of the people involved. That's not my circus, not my monkeys, as it were. Cinder admitted she's damaging GamerSupps and Associates. The case would be against her. She didn't admit that she was damaging them, at least from what I read on the screenshots that someone had posted. But she chose to give up her part ownership to no longer damage them. She said probably, which is I wasn't damaging GamerSupps by being partnered with them. Other people were trying to damage them because I had GamerSupps brand on my Twitter. Right? That. Trying to say that, there's a case against Cinder for that would be incredibly silly, because then there would also be a case against me, and there just isn't. Really wild paraphrasing. Yeah, it's really wild paraphrasing. To you, it seems like Cinder's trying to defend her actions as business decisions first, reputation and relationship-wise second. What a lot of people fail to realize is that is just how this space operates. Medicare is completely correct when he says you have no friends in content creation. You don't. You have business relationships. And if you treat business relationships like a friendship, you are the one being taken advantage of. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Most sane and reasonable take on the Cinder shit show. After reading most of the doc, Shy Lily's a mean girl. Cinder dropping the doc while Lily was at TwitchCon, and the doc canceling Cinder dropped when she was asleep was fitting. I just like... I agree with Tim here. I agree with the Vitae Ramen guy. Like, I wish people would just talk to each other. But they don't. They don't. And many, many years ago, when I had an issue with some people, not because of anything I had done, but because they were people who very much hated me and very much wanted to take me down a peg, even though I wasn't a large channel at that point in time. I wanted to fix these things, and so I tried to communicate, and someone very influential in the VTuber sphere told me, don't bother doing that. If you try to communicate, it will be seen as you telling them that they are wrong. And you can't tell people who have an opinion of you that they are wrong. Because if you tell them that they are wrong, they're going to double down and they're going to make it worse. And I was like, well, if what they're saying is wrong, what do I do? And I was told, just accept that this is your reputation. Just accept that this is what people think about you. And move on with it. And I was like, well, what if I want to fix things and make things better with these people, and I don't want to be hated by them because I thought we were all on friendly terms? And I was told, that's impossible. Maybe you could do things for them, like promote their content or promote things that they do. And they might change their mind about you if some of your audience starts watching them. But otherwise, there's really nothing you can do. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to be used as a fucking rube, so that's not gonna happen. Translator's note, suck up to them. Yeah. Yeah. Just seems like some woman shit. It is wild. And it's why I often ignore requests for collabs from chat. Because, like, I don't like starting shit. I don't like creating issues. So I tend to just stay hush-hush on a lot of the inside baseball. That's emotionally abusive. Welcome to content creation. Bobbert Bobberson, thank you. And in industrial art, not having exclusivity is unethical. As you're working for two competing companies, Nano also lied to clients she took money from. That's a bit different, right? It's not like you have a Nintendo artist working for Sony. You have like an independent artist making art for a bunch of different VTubers. And like, I could see a VTuber company asking an artist for exclusivity and paying them, you know, what that's worth, but indies can't afford that. Career-ending advice, whoever that was didn't have my best interest in mind. A lot of the time, when you ask for advice as a content creator, and especially when you ask for advice privately, you're going to be given advice that will harm you. Because you're asking advice from people who see you as competition. They're not going to give you any kind of advice with your best interest in mind. And that was one of the things I hugely appreciated from Pippa. Pippa did like a lot of streams giving advice to smaller creators, and it was all like genuine and good advice. And because this is an industry that it's so hard to come by good advice and people who aren't going to try and sabotage you, things like that are really, really nice to have. Even your dog obedience club is full of a bunch of high school mentality people who are all 50 plus. Unfortunately, it's a humanity thing. It is. It's really unfortunate. And it's like, I preach about communication to you guys all the time. Communication can fix so fucking much. Like, even when I read like the Slate articles and whatnot, every time I'm just like, if these people just communicated instead of writing to Slate, they could solve this issue. But it seems like nobody is interested in that kind of communication. So much shit is happening behind the curtain. It's been a joke in my community that you become a moderator for me and you instantly lose faith in everyone around you. Like, it's kind of funny. So I ignore your request to collab with the really cute bunny VTuber Pipkin Pippa. We're both just literally insanely busy. She has been running the con circuit this year. I have been, you know, dealing with a lot of shit myself, so. Jimothy Farm, thank you. One of the first films Kurt Russell was in was The Computer Wore Tennis Shoes, a Disney film back in 1969. I've never heard of it. Communication only works if both parties are interested, sadly. Yeah, I agree, and it's very sad. Ironically, while it can solve most problems, human beings are absolutely awful at communicating with one another. They are. And it's like, I don't obviously want to come off as like bitchy or something, but it's like, if I misunderstand something from someone, I'd rather be like, hey, I took what you said in this manner. What did you mean by that? You know, like, I want to ask that question. And a lot of people take that as like, they take a defensive stance when you ask them that. And it's really weird. Help. Human beings are awful. Someone who is still yet to self-delete, thereby improving humanity. A warm body reporting for duty. Blanketless, but still warm. Hell yeah, thank you for being a warm body. You're abysmal at communication, but you try. You tend to mess up things, though. I'm not perfect, but I try, right? Like, I'm sure people misunderstand things I say all the time. It's not a big deal. I just explain myself. The Vite Ramen guy continues. Destruction is instant, it requires nothing from us, and it comes from a place of fear. Communication takes time, it takes vulnerability, and it takes the willingness to be hurt. We should always lead with kindness. These things are harder, they require patience, they require risking that you might be wrong, that you might be hurt, that you might look foolish for giving someone the benefit of the doubt. And when you give enough kindness, you are bound to be hurt. And this is why people stop leading with kindness, because when you frequently lead with kindness and you are met with nothing but smiles to your face while people talk shit behind your back, and it's like, I don't want to build you up and promote you when I know what you really think of me. So you start becoming hardened and you start becoming jaded. And I remember millions of posts all over Twitter of like smaller VTubers being like, I don't understand why larger VTubers don't want to talk to smaller VTubers. Like, it shouldn't be a numbers game. We're all human. And it's like, yes, you are completely correct. It's not a numbers game. But when you get up into the higher numbers, you have been through so many ringers that it's not even about being a numbers game. It's about these people with larger numbers also have something to lose. And so they're not going to treat me as poorly. That's not always necessarily true, and it is definitely a slanted view of things, as we've seen from all the doc releases recently. But you have that mindset of, this person won't want to risk their own reputation, so it is safer to take a chance on them than someone with nothing to lose. The OJs have a song about that, the backstabbers. What do? They smile in your face all the time and they want to take your place. Yeah, it's pretty fucking rough. Feels bad, man, talking with each other so hard. Can't we just have old-fashioned duels with flintlock pistols and both die of horrific infection and sepsis days later? Yeah. And going through a cancellation thing like I did will definitely show you the people who are actually there for you versus the people that just wanted to be able to use you for whatever you could provide to boost their own careers. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. You admit you've been spitting off nonsense lately yourself, you know a thing or two about miscommunication? Yeah, I mean, it happens. It's inevitable. No one's perfect, and like, when you talk to someone, you both might have different communication styles, so things will get lost. Bloodbat, thank you. This might sound contradictory, but having a legal contract in place outlining the agreement of parties would unironically create a sound environment that doesn't operate on emotions and whims. You work as a concept artist, and you know where you stand with your bosses and coworkers, and you're also friends with them outside of work. Not having a binding contract in place opens the door to manipulation. Yeah, I just feel like in this industry, a lot of people are adverse to contracts because, you know, there's that whole nobody wants to have their real name on anything. Nobody wants to have like some sort of harsh deadline kind of thing. So I don't know. It's a very balancing act with these things. Sometimes when you propose a contract to an artist, they will just stop responding to you, which is a red flag in and of itself. And it's like, maybe you dodged a bullet, but it can be a hard thing to decide to do. I have an artist contract, so you cut off contact with your mom. She refused to listen from your perspective. Are we effing? We are effing. There's a bit of an F here. We got a bit of an F going on. Oh shit! I almost closed my OBS. That would have been terrible. F for Friday, I think we back. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. The only person in this you feel bad for is Bao. What has the poor whale done to deserve all the shit that happens to her? It's like me, like some Romanian curse, I guess. I don't know. Tolerance is demanded without being given. It is, and it's really sad. It's really sad. Being adverse to a contract is a huge red flag from a professional standpoint. Absolutely. Absolutely. To be kind is to risk hurt, and we should always be okay with that. If we're not vulnerable, if we're not willing to have some pain, we too cannot ever find love and understanding. If we treat everyone as an enemy, then so too will we become everyone's enemy. I think this is very bad advice for being in any kind of show business. This is a very, very fast track for you becoming the de facto rube that everyone gets to take advantage of. And I don't like that that is the reality. I wish that was not the reality. But to ignore reality and operate in a wishful stance is to just cause more harm to yourself. BT, thank you. So we're talking about the Cinder situation? No, I mentioned it briefly, but I'm just talking about, like, industry in general. Whole thing is crazy. Sounds like a psychopath who likes to gaslight people. Deceptive. I think everybody kind of has their part that they played in this, and it would have been nice if they had just been able to communicate to each other instead of putting out crazy doc nonsense. Matt Larson, thank you. We need an I almost closed OBS counter. It happens way too frequently. As a content creator, the best advice is get everything in writing, and this will protect both parties. Any verbal will always come back and bite you in the butt. It's possible. Grilled cheese enjoyer, thank you. Must defend Foxy, defeat the enemies, take their grilled cheese as forfeit. True. Forfeit their grilled cheese. Whole fucking thing should have gone through private arbitration, not public spectacle. Holding people accountable is not the same as revenge. Consequences do not mean cruelty. Justice does not require us to sling out pain with wanton glee. Once again, it's very weird to read this, as I've gone through what I have this year, and I have people literally wishing for my death. Like, the people that are wishing for me to be destitute and broke and offline and possibly dead are the ones who are seen as the good people, right? Like, who knows how many opportunities I've lost with artists or companies or what have you because they believe what these people are saying, or because they themselves are afraid of working with someone who has been canceled in the way that I have been. Sometimes it doesn't even matter if what was said is true or not. What matters is that it happened and that it could have negative consequences for them. Holding people accountable can be revenge, though. Sam Hyde quote stays evergreen. It does. Praxis Fall, thank you. A Skew-chan quote, should have gotten a bigger boobas and then bounced a bit and not send out a 1K Google Docky. Would have been streaming again. No, I'm not gonna... When I replied to Legal Mindset, a lot of people thought I was saying that Cinder shouldn't have released a doc. No one's gonna read 1,000 pages. But I don't think that she shouldn't have released it. I 1,000% understand the, like, desire to set the record straight, to tell your perspective, and to say what happened from your end. That's something that I always feel the need to do, and there are many instances that I have felt despair because I could not correct the record, and I could not give out the correct information, and I just had to sit there and deal with people lying about me. And it feels very bad. So I completely understand her wanting to put that out, even if she doesn't expect people to read it. Dio Brando, thank you. You don't watch a lot of movies, but brainlessness is destroying you. It would never work out between us. Look, man, I can't help it. I just don't watch movies. Professor Keen, thank you. You're saddened that reactors and commenters like Tectone and Smuggalana refuse to read the side and still not change their minds. Mama Oka's the only one who did a complete read of the doc. I mean, sure. I haven't really paid attention to what other people are saying about it. I have straight up said I don't plan on reading 1,000. I don't have time to read 1,000 pages, but I also don't want to dig in and really fully condemn anyone involved. It just feels like this entire situation could have been avoided if they just communicated with one another. If someone was feeling slighted and they went to someone else and was like, hey, I kind of feel like this might be going on. If this is the case, you know, can we talk about it? Because I don't want to deal with this. By laying out a full 1,000 pages of screen caps and thought process, you open yourself up to getting torn apart by the court of public opinion even more than has already happened. Disagree. She put out an immense amount of information. People aren't going to read it, but I can respect having that much information. Cinder was dumb for making it 1,000 pages. There's a surefire way to make people not read it. Maybe she didn't know how to condense it, right? I say the same thing about Bridge all the time. I literally cannot fault her for doing it the way that she did, because I completely understand. And I feel like if I had been in her position, I probably would have done the same thing. Cowboy Commando, thank you. You're currently watching people lose it over an admiral telling a graduating class of sailors that their strength is not in diversity, but in unity. That's a good statement, though. Why would they get mad about that? She took a page out of your book, but put 400 pages more on it. Hey, mine was only like, over 100 or so, you know? It wasn't that big. I'm checking something. Hold on. Okay. I gotta send this to my dad. Hold on. Beep, 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 beep. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum. Okay. Cowboy Commando, thank you again. I read that. Hi, King Fenor, Alpha Chat, thank you. Alana was a tard about the whole Cinder thing? I don't know. I wouldn't know. I have no idea what she said about it. I have no idea what her take is. I don't know. I don't know anything, man. And didn't she also cheat on her boyfriend? Yeah, I think there was something in there about, like, her having, like, cheated on him and then they, like, lived apart for a while, but then they made up and they got back together. I don't know. I don't really... Cheating bad, but I don't really care about other people's relationships, you know? I feel like... She couldn't help it, right? Because this has already been part of the drama from the previous docs, but I feel like you should tend to keep that kind of stuff private, you know? Reminded of a scene in Almost Famous where Kate Hudson tells the main character they're too sweet for rock and roll. As someone who's been working in the industry for the last few years, it's not for everyone, but if you keep your head down, don't get too chummy, it'll be okay. Great movie. One of your all-time faves, yeah? Newsflash, streamers don't have much time to watch other streamers. Yeah? I'll get to watch, like, 20 or 30 minutes of a streamer that I raid into at the end of my stream while I'm eating, and then that's about it. I try to make time to watch people if they play Song of Horror, but that's like a personal thing. I really like that game. Mean Girls drama doesn't deserve Google Docs in any case. I would not call this Mean Girls drama, considering there's a lot of damage done here. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you. By chance, ever see the movie The Dumplings? Nope. Never heard of it. As long as they share their phone passwords, I don't really see the issue. Fuck you, Skewgy. You love egg rolls hammer? I don't know what that means. But he finishes off here saying, choose kindness first, talk to people, communicate, know that we're all a human and all fallible. Encourage each other to learn and grow, not to hate. Understand people make mistakes. Be willing to hurt again and again and again, because that's what relationships and people are. Love and happiness, but sometimes pain and sorrow too. If we grow jaded and cynical, then we also shut out trust and caring and kindness and humanity and empathy because of the fear of the hurt. So I ask this of you, choose kindness first, especially when it's hard. And maybe this is a miscommunication because I don't like the way he worded this. Because the way it's worded, it sounds like, be suicidally empathetic. It doesn't matter how many times you get hurt or how many times people take advantage of you. Continue that same behavior and just hope that in the future people won't take advantage of you. And that's a good way to spiral into the depths of depression at Mach speed. And I can't believe that somebody who owns a company and works so closely in content creation has this kind of perspective. Because it just seems like insanity that you would give this kind of advice to people because it is incredibly harmful. I agree with him on the talk to people, communicate. That should happen. But again, when I'm told by someone incredibly influential, don't bother doing that. If you do that, people will just be more resolute in their hatred of you. What is the point? I would love to communicate with people. And when I do reach out to certain artists and they've said like, hey, you know, I've seen some of the stuff that happened this year. I would like to talk to you about it. I am eternally grateful to those people because they're not just ditching me by the wayside because of shit they've heard and seen on Reddit or Twitter. They're like, hey, I actually want to talk to you and see what actually happened. Those are people that are wonderful, and that, especially if they have that attitude, I'm like, I would love to work with you in the future. That's fucking great. That's hard to find. Those people are few and far between. People like these are called doormats. Again, communicating is fine, but it's not a show of anger to stand up for yourself against others when it doesn't work. And that's another problem. And that's another huge problem, not just in VTubing, but in content creation in general, where defending yourself and standing up for yourself is seen as you starting drama. Defending yourself is seen as you being the problem. And I don't know why that is, but I have frequently had to remind myself that it's not drama to defend myself. I'm not doing anything wrong when I defend myself. And it's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you. There are so many people that will try to downplay and discredit visible things you can see with your eyes that are actually happening around you because it's in their best interest to gaslight you into shutting the fuck up. Choose kindness first if you're your family or if you're sleeping with them. Aside from that, gonna choose to protect yourself and or destroy based on if you're a friend or not. They want people to think that defending yourself is wrong so they can keep abusing people. Yeah. Praxis Fall, thank you. Remember, silence is your best weapon in drama, as when people speak, they give themselves away. Didn't have to leave your apartment over lies. Charlie Kirk proved that, unfortunately. At this point, you either defend yourself or you go full I don't give a fuck, nihilist and absurdist. I really hope I never go the nihilist route. And I think it just comes from the mentality of taking it and dealing with it. It's a rough mentality. And that's definitely the attitude you got from Kongman, and it's why you hated how he handled what happened with him so much. I don't like how he handled it, and I wish he would reveal who his employer was, but, you know. Always defend yourself, your family, actual friends. You don't know why that is? The three main reasons. One, we've all seen people go way past defending themselves to milk the bump from some drama story. Two, the ignorant bystanders see the argument, not the inciting incident. And yeah, three, bullies want you to stay under their thumb. I mean, regarding one, if someone has been wronged, if someone has been lied about, to be fair, I don't really see a problem with them, quote-unquote, milking the bump from their drama. If they had to go through a trial of fire and defend themselves from it because they did nothing wrong, fucking milk it all you want, bro. You know? But, like... And this is where me preaching moderation comes into context, right? You kind of have to learn when to stop talking about that as like your only form of talking about it, right? Like you can't just make every single stream forever about that one thing. Got gagged from hearing the expression milk the bump. Always monetize your haters. Always monetize your haters. Monetize your enemies. It's called setting the record straight. Yeah. It's just like the way people can talk about things, I guess, can sometimes rub you the wrong way. But I see zero things wrong with milking it if you had to go through some shit, you know? Zero things wrong with that. In fact, they deserve to milk it at that point. Silence is never the solution. Stop killing games didn't gain steam until Accursed Farms called out Pirate for lying about it. Silence is also a big problem. Because a lot of people think that if I've done something wrong and I get called out for it, as long as I'm quiet, it'll go away. And it works. It works every fucking time. People like me who feel the need to explain and defend are at an inherent disadvantage. I already learned not to blindly support victims after seeing what happened to Pro Jared and Slazo. And it's weird because the silence thing, it's very effective for some people, and it's not very effective for others. Myself being one of the others. Being silent was not going to be helpful once Vice started pumping out libelous articles about me. I had a need to respond, not just for my own sanity, but legally as well in that instance. So I don't really know why the silence works for some people, and you see some people being able to say absolutely heinous things, wishing death upon people, and nothing happens. Do they have the right politics? Do they have the right connections? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it is, but it's vastly unfair. And you just kind of have to acknowledge that life is unfair, and it kind of sucks sometimes. Silence only works if your enemies are not incensed to keep persecuting you. Yeah. Fluffy shirt, thank you. Hey Foxy, thanks for being your most trusted name for news going through your first audit, so please keep being entertaining. Oh boy, I hope the audit goes well. Silence is violence or something. One reason why silence works is due to enemy has an attention span of a gnat. And it's like, I don't know. When I see people being able to get away with things by using the silent treatment, it's typically people who are having the correct establishment opinions. They just kind of lie low for a while and then everyone forgets about it and moves on. Because most of us have like that live and let live mentality. It's like you did something shitty, but maybe you feel bad, so whatever. I'm not going to harp on you about it. But then when you look at the people who, like, for instance, went after me, they basically make that their entire persona. They post incessantly about it. 20, 30, 50, 70, 100 posts a day. They contact other people. They try to harass other people into condemning me. They bring content creators who are larger than me that I've never interacted with into it to try and manufacture a consensus around it. And when like that much activity is going on, like if you stay silent, you're just gonna get run over. Like it's gonna be over for you. Never let these people live and let live. They intentionally use this dynamic to fall upward forever. I think the record was 15 times a day. Members of the vocal minority won't shut up. Battleizer, thank you. It's only paranoia if you're wrong. Clap, clap. It's only paranoia if you're wrong. Mine. Stay silent when you're being called out for doing something bad. You absolutely speak out when you're being bad-mouthed, not for the person bad-mouthing you, but for the people that might listen to them. Yeah, and that's always been my perspective. When I correct the record, I know the people lying about me, they're not going to stop lying. Right? And that's the same for everyone else. If someone's being lied about, the liars aren't going to stop lying about it. If someone is unintentionally lying, if they accidentally have bad information and then they get corrected, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't call that lying necessarily, though, right? Because it's like they just didn't know. But the people who are going to be looking in will hopefully take in the correct information. And that's why that Reddit thread has become something I can no longer ignore as well. Because it keeps being posted as de facto evidence despite having been completely torn apart. But I do not have the kind of search engine algorithmic power as Reddit. So unfortunately, people see that instead of seeing how everything in there is misconstrued or taken out of context or being used in some way to further slander me. You worked with a guy at a supermarket in the meat department who was a bit slow in management. Took advantage of him quite often, worked a full month without a day off. You did your best to stick up for the guy, but the higher-ups in the union were too entwined for anyone to make a difference. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Literally, Bint has 45k posts. He posts about me so much from just the last 2 years on a 4-year-old account. That's 2 years ago, only had 200 posts. 4 times the post the Foxu has. Bro needs an intervention. I don't know how these people operate, man. You're so sick of seeing people suffer from the antis, grifters, smear merchants. It makes you sick, and you wish you could make it stop for everyone's sake. I would also like for it to stop, which is why I was really happy seeing a lot of people lose their jobs over calling, like, for more harm after Charlie Kirk and for celebrating his death. Because it's like, maybe if these people understand how harmful the tactics they've been using for ages are, less people will be apt to do it. Just have to make sure that people on our side don't start fucking canceling for dumb shit. Like, oh, you posted a pornography once 3 years ago, you should lose your job. You know, some shit like that. I don't want to see that, man. I don't want to see that. And this is the problem with hug boxes. You can't post things refuting that thread without catching a ban from the zealot mods who follow dogma. You're not joking that you believe echo chambers like that should legally not be allowed to exist. Well, if ICE had done their job years ago, Reddit wouldn't have existed. Unlucky for us. Legal Mindset is hosting a mock trial for the Cinder situation if I really want to emulate what will happen if she takes it to court. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know, that seems a little weird. ICE? Yeah, one of the co-founders of Reddit said that if ICE had deported his mother, Reddit wouldn't exist. And it's like, God fucking damn it. You've just made the best ad for ICE. Nobody wants Reddit to exist, bro. Regarding Kirk, as dumb as his opinions were for European, if anything, his death and his actions taken afterwards only concluded in fueling more reasons to divide people. It's like, you can dislike someone's opinions and you can disagree with them, but like, escalating it to killing them is a wild thing to do. A lot of people were whining about us being no better than them, and when trying to explain we didn't deperson and get someone killed, they went into emotional outbursts because they don't want to learn their silence led to violence and refuse to ditch the commie friends who would laugh when they die. It's a very unfortunate way to be. It's a very, very unfortunate way to be. And like, I'm tired of the like, oh, well, you know, they might have celebrated his death, but like, they're not like that in person. And it's like, well, they're not going to just be talking politics like, I don't talk the same politics 24/7 in person either. Like, I do other stuff. You know, like, I what do you mean? Harry, please, you don't need to convince me. I already liked ICE, yeah? Maybe Ethan Klein will damage Reddit as the Corpo employees help to the Snark mods. I would love to see him absolutely fucking take down that place. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Good morning. Azai Mimaru, thank you. It's been a month today since Charlie was killed. It's like, I'm not gonna doomer pill like I did on side scrollers, but I still believe Sam Hyde was right. In that if, you know, something large didn't happen in the next 2 weeks as a response to that, it might be very difficult to get out of where we are. Which is unfortunate. Thank God for all of Kirsche's terrible opinions, keeping you from becoming parasocial. You can't do 14 times a day. God damn. Besney Lala, thank you. Hello, sweet Kirsche, an honorable chat. It's nice to see you always. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Have I talked about the whole Hassan the dog shocking today? I mean, we talked about it on side scrollers yesterday. I'm not sure there's really anything else I can say that hasn't already been said. You're a fucking retard if you think it's not a shock collar. There's someone on side scrollers trying to say that it wasn't. Like in super chats or some shit, and it's just like, come on, dude. There's video evidence, there's picture evidence. He put tape over the prong area. Fucking so Zayst. I know that guy. He made like a fucking caught in 4K high quality video of showing what the fucking shock collar looked like. And I do think it's a little funny. Like, I don't know all that much about Hassan's backstory. I just know that he's, you know, filthy fucking hypocritical commie. That's about it. I know that he preaches communism and he wants that kind of shit, but then he buys like a multi-million-dollar mansion, you know, kind of thing. Nux gave me a quick rundown when I was on a podcast with him and Tectone, but it just seems really funny. Some people are like, you know, I was okay with him going to a brothel that had, you know, minors at it, but shocking a dog, that's over the line. And I was like, you know, that is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. You do love the Hassan dog memes, but man, he's a piece of shit. The tape is obvious, and there's no reason to put that tape on there unless it's a shock collar. Yeah. I I just like, even if like you guys know something is true about someone, I prefer to err on the side of caution. Because it's like, I know what it feels like to be lied about and have people just like believe someone without checking sources. And so I try my best to not do that to other people. You find it wild that animal abuse is the one thing that the left has any morality on. I gave benefit of the doubt really hard years ago, and I paid very dearly for it. You know, so like listening to my chat without evidence can be good sometimes, but I still like to read evidence for myself. Wild how the Young Turks is clipping Asman out of context right after Asman's debacle. Would he give me the same opportunity? He wouldn't. I know he would not give me the same opportunity, but that's no reason for me to potentially spread lies about someone, because when you tell lies about someone, it will harm your reputation, and it will harm the cause that you're fighting for in general. The reason when the left tells lies it doesn't harm anything is because everything they say is based on lies. So one extra to the pile doesn't fucking matter. Calling them out for lying is like saying, hey, there's a fish in the water! Like, it doesn't matter, man. They don't. The left is still supporting him, basically using Hamas as a shield. The amount of people that were being like, why do you care about a dog being shocked? There's literally a genocide going on right now. And it's like, come the fuck on, bro. Just because, like, there's bigger problems doesn't mean you can't care about something else. Maybe your IQ is so low that you can only function on looking at one thing at a time, but I promise you, most people aren't that way. Moo Eater, thank you for those 10 gift subs on Kick. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Speaking of, you can find an article on the brothel thing. Apparently they're suing damages. A pretty small update article, but it links to an article about it. Interesting. I know I remember reading an article about that brothel at one point on stream. At one point. But I can't remember how long ago it was. Why are they not in Palestine if it's so important to them? These are freezing temperature IQ. Hillis Mallory, thank you. We had a movie that was about a guy getting revenge for his dog. What was that called? Had the dude from Bill and Ted grew a beard from the movie, said, yeah, I think I'm back. John Wick? Yemeth, thank you for the knock. Filthy hypocritical commie is a pleonasm. I've never seen that word before. They'll only pick a struggle when it's to make you shut up. True. Did you put the brothel update thing in stream suggestions? Dog with the butter dog.
The people who cheered for Charlie's death are absolutely like that in person. Was helping my brother and his wife with their gardening the other weekend. They were laughing and joking about Charlie being in hell.
Jesus Christ.
They're both atheists. I didn't stay.
Jesus Christ. Yeah? Yeah, thank you, Low Speed Boot. And it's like, that's... How do I phrase this? Just because someone isn't talking about it in front of you in real life doesn't mean that is not what they think. It's just that they have multiple other parts of themselves that they are talking about or doing things about. I know, you don't have to talk about one thing all the time. So I think it's kind of like a fallacy to even say, like, well, they don't do that in real life, you know? But yeah, so many atheists love invoking hell and other religious aspects when they see fit. I mean... So thank you, Low Speed Boot. Thank you. And Internet Zen Master, I missed your big 50 earlier, thank you. Whoever thought that vague posting and gaslighting for drama and abuse always have an ulterior motive? Better be like Nux and stop giving a damn what people think. It means people who approach you are willing to go through fire to be a friend or acquaintance. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's kind of difficult, right, to stop giving a fuck, and sometimes you're in a position where if you do more than vague post, it could harm someone that you care about. So, you know, sometimes life be complicated. Sometimes it be hella gray. K-Boy, thank you. Polite society needs to learn to retract the courtesy to the impolite. Yeah. Most atheists on the net are in an Anglosphere, and the Anglosphere is culturally Christian in nature. Your neighbors were hosting a friend from abroad the last few weeks, and he just kept showing you Kirk memes, and you really didn't want to be mean to their guest, but come on. Yeah, that's a little wild. That's a little wild thing to do. All of his drama is due to him not wanting to go against people he gave a fuck for. Yeah. You love it when people try to retort with, oh, you wouldn't cheer if Hitler died? No, killing can be necessary, but should never be celebrated. I mean, for someone like Hitler, I feel like I disagree. I feel like if you have a guy that literally was committing genocide and started a war, you'd probably cheer when that guy dies, you know? Error 404, thank you. You care more about a dog in America than anything going on in a sand country. Call me a monster, I don't care. Jesus fuck, dude. Calling Kirk Hitler is a huge stretch. I mean, if that guy, I don't think that guy was talking about Hitler. Talking about Kirk. I think he was talking about regular Hitler. The problem with the left is that they call regular people Hitler as a way to dehumanize them and make it okay to target them for attacks. That's the problem in current year. Right? Another problem is that, like, you can shit on Nazis eternally, but as soon as you're just like, well, communists aren't human too, people get really uppity and upset about it. We were at war, he was the leader of the enemy. You see, that guy who rules over a country you're at war with is very different from a guy who speaks in universities, yeah? That Hitler guy was a real jerk. Whoa, hot take. Cowboy Commando, thank you. Given that Hassan's a commie, you're surprised he hasn't trained his dog to carry a device and activate it under an ice van like the Soviets did in World War II? Sparky, thank you. You're confused about the dog abuse last drop. Animal cruelty is pretty much rejected across all aisles. Less people try to defend based on ideology. Yeah, it's still just really funny. It's still a really funny last straw that I can't help but giggle at, you know?
Anya munya. Ein moment.
Nazis are authoritarian ethno-socialists. The modern left are authoritarian ethno-socialists. The only issue is they disagree on if the gays are Jews or Aryans. What the heck? You love Stalin? Why? Because he killed... What? What? Why? What? You get to dump one of your oldest friends of 25 years because they were angry about you not being happy about Kirk's murder? Hurt like hell, but glad you learned what kind of soulless person she really was. It's really jarring when you have someone as a friend who will defend someone who, like, celebrated Kirk's death and call for more violence. Because then it's like, I didn't agree with everything Kirk said, but I shared some of his opinions. On some things, we were complete opposite, and on some things, he went even further than I did in my beliefs. But if you're going to defend someone who thinks that not only it's okay that Kirk was killed, but celebrates it and wants more of it, if you're going to defend that, then what if something happened to me, right? Like, it recontextualizes how you feel. Some people really need to learn to use quotation marks. It can make a satirical statement sound sincere when you don't use them. It's interesting to see there's more outrage over what he's been doing to the dog than the let the streets flow with their capitalist blood. Yeah, but that's fine. Because, you know, the dog is actually worth something. You're not even human, you know? Oakview, thank you. In 1910, the Young Turks collected 60,000 dogs and stranded them on a desert island to starve. Just a fun fact. Is it a fun fact? Stalin killed more people than Hitler during his life. Mao Zedong killed around 60 million. Pol Pot only killed 1/4 of the country's population. And they say Hitler was evil. I don't really understand how people are just like, they're not equivocally evil. Like, how did it become that, like, Nazis are overtly evil 100% all of the time, but you can't criticize commies? I was like, I know what the answer is, right? They did the Long March, they've controlled our institutions, they're in our government. Look at Virginia, look at New York, look at Bernie Sanders, right? Like, look at all of these people who are infiltrating in our government, wishing to bring about socialism in our country. And it's no wonder that you can't talk badly about communists. You know why Hassan and Fauci get along so well? They both hate dogs. Mr. Axide, thank you. Hope this will educate people more on politicians. Just because they act like they care about you doesn't mean they even remotely give a shit. I don't know if we can fix that. People have too much faith in politicians. Even if I like a politician and I like the things that they're doing, when I say I like a politician, I mean I like the things that they're doing. But like, even when they do the things that I like, I'm just like, I wouldn't trust you entirely because you're still a politician. Your allyship is not guaranteed. It is very volatile. Scott Roush, thank you. Mass on Alive is bad unless I like the person. The left, probably. Gentleman Heavy, thank you for the 2-month resub, bro. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Shoe on Head has a good video about her thoughts on Charlie Kirk's serious shoe. Rare occasion. By the way, when people say the Anglosphere is culturally Christian, they ignore how many Anglosphere people do not attend church, save for special ceremonies like weddings, and they celebrate repackaged pagan holidays like 12 days of Yule. I like my pagan holidays. Give me my Santa. Only you'd play Azure Lane with Donald Trump. I would play Azure Lane with Donald Trump. It'd be like, Trump, look at how big the titties on this boat women are. Get me the captain of this ship. You trust politicians like you trust... I trust politicians ever so slightly more than journalists. That is a very slight... Like, I don't think a bug's dick would be able to measure that distance. Therian, thank you. The most dangerous people are the idealists who enact change with the best intentions, for they are actively paving the road to hell. True? I am not you, thank you. Any influencer should realize to justify someone being murdered purely for their words is justifying their own murder. It's a little wild. It's a little wild. Speaking of wild, we brought up Germany, and I had this tab. I was sitting on this. We've been just fucking yapping for a hot minute here. This guy said, today, this was October 7th, today a socialist mayor in Germany was stabbed and is now fighting for her life. The media chorus was instant. Nazis are back, hate is rising, democracy under attack, we're all used to this. Then reality arrived. Her 15-year-old adopted black son was taken away in handcuffs. Earlier this year, police were called to the same address when her 17-year-old adopted daughter threatened her with a knife, according to Die Welt. This isn't a story about right-wing violence, it's a story about a society so obsessed with its own moral performance that it can't even see the blade coming from within its own narrative. According to Martin Sellner, the mayor is now awake and can speak, but refuses to tell the police who the perpetrator is. And this one says, Iris Stalzer, newly elected mayor with her upper body torn apart by stab wounds, flown to a clinic by rescue helicopter, remains in life-threatening condition. She has 2 non-European adoptive children, 15 and 17 years old. 17-year-old daughter has already been, this is Google, Grok translated, so I mean, I guess arrested. It's some conspicuous for the knife incidents. The children apparently lied about the course of events. The son was arrested. Neighbors report loud arguments between the mother and 15-year-old son shortly before the act. Police do not comment on whether the children are witnesses or suspects. Stalzer is conscious again, knows who the perpetrator was, but does not want to say it. Merz demanded full clarification immediately after the act. I demand that too. Why hasn't he posted more about it? According to the mainstream media, the mayor has now told the police that the adoptive daughter was responsible for the stabbing. The 15-year-old adoptive son tried to protect her by claiming it was several men just outside the home responsible. His claim of Nazi and media echoes complete bullshit. Sorry, but that's coming from someone who once lived in Germany. Neither of the public news outlets reported it in such a way. I wouldn't know. I don't live in Germany, but I would be willing to believe that that is something that's said because that's what our media does. To summarize her fate in a king's words, if you buy a polar bear, you put the polar bear in your house, it's gonna do polar bear things. It's me, I'm a fox. If you put me in your house, I'll do the fox things. A battleizer, thank you. The outrage over the dog abuse hits people closer to home. Dogs are inherently good creatures who will love you unconditionally. To see one hurt brings about the visceral, you sick fuck reaction. True. That's the neat part. Nobody lives in Germany for long. What do you mean by this? And so I brought up some articles because I wanted more information than just a tweet thread. It says, chilling new details revealed after mayor is allegedly stabbed and seriously wounded by her teenage daughter. Mayor-elect Iris Stalzer was left fighting for her life after being stabbed on Tuesday, October 7th. New details have emerged after it was reported that the newly elected mayor of a Western German town had allegedly been stabbed by her teenage daughter. Iris Stalzer, 57, was found stabbed in her home shortly after noon local time on Tuesday, October 7th. Her 17-year-old daughter had called an emergency number and told a dispatcher that her mother was stabbed outside in an alleged armed robbery, according to the Associated Press, Reuters, and the New York Times. However, Stalzer, who had recently been elected as the new mayor of Herdecke, I can't pronounce German names, I'm sorry, located in western Germany, roughly 10 miles south of Dortmund, late last month, had since told police during an interview at the hospital that her daughter was the person who stabbed her, per AP. Police had discovered the injured victim sitting in a chair after officers responded to the family's home. That's right, even before it was known that it was the daughter, attempts were made to blame the only right-wing opposition. Interesting. We give her credit, the mayor put her money where her mouth is. Unfortunately, it ended like we predicted it would. Hope she makes it. Yeah, I'd like to know why she was stabbed. Practice this fall, thank you. Where do I get a fox and have it do fox things? MMOs don't exist anymore. That was our breeding ground. Herdecke is a shithole. Unlucky. Not hearing any mention of a father in this story. Interesting. I also think it's interesting that they hold up like a little tarp to protect the body from being seen. We don't do that in the US. That's interesting. Doctors allegedly found 13. Holy fuck. 13 stab wounds to Stalzer's upper body, German outlet Bild reported, citing new police findings. There were also several hematomas and fractures on the victim's skull, the paper stated. Bro, I don't care who stabbed me this many times and also fractured my skull. I don't care if it would be like a mom, an aunt, an uncle, a child. If someone did this to me, I would be singing their name as soon as I was able to. The fact that she originally did not want to say who it was is wild to me. 13 means the stabbing was meant to kill you. What is going on? Damn, she got fucked up. Yeah, right? People don't realize the human body can take a lot of damage. It could also give out from very little damage. The body is weird. Stalzer reportedly told police that she was tormented for hours by her daughter in the basement of her home, per Bild. The outlet noted that the victim had been stabbed with 2 knives, adding that attempts had been made to remove blood-stained evidence from the scene, according to authorities. So she was tormented for hours, had her skull fractured, was stabbed 13 times. They tried to remove blood-stained evidence. The son lied to the police about random men outside having committed the attack. Why aren't they getting deported? Why not deport them? That's kind of wild. Regarding Bild, it's typical boulevard bullshit media. If you read anything in that crappy news outlet, you may as well ask a sexbot AI for news. It's not like they're making up quotes from this woman. Even if the Bild might have a more center of right slant, I don't know what they are. I don't live in Germany. I don't know like which media is which biased in Germany, right? Even if they write something with a bias, they still have to write quotes. And if they take something out of context, if they take something and they misascribe it, then people can very likely take them to court, because as is my understanding, European countries have an easier time going after people for libel than you do in America. This is by her own children. Adopted children. They're foreigners. They're not her actual children. Torture and attempted murder by her adopted kids. It's wild. It really is. It really is. It's like, I guess I also don't really understand the mentioning of Bild in that way as Azina, because what could possibly be the defense of this mayor being stabbed 13 times? What could possibly be the defense of her children in this case? Also makes you wonder how to deal with these people. If 13 knife stabs and fractured skull is not enough to make them see how wrong they are, what will ever be? Yeah. As your uncle, I wouldn't stab you. Thank you. I appreciate not being stabbed. I actually like to keep my body stab wound free. She was taking too long with the grilled cheese. Per German paper Die Zeit, the daughter was then handed over to the youth welfare office. The fact that she called emergency services herself means the act may be classified as grievous bodily harm and not as attempted homicide, according to local outlets including Die Zeit and Bild. She called emergency services herself, but then they lied about who did it. What? The girl was running with her knife up and she slipped on a banana peel and just happened to stab the mayor. It's like those people that get hairbrushes stuck in their anus. Thank you, Azahara. Her body just does that. Like the girl found wrapped in a bag and dismembered in a car. Women just do that, actually. Kai, thank you. Self-deleting empathy by liberals will be the end of Western civilization. Unfortunately, seems that way. Whoops, I slipped and tripped and stabbed her 13 times. She was calling emergency services so she could lie and blame fictional groups of men. Yeah, but she still called them. So even though she lied, you know, we don't need to have attempted homicide here. She could just go back home, honestly. In Germany, going to court for libel is always a money loss. It's only good if you have money to burn and want to punish someone. Bild itself is a typical yellow paper, which says of itself that it is not a newspaper to evade journalistic standards. Well, I mean, if that's the case, they could take things out of context, but it's a good thing I have multiple articles here. I have multiple articles, and this article that I'm reading is quoting not just Bild, but also other news places as well. So it's a congregation of information from different places. Not just the one. Error 404, thank you. Typical modern woman, zero survival instinct. True and real. German outlet Focus also noted that the conflict in the basement between the mother and daughter allegedly lasted for an extended period of time. A heated argument was thought to have broken out between the pair, which then escalated, the outlet reported, citing security sources. The suspect is believed to have tried to set fire to her mother's hair with deodorant spray, per the publication. Once again, this is not the Bild. This is whatever Focus is. I don't know what Focus is. Another German paper place. A knife and bloody clothes were then allegedly found in a backpack belonging to Staltzer's 15-year-old son, Focus reported, while Bild noted that the clothing is believed to have belonged to the politician's daughter. Staltzer, a member of the Social Democratic Party, had been set to take office on November 1st, according to AP. She was reported to be in critical condition on Tuesday night, but local authorities have since said she is out of danger, according to the news agency. We've been saying until the boot is on their neck, but you're beginning to think they won't even learn then? Yeah? Yeah, I'd like to see, like, the mayor initially didn't want to say that it was her daughter who did it, but then eventually released that it was her daughter. So I'm wondering if she's finally realizing, hey, maybe these people can't live in my home. Maybe it's time to deport. Focus is a weekly magazine and website. I'm kind of curious. What does it say about the dominant German media that we have, like, random magazines reporting on a stabbing of a mayor? It kind of reminds me of how, like, a lot of stuff in the US, like, you can't get the accurate information from, like, CNN or MSNBC, unfortunately. I'm glad she survived. She can now deal with the consequences of her actions. Obviously won't mention your name, aber ich bin Deutscher. Oh no. You had 2 vids of mine locked in, and then you're here watching me live. Hello. Hello. What is the first story in the related news section? California man allegedly threw baby daughter over a cliff after stabbing pregnant wife. What the fuck? What the fuck? Toric Roma, thank you. It's sad that if the family claimed Arab men attacked her, you'd have believed the family, but since they blamed the German right, you knew it was a lie. 2 for 1? I think you mean a 3 for 1. Threw a baby over a cliff and stabbed pregnant wife. That pregnant wife had a baby on board, brother. That's 3. Rule of thumb, do the opposite of what the German media says. No. After the news of the attack made headlines, politicians across Germany swiftly condemned the incident. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz wrote on X that he hopes for her complete recovery, according to a translation of a post made Wednesday. My thoughts are with her family and her relatives, the Chancellor wrote. People has contacted the local public prosecutor's office and local police regarding the updates in the case, but didn't immediately hear back. I know this is just like the boilerplate statement for people to say when something bad happens, right? So, like, nothing inherently bad about this, but personally, I find it a little funny that she got stabbed by her adoptive daughter, and this guy's like, my thoughts are with her family. I just think that's a little funny, okay? Like, if we go by biases, Focus is pretty much the opposite of Spiegel, where Focus has a slightly more right-wing bias versus Spiegel is left-wing. I don't know what Spiegel is either, but again, they're reporting on, like, a crime. This isn't like a tabloid of, like, a Hollywood divorce or something, you know? Maris went dead silent on that topic after details came out. Christian Bargan, thank you. What is with women randomly killing themselves nowadays? I don't know. This is, I hope my body doesn't do that sometime in the future. You know, I like to keep it hole free. I like my blood inside. I wanna keep my insides on the inside, not outside. This other article I brought up. A German mayor recovering names daughter as knife attacker. Iris Stalzer, mayor-elect of the West German town of Herdecke, has told investigators it was her adoptive daughter who stabbed her repeatedly in her home this week. Police said Stalzer's life was no longer in danger, which is great. That's great that she's actually going to recover, because holy fuck, 13 fucking times and a fractured skull, brother. What the hell? The mayor-elect of the Ruhr Valley town of Herdecke, Iris Stalzer, is out of life-threatening danger and has named her adopted daughter as her attacker. The 57-year-old local politician was airlifted to hospital around lunchtime on Tuesday after being found in her home with multiple stab wounds. Police say that Stalzer had been able to answer questions late on Tuesday from her hospital bed. Investigators said little about the possible motive or reason for the family argument. I would love to know what was happening, but I doubt we will ever know. Noting that it involved two minors and that the case had only garnered so much attention because of Stalzer's position in local politics and the possibility of a political motive to the attack. But they did explain to reporters more about their investigation and evidence finding on Tuesday. That's crazy. That's actually funny that they're like, they wanted this so badly to be some sort of political attack from the right, that now I'm betting that she was like, oh, it's my adopted foreign daughter. It's going to be swept under the rug. That's what happens in the US. That's what happens here. It just kind of goes out of the media cycle afterwards, you know? Why would Europeans rather get stabbed to death than be mean to people that want them dead? I don't know, man. I don't know. If only they'd kept the dangerous assault knives from possessing the poor innocent girl and forcing her to stab her mother. True. Ow. They try so hard. They did explain to reporters more about their investigation and evidence finding on Tuesday. Stalzer was found seated in a chair in the living room after the emergency call. Police soon found, while searching the entire premises, signs of a struggle in the cellar, along with Stalzer's discarded clothes she was wearing at the time, and two knives thought to be weapons used to attack her. So, in the other article, it said that they found clothes, and the clothes had blood on them, and the clothes also belonged to the daughter. So does that mean that there was a set of clothes from the daughter and a set of clothes from the mayor? If true, that means that the daughter and son had been involved in this attack. The son was covering for the daughter. The daughter stabbed the mother 13 times and also fractured her skull, and then stripped her and put new clothes on her. Parental love can be blinding, unfortunately. I don't like this. Alpha, thank you for the 4-month member. They say the daughter was radicalized by right-wing media. I doubt it. Prosecutor, children with youth authorities, no grounds for arrest at present. I hope that's a really bad translation. Because if you've been stabbed 13 times, what the actual fuck do you mean no grounds for arrest? A homicide commission was set up in Hagen on Tuesday to investigate the case. Senior public prosecutor Bernd Haldorn told reporters on Wednesday that according to the prosecution's current information, the case is likely to be treated as the German equivalent of aggravated assault or grievous bodily harm. Haldorn said that the conditions for the pretrial detention of the 17-year-old daughter had not been met. These include if a person is considered to be a flight risk and the possibility of repeating the offense. She stabbed her mother 13 times. Like, I get it's an adoptive mother, but 13 times. If there is a case for someone to be held in detention, it is literally this. Letting people like this out on the street is what gets people like Irina Zarutska fucking murdered. What is happening? I hate reading these things, man. He added the fact that the daughter made the emergency call along with her 15-year-old brother spoke against pursuing charges of attempted murder. They called so they could lie. We literally just read that the son had tried blaming it on two random men. What the fuck? Sparky, thank you for the R. You wonder how media and political pundits will try to spin this? Socioeconomic factors, maybe try to arrest poverty again? Social media radicalization? Well, they're not detaining the 17-year-old. I doubt that anything is going to happen legal-wise. She's probably going to be given like 20 hours of community service, if that. I would not be surprised if this mayor ends up dead the next time this happens. I don't want that to happen. I want the police and the justice system to do their fucking jobs. This is insanity. 13 stabs is just torture, Kirsche. It has to be 14 to be attempted murder. That's true. They're very law savvy. Jessel Jinx, thank you. You come out of the shadows of lurking to say that no, Reddit should not be destroyed. It is the containment board of the internet for normies and their ilk. If it's destroyed, they will flood 4chan more than they already are, and that will be the true end of 4chan. I have some bad news for you. I have some really bad news for you about the absolute state of 4chan in current year. Okay. 4chan and Reddit are basically indistinguishable at this point. She's the kind of politician that stops police from doing its job, though. It's like, again, this should be a the boot is on your neck moment. This should be a, like, coming to realization moment for this woman. If it isn't, I don't know, man. I don't know what we can do. Lady falls on 13 pointy stairs. The prosecutor expected police to release her as they had the 15-year-old adoptive son. The children are being transferred to youth services for the time being, Haldorn said. Stalzer had only recently been elected mayor in the runoff election on September 28th. She won with 52.2% of the votes, against the center-right Christian Democrat candidate Fabian Conrad Haas. The CDU had previously held the mayoral race in Herdecke for a long time. Prior to the attack, her inauguration ceremony had been planned for November 4th, according to the authorities. I really would like to know what the motive is in her stabbing. Can I see maybe there's another update since I brought these articles up today? Because one of them was published today. The first one we read. And we read the one from 7 hours ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 2 hours ago. Okay. We have one from 2 hours ago. Maybe that has some extra info. Motive took the iPad away. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I hate all of these, like, cookies pop-ups that happen, man. I do not wish to give you cookies. Do not cookie me. Well, 2 hours ago, German mayor-elect alleges adopted teenage daughter stabbed and tortured her. A newly elected mayor in Germany, who was critically injured after a stabbing on Tuesday, has alleged she was tortured for hours by her adopted teenage daughter. German media reported on Friday. The victim, 57-year-old Iris Stalzer, had recently been elected mayor for the left-leaning Social Democrat Party with support from the Green Party, and was due to take office in November. She was attacked in her home in the town of Herdecke in western Germany. Investigators said on Wednesday, Stalzer was found at her home with stab wounds, apparently having been attacked by her teenage daughter. We read all of that about being airlifted. I need water. My hiccups are about to get real bad. Trump is apparently having a live stream address. Did it start yet? It shows the podium. I'll be looking at my mod chat so they can tell me when, like, it actually starts. When it actually starts. It started? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let's bring that up. We'll pause on the German attempted murder for a second.
American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars each year. And I tell the story, Glenn, that in my first term, I had the honor of being the first president in 28 years to lower drug prices during the course of the year. And we actually did. And I was so proud of myself. We called a news conference. I announced it. It was 1/8 of 1%. 1/8 of 1%. Now drug prices are going to be going down 100%, 400%, 600%, 1,000% in some cases. But for 1/8 of a cent, Bobby, think of that.
Too many numbers, brain
hurt. For 28 years, nobody had done it. And now it's, I think back to that, I said I shouldn't have had that news conference. But it's true. I was the only one that did it, but it was not very much. And now we're going to get, in some cases, 1,000% reduction. This is going to have a huge impact on everything from Social Security to Medicare to Medicaid, anything where they're buying any prescription drugs. It's going to have an incredible impact. It's going to lower itself greatly. AstraZeneca will also list many of their most popular drugs online at trumprx.gov. TrumpRx. I don't know why they put the name Trump. I did not tell them to do it, but I'm honored to let them do it.
While interesting, I have my reservations about government-controlled access to medication.
Americans can expect discounts, and as I said, it could be in many cases way over 100%. And as an example, one particular drug that's hot, very hot, 654% on inhalers, COPD and asthma, as well as certain diabetics.
That's me, I'm asthma.
They're going to be averaging about 654% reduction in price. You believe that one? The Democrats will say, well, he should have gotten more. It's crazy. In addition, all medications AstraZeneca introduces to the American market going forward will also be sold at these heavily discounted rates. Furthermore, AstraZeneca will invest $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years.
That's a lot.
For research and development of new drugs and to onshore manufacturing facilities across the country, like the new plant that broke ground yesterday in Charlottesville, Virginia, where the governor attended. They had a tremendous group of people attending. It's going to have 3,600 jobs just to begin with. And that's going to be a fantastic plant. I saw a picture. It's going to be the best, right? You can't get any better.
The best.
This is a tremendous victory for Virginia and for American patients and for everything, for the country. It's an amazing company to have coming over to the United States in such a big way. That's going to be a big part of the company. Presidents have promised for years to lower the cost of health care. But my administration is actually the first to do it and do it substantially, do it at numbers that nobody thought, even I thought were not possible. When you think of it, if you got a 1%, 2%, 5%, that's good. You did a good job. We're talking about 100, 200, 300, 500, 700 in some cases, some big, big numbers. And the largest drug companies in the world are working with us to make this a reality. And so I look forward to being at your opening of that incredible facility. I hear something, and it's in a great location, Len, right? One of the beautiful locations. So I'd now like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, followed by Dr. Oz, Pascal, Governor Youngkin, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Would anybody like to have some questions? Yes? Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, we'll take them right after, okay? Bobby, please.
Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I talked about this a little yesterday in the cabinet meeting, but it's worth repeating because it shows this historical achievement as really monumental. When I was in my confirmation process, virtually every Democratic senator showed me their preoccupation with making sure that we completed, that I was going to continue to get a commitment from me to continue the IRA drug price negotiations. That the IRA required the Democrats, while President Biden was in the first year of the IRA, to negotiate 10 drug prices down. And then I was supposed to, my first year, negotiate 15 and 15 every year thereafter, and that was their plan. The Democrats claimed that they had a 22% reduction, and that was a great success. When we actually looked at that, when I came into the agency, we realized we were actually paying more for 8 of the 10 drugs. The 22% reduction was off of list price. And Medicare ended up paying more for 8 of the drugs, equal for the 9th, and about a 2% discount on the 10th drug. So that was the plan, and that's what they did. We are continuing the IRA negotiations, but thanks to the president's leadership, we have achieved something extraordinary here, which is a dream that he's had for 20 years because he's the common sense president. He saw something 20 years ago. He learned that we were paying 3, 4, 5, sometimes 10 times for the same drug as they were paying in European countries. Some of these drugs were manufactured in facilities in New Jersey and then sold
we
for
talk about how
one-tenth the
crazy
price
expensive
in
everything
Great
here
Britain,
is in the
London,
U.S.
or
and we were
Paris,
just paying more
and
from
Americans
the source.
were being charged
Why?
for them here. He saw that this was unfair. Every Democratic president, every Republican president has said that this was the gold standard. This is what we needed to do. Nobody's been able to change it. And when we came in, I have to say I was pessimistic about doing MFN. Dr. Oz was pessimistic. Our staff, John Brook and Chris Klump and the other people we brought in were all pessimistic. The president saw something that we didn't see, which is we had leverage. And that came through Howard and the tariffs, and we had extraordinary leverage to craft these deals. So last week we had Pfizer in, which is one of the biggest American pharmaceutical companies. Today we have AstraZeneca in with Pascal Sorios, which is one of the biggest European pharmaceutical companies. And the president asked us to do three things. One, to get MFN prices. Two, to not bankrupt these companies. He understood that America has to be the center for innovation. The drug industry needs to innovate, that it's critical for its bottom line, it's critical for the health of the American people. And he asked us also to make sure that those companies would keep their promise to reshore this industry. For national security purposes, for our economy, it's critical. These companies are making these drugs in the United States. We were able to achieve all those things, and partially with the visionary help of Pascal, where is he? Of Pascal Sorios, who understood that innovation and the business doesn't work if everybody is not pulling the oars, if everybody doesn't have the skin in the game. The whole world was riding on our shoulders and riding on our dime. 70% of pharmaceutical revenues comes from this country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. And we were paying for 80 or 90% of the innovation here. And the rest of the world was a free rider. Wow. And Pascal understood that that's not fair, and it's not a good, sustainable, long-term business model. And he came to the table. He was one of the first leaders to come to the table. I want to thank him for his vision, for operating with us in good faith. And this is an extraordinary deal. Not only that, but as the president just pointed out, he is also reshoring this industry here. He has 19 facilities already operating in this country. He has this other facility in Albemarle County that Dr. Oz went with Governor Youngkin and broke ground on yesterday. He has a second facility that is under construction in Kendall Square in Boston, another facility in Rockville, Maryland, and a fourth facility in Copper, Texas, right outside of Dallas-Fort Worth. And he's got plans for building many more in this country, thanks to the president's leadership, to the tariffs, and to the common sense the president has demonstrated in his own commitment to make drug prices lower for hardworking Americans. So I want to thank the president for your visionary leadership. I want to thank Dr. Oz for his part and Marty McCary in negotiating this deal. Dr. Heidi Overton, Theo Merkel, Chris Klump, and John Brooks, who all played critical parts in the negotiation. And of course, Howard Lutnick, who was the key to these negotiations. Who do we bring up now? Dr. Oz.
Thanks, Secretary.
He'll take your place, Pascal.
Oh, Pascal, I get to introduce Pascal, which I'll do with great joy and honor. So the world is watching as President Trump tries to make peace in every place he can go. But at the same time, President Trump is putting peace into the hearts of Americans and bringing peace of mind to them, especially Americans who cannot afford their medications. And just to put a number on this, as he releases us from the bondage of paying 3 times more for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same pill box, in the same instruction manual overseas, rather in this country than we pay overseas, it creates an opportunity for us because, Mr. President, you're turning the art of the deal into the art of the heel. And that is something that you're going to witness today. And it's the second, we have more coming, but this is a very important one because I want to set the stage here. And Ms. Secretary, you're too modest. Secretary Kennedy did have a vision to push hard on this. He understood we could give the right medications to the right people at the right time.
So, like,
and there is nothing more maha than giving folks life-saving medications in a timely fashion so you prevent illnesses and treat other ones that have already occurred. You save lives that way. That literally is what was on the line as we began negotiating these. So let's set the stage. Where are we right now? Why this order? Last week in this very room, President Trump welcomed the CEO of Pfizer, and that company, a leading U.S. pharmaceutical company, pledged to provide exactly what the president promised.
Wasn't there like
massive discounts to allow us to have most favored nation drug pricing in this country so we don't allow our people to pay more than folks overseas. And this was unthinkable even 6 months ago, 7 months ago when we came into office. And Americans now have the ability to do that, but we needed to prove it was scalable. So we went to AstraZeneca, which is the leading pharmaceutical company, a leading company in the entire world, but a massive opportunity in this march to MFN, a march to most favored nation drug pricing. And to have this message land clearly, we needed to make sure that the president's demand for fair drug pricing was heard all around the globe. And I actually think the single most powerful tool we had was the president, because people take him seriously. And some of the things that they were hearing overseas were alarming at them enough that they began to realize the jig was up. So let's talk about the deal specifically. What are John Brooks, if you give me my Vanna White, please. John back there, Theo, Vince, Heidi were parts of the team. There are other members of the team I'll speak of in a second. So these are the 5 deal points. This is what Trump RX, by the way, which just launched, TrumpRx.gov, which was a unanimous name, by the way, Mr. President. He was not involved in picking the name, but it was not a difficult one to land on. We thought it had a catchy element to it. All primary care medications sold by AstraZeneca are going to be available on Trump RX, which means no more gaming, no more middlemen. Starting early next year, when you go to the website, you'll be able to see a marketplace. We're not selling the drugs. We're just making information available to everyone so you go to the right place to buy the right medication. Second, drugs for lung diseases are discounted massively, and that's over here on this line. The president highlighted 650%. They're significant discounts, and these are medications. We just picked the ones for lung disease and one for metabolic syndrome, diabetes, but there are others that are included. We have most favored nation pricing for everyone who is on Medicaid in this country. That's why Governor Youngkin is able to do backflips with his nimble 6'6" physique, because for governors, this is a massive problem. If Medicaid prices continue going up, it crowds out other social services, which he'll speak to. We also have MFN for all new prescription drugs. Mr. President, by the time this term is done, 95% of all drugs sold in America, branded drugs and generic, will be available at most favored nation drug pricing. Americans are going to benefit if the prices drop abroad. So Secretary Lutnick is going to make sure that if we get better prices for these companies from our partner countries overseas, the American people see those benefits, and there's going to be onshoring of manufacturing. And as has been mentioned, I stood with Governor Youngkin and Pascal Soriot as we broke ground yesterday in Charlottesville, Virginia, a massive $4 billion facility. That's the hard hat, Mr. President. I know you like construction, so that was all I could bring back. But there was a lot of remarkable energy. And here's what that event really does. It sends a signal. It sends a signal for all countries around the world to stop freeloading off American innovation. It's done. It's not going to happen anymore with this president. And if you aren't picking up your end of the bargain, then you're going to be welcoming a lot of more companies to leave your shores and allow us to welcome them into our shores as they open up manufacturing facilities here. And for all the pharmaceutical companies out there, we're talking to all of you, pick up a shovel. This is a great place to build a facility, as AstraZeneca has shown us, and I think it has a wonderful opportunity in the future as well, as this country continues to support the innovation Secretary Kennedy spoke about, because we're not compromising that at all. We're just getting fair prices for the American people. To the team, tough negotiations, Mr. President. You know how hard they can be. You can't get there without world-class negotiators, and we are blessed by individuals to work with the AstraZeneca team who are killers, head-to-head. And why? Because talented people out of the private sector are coming into government to serve this president in a generational opportunity that they feel in their heart will make a difference. John Brooks is part of that team. Chris Klump, Inma Hernandez, numerous other folks contributed as well. But we're open for business, and if you want a great position and a patriot, like the folks who negotiated these deals, please consider coming with us, because the president has made it clear that you will make a difference in government. Finally, I want to thank Pascal Serio. Pascal is an interesting, almost enigmatic individual. He's a CEO of AstraZeneca. He is born in France, Australian citizen, knighted in Great Britain, running their largest pharmaceutical company. So you figure out the lineage. But one thing I know is a very, very smart man who came here early on, took the president seriously, and he recognized the inherent unfairness of the European model of global freeloading off our innovation. He appreciated the challenge, and he wanted to be part of the solution. So Pascal, take it away.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Guy.
So, President Trump, it is really a pleasure to see you again, since I had a chance to meet you last time you visited the UK for your state visit. I know the King actually kept you late during the night, during your visit, late up at night. And I must thank you, actually, for returning the favor. I can tell you, you've kept me up at night, and my team as well. But it has been really worth it. It's been worth it, because today I'm really excited to announce AstraZeneca's commitment to your vision for a healthy America. Great leadership is about having an ambitious vision that can energize people, and you appoint a very talented team that can deliver on this. Your vision
like how
is
Trump
exactly
keeps looking
that.
at the ceiling like he's getting bored.
It is about lowering the price of medicines for American patients, while ensuring that America remains a global powerhouse of innovation in biopharmaceuticals. And that's not easy to do. We need to keep inventing the technologies and the products that will cure disease. But you actually gave us a key, equalization. That's an important word. Yeah. You've assembled a remarkable team, actually, that together with us found a way to deliver on your vision. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your collaborative and your trusting approach throughout the discussion that led to this agreement. In addition, I would like to thank Secretary Lutnick, I'd like to thank Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Oz, and the CMS team, in particular John Brooks, who is here today, but also Chris Klump, for their very straightforward approach and their collaborative work that, together with my great team at AstraZeneca, enabled us to deliver this agreement today. It is an agreement that allows a number of wins. First of all, a great win for American patients. This agreement will deliver improved access to our medicines at a lower cost. We've addressed the 4 points that you raised in your letter, ensuring Americans do not pay more than patients in other wealthy countries. So it's a big win for patients and the healthcare system as a whole. But it's also a big win for the economy and for taxpayers, because it supports rebalancing the cost of innovation across wealthy nations. For too long, America has shouldered a disproportionate portion of the world's R&D cost for breakthrough medicines development. That imbalance is not sustainable. It had to change. An equalization levels the playing field, with wealthy nations contributing their fair share to the cost and the risk associated with biopharmaceuticals R&D. And I would say it's also a big win for state budgets, because these Medicaid price reductions will have an immediate impact on Medicaid budgets and provide substantial relief to state budgets. Finally, your vision also secures America's strong position in life sciences and the onshoring of critical innovations and manufacturing. As a company, we will invest $50 billion in manufacturing and in R&D. We already have a large presence in the United States. We have 19 sites, and we employ 25,000 people around the country. They're all developing the new generation of medicines. But we'll continue to increase our presence in this country. We're expanding our manufacturing
so what you're saying
in
is
Texas.
buy the dip.
We're building our second large R&D center in Kendall Square in Boston. We are building a cell therapy manufacturing plant in Rockville, Maryland, and there's more to come. So a lot of investment over the next few years. I want to say that I appreciate very much Secretary Lutnick granting us a 3-year tariff exemption to localize the remainder of our products. Most of our products are locally manufactured, but we need to transfer the remaining part to this country. And also for your great support to convince also other wealthy countries to share the cost of pharmaceutical innovation It is an important part of this agreement, rebalancing and the cost around the country, around the world. Yesterday showcased our commitment to the United States with this $4.5 billion investment in the beautiful Commonwealth of Virginia to manufacture what we call API, active ingredients for our medicines, but also antibody-drug conjugates that are such a critical part of the future treatment of cancer care, what is called smart chemotherapy, targeted chemotherapy. I want to thank Dr. Oz for joining us for the groundbreaking ceremony near Charlottesville, together with Governor Youngkin. And I actually love your AstraZeneca hat. I know you wanted to bring a shovel, but didn't make it to this beautiful room. I have to say, it has been a great pleasure to work with Governor Youngkin and his team, in particular Secretary Segura, on this investment. Like you, President Trump, they are deal makers that move at the speed of business. And it's very important for us company to be able to work with people who understand who we are and move very fast. Our new facility will be a great example of Virginia supporting domestic production of medicines for America, enhancing national security in pharmaceutical supply,
I guess I don't understand,
but also create thousands of highly skilled
money
jobs.
humor.
Governor Youngkin gave me a beautiful Virginia flag that we will proudly fly alongside the American flag in front of our new facility. So AstraZeneca's commitment to the United States is very strong. And this agreement ensures we'll make an even bigger difference for American patients. So, Mr. President, thank you again for welcoming me in this beautiful office and for making this moment possible. Thank you so much.
Pascal. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Glenn.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank everyone
this guy tall.
for celebrating this landmark moment.
Holy
this landmark
fuck.
moment is not just a moment to announce a new way to buy less expensive, life-saving medicine, but it is a step function change in the way that Virginians and Americans can access
I didn't
medicines.
know that.
And it is a step function change because historically there was an opaque pricing mechanism that had so many people standing between the manufacturers and the patients that no one knew really what it cost. Well, now we can go direct
I wonder
to
who's
consumers.
taller, Barron Trump
and
or
that's
this
what
guy?
Trump RX is all about, going direct to consumers, where a consumer can come and find that particular medication that they need and go direct to the company and get the best possible price. Second of all, the most favored nation clause
Trump is a giant.
a groundbreaking moment. It's a groundbreaking moment because, as you've heard, that American customers have been paying 3, 4, 5 times what international customers have been paying. That is just not fair. And Mr. President, I want to thank you for simply recognizing that America must come first, and Americans deserve the best pricing, not the worst. It changes everything for a state. In Virginia, we have $1.5 billion a year of pharmaceutical expenditure under our Medicaid plan. $1.5 billion a year. We save 10%, 20%, 30%. All of a sudden, 150, 300 million, 450 million in savings can be realized by a state. Now, I firmly believe that's the people's money, and it should go back in tax relief. But think about the change that that enables for a state as they manage their healthcare expenditures. Finally, Mr. President, you have driven a reshoring of critical supply chains that no one thought could happen. The industries that everyone thought were lost are now coming home, and with pharmaceutical manufacturing and active pharmaceutical ingredients particularly coming back to America, it changes everything. It's an economic moment for us. Yes, $4.5 billion into the Virginia economy, and that will in fact translate into $3 or $4 of extra economic impact for every dollar that is spent, 3,600 great paying jobs. But it's even more than that. This is a national security moment. And what you've just heard is one of the leading pharmaceutical companies in the world is choosing America.
The
and
last
yes, Virginia,
to complete the
to invest nearly $5 billion to build the most critical manufacturing
How long did it take
for the
to get
future
stolen?
of America's health. That's not just a single example. It's happening all over. And in fact, in Virginia, Mr. President, we've been blessed with nearly $10 billion of commitments to build new pharmaceutical manufacturing in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. And therefore, I believe this is a moment to celebrate investment, but more importantly, to celebrate breakthroughs for American citizens to get access to life-saving medicines at costs that they deserve, because they're all made here. Mr. President, you and your cabinet have been amazing. As a governor, I have found that the cooperation with every one of your cabinet members, and sir, yes, you, has been beyond compare that I could ever imagine. I want to thank you for helping us make Virginia great again, too. Thank you.
That's cool, but we can't let that J. Jones guy become AG.
So we have, at this moment, I think we just cracked $18 trillion in commitments and investments in our country. As an example, the last administration was far less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're at plus $18 trillion for 8 months. There's never been anything like it in history, in any country, anywhere in the world. So that's great. But maybe for purposes of this, more importantly, we're going to bring drug prices down at numbers that nobody ever thought possible, Glenn. I think nobody ever even thought it was possible. So we're going to be doing a lot of business, but we're going to be also numbers that when you're 2, 3, 4, 500% less. I just noticed one of them over here, 654% discount. 654. The laggard is 98%, right? 9 is that what? Wow, 96, 230%, but 654, and we have some that top that by a lot. So it's really going to be incredible, and that's going to be so good for Medicaid and Medicare and everything. Frankly, for your life, it's going to be so good. So nobody ever thought they were going to see. And don't let Democrats take the credit, because they'll try. They'll say, "Oh, we worked so hard," and they didn't work hard. They did. They obstructed. They actually did the opposite. So that's really more important than even the tremendous investments being made in our country. But think of it, we cracked 18 trillion with a T, trillion dollars, and frankly, 1 trillion for 4 years wasn't that bad. He did less than a trillion, but we did that in a period of 8 months. So it's pretty record-shattering by many trillions of dollars. Any country, no matter what country you're talking about, nobody's done numbers like that. So thank you all for being here. Do you want to have a couple of questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, one on this, if I could, and one on China, if I may. Okay. First on this, could you have brought these pharmaceutical companies to the table without that 100% tariff that you imposed?
Well, it's not 100%. You're talking about China might be 100%.
No, I'm talking about the 100% you imposed on pharmaceuticals for that sector.
I would never have been able to bring them. Now, I'm not sure that Pascal would like to say, but behind the scenes he did say tariffs were a big reason he came here, and also the fact he loved Virginia. He liked this guy. He liked me.
That's pretty cool.
I think the November 5th election was a very important date. We had a good election, and that was important. But yeah, he's here. A lot of. I can speak for almost everybody that's here. Most of them are here because of tariffs, because you have to understand he has no tariffs. If you build in this country, there are no tariffs. So.
I want to ask you about China, if I could. Just want to confirm: have you canceled your meeting with President Xi? And
no, I haven't canceled, but I don't know that we're going to have it. But I'm going to be there regardless, so I would assume we might have it. But they hit the world with something that really is not anything that people are going to do, and it was shocking. I can tell you, Howard and I and Todd, we all Scott, we were all speaking about it before.
Website is live? Okay.
We said, where did that come from? It was just, that was out of the blue, right? Out of the blue, they came up with this whole import-export concept, and nobody knew anything about it. So.
If they roll back their export controls, the new announcement, would you roll back?
Look, we're going to have to see what happens. That's why I made it November 1st. We'll see what happens, yeah.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
What else besides software could be on the table in terms of export controls?
A lot more. I mean, you have a lot more. We have airplanes. We have airplane parts. You remember that from last time? And we were just surprised at China. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated. This was just a response to something that they did. And they didn't really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have many things, including a big thing is airplane. They have a lot of Boeing planes, and they need parts and lots of things like that. Steve?
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the Gaza
Oz's
deal.
predecessor, the
And
Biden
what would
admin's
be your
equivalent, was a
message
public
to the
policy
people?
master.
Well, he wanted it,
Zero
you know,
medical
it's been a long
experience.
time.
Dr.
He's
Oz
been
was
fighting
a
a long
practicing
time. He's
heart
been fighting
surgeon
hard.
until
He wanted it.
2018.
It's
Well,
a
that is
great deal for
interesting.
Israel, but it's a great deal for everybody, for Arabs, for Muslims, for everybody, for the world. And as you know, on Monday the hostages come back. They're getting them now. I mean, they're getting them now. They're in some pretty rough places under earth. They're in some pretty rough places where only a few people know where they are, in some cases. So they're getting them, and they're also getting the bodies, approximately 28 bodies. And some of those bodies are being unearthed right now as we speak. I mean, they're working on it right now as we speak.
Unearthed bodies.
It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. No, he was very happy with it. And I can tell you that I saw Israel dancing in the streets, but they were dancing in Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE and many, many countries. I saw Egypt. They were dancing. I'll be going to Israel. I'll be speaking at the Knesset, I think, early on. And then I'm also going to Egypt. They were terrific. But all of
I
the
saw
countries
Egypt's
were
border
great.
wall the other
Indonesia
day.
was
That
great.
shit is wild.
Jordan was great. They were all great. Everybody wants this deal to happen.
What happens in Gaza the day after the hostage release?
Day after what?
The day after the hostage release, what happens there then?
Well, hopefully you're going to have great success for, I call it everlasting success. I think you will too. I think you're going to have tremendous success, and Gaza is going to be rebuilt. And you have some very wealthy countries, as you know, over there, and it would take a small fraction of their wealth to do that. But and I think they want to do it. And we're also setting up, as you know, a board of peace. It's called the Board of Peace. I don't know if that's the final name, but the word peace is definitely in there. And they have asked me if I chair it. We'll make sure things go well.
And how confident are you that the ceasefire will hold?
I think it'll hold, yeah. I think it'll hold. They're all tired of the fighting. Don't forget, you had October 7th, which was a horrible day, 1,200 people killed. But Hamas has lost 58,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. People understand that. So, no, I think they're all tired of fighting. And this really gives the whole Middle East, this is beyond Gaza. Gaza is very important, but this is beyond Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East.
Are we going to rebuild the
And it is
700,000
a beautiful
people
thing.
who were
You know,
lost?
it's a term
What
that you and I have
dumb
been hearing
fucking
since we were very
question.
young, right?
Let's
And
just
now
keep
we
the
have a
war
chance of
going
really
because
having
a
that.
lot
And
of tragedy
as you know,
already occurred.
most of
What
the countries
what the
have
fuck?
passed all these resolutions. Every country is there. Iran came in. I was very happy to see that. I was very honored that Iran came in. They said they support it. Russia came in. President Putin, he supports it fully, very fully. So I was happy to see even countries that weren't necessarily involved in the process, they all support it. I don't know of anybody that does it. And I've never seen happier people than many of these places, not just Israel. Many of these places, they're all dancing in the streets. I've never seen anything like it.
Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead, please, in the back.
Thank you. What guarantees did you give Hamas to persuade them that Israel will restart the bombing campaign once the hostages have been exchanged?
What did I do with respect to them? Well, you know, I spoke a little bit tough, and that's what would happen. I mean, you have to speak tough. That's a tough world. That's a tough, as they say, neighborhood. And they're tough people. They're very tough people, and they're smart people. They're good negotiators. They have a lot of things going. They put that to good use. They're going to be very, very successful. But they knew the retribution would be tremendous, unsustainable. It would have been unsustainable. It would have been complete obliteration, and they didn't want that. And nobody wants it at this point. They want to get on with rebuilding the entire Middle East. It's not only Gaza. It's going to be the entire Middle East. They're going to be able to live in peace. Now we have some little hot spots, but they're very small. You know the ones I'm talking about. They're very small. They'll be very easy to put out. Those fires are going to be put out very quickly. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking about the Middle East still, going to the phases that come after this first phase, is there consensus on the additional points in your plan, or are the details still being fine-tuned?
I think
I'm
there is
very
consensus
interested
on
in like
most of
why
it,
he
and some of
thinks
the
the
details,
ceasefire
like
is going to
anything
hold
else, will
this
be worked
time.
out, because you'll find out that when you're sitting in a beautiful room in Egypt, it's easy to work something out, but then sometimes it doesn't work from a practical standpoint. So certain little things, but for the most part, there's consensus, yes.
Do you intend to hash that out when you're in Egypt?
I might, yeah. I mean, I'll be there because I'll be going to, I'll go to Cairo. I think that's where we're going, as opposed to the place of the signing. And we have a lot of leaders from all over the world coming too. I know they've been invited. And then I'm coming back, I believe it's Tuesday night, for Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine, a friend of all of ours, a friend of a lot of the people right here. And we're giving him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest honor you get outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. One's military, one's civilian, but it's the greatest honor. And Erica's beautiful wife is going to be here, and a lot of people are going to be here. So, it's not easy for me to get back. It's a very quick trip, but I'll be making 2 major stops, and then I'll be on the plane trying to get back in time for Charlie. They're going to have a great celebration at the White House, in the East Room of the White House.
Mr. President? Russell Vogt said the reductions in force have begun related to this shutdown. How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which agencies?
And it'll be Democrat-oriented, because we figure, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days, but it'll be a lot of people, all because of the Democrats. I mean, they want to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally. More important than that, because we all have a big heart. We want people to be taken care of, but we have 0 people coming in. You know that, Glenn, right? That's a pretty impressive number, even for a successful governor.
Yeah.
But we've had, for the last 4 months, 0 people coming in illegally. They're coming in, but they're coming in legally. They're coming in through a process that's really a really good process right now, because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. So what we're doing is, as these different groups come due, we're going to make a determination. Do we want them or not? And I must tell you, a lot of them happen to be Democrat-oriented. These are people that the Democrats wanted, that in many cases were not appropriate. We fought them at the time, and it was ultimately signed in. And some of these people, these are largely people that the Democrats want. Many of them will be fired. Yes, please, behind.
The Nobel Peace Prize was announced this morning. Your thoughts?
Which one?
The Nobel Peace Prize. Your thoughts?
Look, including a very big one, and I'm not sure, when you say big, it's certainly, I think, to the mind of most, the most important deal ever made in terms of peace. But the one we just signed, it's been signed, sealed, and it's going to start taking place now. It's already started.
Having zeros a pipe.
Monday's going to be a very big day when the hostages come
zero.
back. But I made 8 deals, transactions of wars. One was 31 years going on. 10 million people were killed. One was 34 years. One was 36, 37. One was 10. One was just starting. 2 were just starting, actually, but they were well on their way. In the case of India and Pakistan, 7 planes were shot down. It was a bad one. And I did it largely through trade. I mean, that one, numerous of them. I talked tariffs. I said, look, if you're going to do that, we're going to put very big tariffs on your country. And they were both great. They stopped fighting, and there were 2 nuclear powers. So, they're all big. They're every one of them big. You take a look at the Congo. You take a look at the Congo and Rwanda. 10 million people killed over a long period of time. Got that one solved. We did a total of 8 as of this. 2 days ago, I would have said 7, which I did say, but the other one was signed up, sealed. As you know, Israel signed it just now. They signed it and they approved it today, their parliament. And it's a great honor to be involved with so many. So the person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do.
That is very sweet.
I didn't say then give it to me, though. I think she might have. She was very nice. And I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela. It's a basic disaster. So And you could also say it was given out for 24, and I was running for office in 24. You know, all of the transactions that we did in terms of closing. But there are those that say we did so much that they should have done it. But I don't take. I'm happy because I saved millions of lives. Many millions of lives. And speaking of somebody that saves lives, don't ever play golf with him, because Keegan Bradley just walked in, one of the greatest golfers in the world, the captain of the Ryder Cup. And man, I'll tell you, you did a good job. You almost came back. I turned on. I said, you know, I sort of turned off. It wasn't looking good. And then a little while later, I turned on. I said, you guys might make, that would have been the miracle. What a great job. He's respected by those golfers like nobody. And I just want to compliment you, Keegan. That was a incredible job. Right here, we have a lot of unfriendly fake news media, and he's not used to that. He's used to getting only good publicity, I think.
I love
These
how
are all
he
golfers.
shits on the journalist every chance he gets.
You're some
Welcome.
golfer, I'll tell you that, and some leader. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank
He's
you.
rambling like Kirsche before touching the truth.
On immigration, ICE are making arrests, target arrests at courthouses in New York City and around the country. To
Criminals,
the
arresting criminals. That's right. Yeah.
So
go ahead.
reaction to that?
I'm happy about it. I want them to arrest criminals. And if you take a look at D.C., a year ago, D.C. was our great capital was a very unsafe place. You know that. Some of you were mugged, and talk openly about it. Some of the media was mugged. But right now, D.C. is one of the safest places in the whole country. The restaurants are booming. They're opening up new restaurants. The restaurants are all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. They're opening up new restaurants. It took 12 days for us. We sent in not politically correct military. We sent them in based on merit. You know, we won the case in the Supreme Court. Everything now is based on merit. Our country was founded on things based on merit. Like Keegan Bradley's not going to be playing golf if he wasn't a great player. If he shoots lower scores, there's no more merit system than that one, Keegan, right? If you miss a putt, they don't say, oh, that's okay, let's take it again, do they? No, it's based on merit. Everything's based on merit. And we're back to the merit system. And when they saw that military is all about merit. They're big, strong people that they're patriots too. And you take a look at D.C., golf. And now we're in Memphis, and Memphis was really crime-ridden. It was terrible. A lot of people being killed. And they say in 12 days they can't even believe how much better it is. And it'll take probably a month over there, and we're heading to Chicago because we want to save Chicago. Do you know they had over 4,000 people killed in Chicago over a short 4,000 people, and I have to watch this slob of a governor stand up and say that, well, everything's okay, we've got it under control. They had 4,000 people murdered over a very short period of time. There's not a city in the world.
You know they're gonna be like, how short of a period of time was it? You didn't give us any numbers.
I won't embarrass anybody, like by saying Mexico City or by saying anywhere in Afghanistan. There's no place like that. And then I have to listen to the mayor, who's got a 5% approval rate, maybe less. He's an incompetent man. And the governor's an incompetent guy. He's a guy that was thrown out of his family business like a dog.
He's incompetent.
I know his family very well.
Nipples protruding.
And now he's a governor.
Gross.
And when I watch him trying to say that it's okay, we have crime under control. I lost 4,000 people over a
crime under control where people are just ramming cars into ICE agents, getting into gunfights, and then driving themselves to the hospital. Unacceptable, man.
But 4,000 people died. And then he gets up and talks about how it's not a problem. Or Portland, Oregon. I mean, every time I look at that place, the place is burning down. There's fires all over the place. When a store owner, there are very few of them left, but when a store owner rebuilds a store, they build it out of plywood, and they don't put up storefronts anymore. They just put wood up because they know it's going to be ripped down. And then I hear how wonderful it is. It's not wonderful. It's a disaster. That's almost an insurrection, that place. So we put our people in there, and they do the job, and they've really done the job. And the beautiful thing is we've done it. 12 days we had this place safe, and now it's, I would say within a month it was beautiful, and it continues to be. That was 3 months ago. I'll tell you, D.C. now is one of the hottest places, just like this country. We were a dead country, and you've heard me say it 100 times. We were a dead country. King of Saudi Arabia said it. Others say the emir of Qatar
I mean,
said it.
he's not
Many,
wrong.
UAE said it.
We weren't really a
The
real
leader,
country.
great
We're just a
leader,
wallet for
UAE,
everyone else.
All great leaders. They said effectively the same thing. 1 year ago, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I just want to thank everybody, and I want
We're a
to,
hot
in
country.
particular, thank AstraZeneca. What a great company you have. What a company you've built. You've been there a long time and done some job. It's an honor to have you. I assume you're going to build, so it's 4.5 billion for a plant. That's a pretty big plant, isn't it?
The hottest.
I
We
was going to
just
say,
like
could he make it a
Linda?
little bit
For
more?
real, for real?
Well, we have a couple of them where they're going to spend 65 billion on one plant. You know, the AI. All I know
That
is,
dude
this,
is
you know,
a
AI is
fucking
based on
giant!
information. I hope they're right about information. I don't know. You got to make a lot of money to. There's got to be a lot of information out there, but that seems to be pretty hot. But we have a lot. We're leading the world on information on AI, as you know, by a lot. It's not even close. So we're doing a job.
Thanks,
And I want to
Elon.
thank everybody, but in particular, Pascal, thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time.
That was interesting.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, get the fuck out! That's what her tone of voice is saying.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you, get the fuck out of my office! Wrap it up. That was interesting. I want to see the Trump website for the RXs. What was it, like trumprx.gov? Yep, I was correct. I'm nuts. Find your medication for the lowest price. So originally, I was kind of worried, right? I was like, I don't know how much I feel about the government controlling, like, the sale of drugs and whatnot. But considering it just sounds like it's going to be a compilation of where you can buy your drug for the lowest price, I think that's better. And I think that's actually a serviceable thing that can be very helpful for everyone to have, like, the government database of where the medication can be got and how expensive it is at every single place. I think that would be very helpful for people. And it's not going to be like some weird website controlled by special interests that are going to, like Honey, you know? It's like, oh, we're only going to give you the 10% off coupon. We can't give you 15% kind of thing. Remove the middlemen that are shitty-ass pharmacies. Yeah. It sounds like it'll actually be a good thing. And especially after the fucking disaster that was Obamacare, we need good thing. Trump RX doesn't sell medications. Instead, it connects patients directly with the best prices, increasing transparency and cutting out costly third-party markups. Very helpful sounding. President Trump is delivering on promises that experts said were impossible by taking bold action to lower prescription drug costs for American families without sacrificing innovation. Americans have unfairly shouldered the cost of drug development for decades, only to see those same medications sold abroad for a fraction of the price paid in the U.S. Broken system hasn't just been unfair, it's driven up the costs and hurt the most vulnerable among us. Trump is changing that with Trump RX. And hopefully this goes well, because yes, I am sick of my tax dollars going to, like, abortions in Nairobi, or like condoms for transgender people in Colombia, right? Like, I can't even remember how many ridiculous things that he listed off when he got inaugurated and whatnot, where he's just like, look at all these ridiculous things that we spend fucking money on. I can't remember the exact name, so don't fucking 100% quote me there, man. But it was absolute ridiculous shit that we were spending on foreign countries. And American citizens shouldn't be responsible for paying healthcare costs of other countries. Our healthcare system is fucked enough as is. Mr. Punished Fink, thank you. Remember when the Democrats made the cringe cat video lying about the government shutdown and claiming Republicans are the cause of increasing healthcare costs? Really makes you wonder what they're going to say about Republicans lowering healthcare. That's a great question, because, like, again, like, all the Democrats really do at this point is lie about everything. So I'm sure people are going to look at this and be like, Trump is trying to sell medicine so he can enrich himself, or some dumb shit like that. It's just like, the shutdown is because the Republicans didn't want to give the Democrats funding for illegal immigrant health care, which you're here illegally. You're not entitled to American money. He explained Obamacare to a British person. They thought it sounded horrible and thought it was Trump healthcare. He then walked it back and thought it was great when you said it was Obama. Oh, God. I've loved videos like that on YouTube where they like talk about a horrible policy and people are like, yeah, that's why I hate Trump. And they're like, well, actually, I just watch Obama. Larismador, thank you for those gift blankets on cake. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They didn't really lower the price of medicine. It just let Trump decide what medications you're allowed to have. Dems probably. Jesus Christ. Trump, thank you, Pharaoh. Very cool. That would be a funny AI video. Thank you, Zero G Style. Thank you. Funny, you watch them do the exact same thing over the coof shots. When people can't bring themselves to type that name, will end up paying more. I was like, I hope this is a good thing, and I hope it'll be a good place to go check prices for stuff. I love a deal. Never pay full price, chat. Never pay full price. America deserves the best price. Designed in DC by the National Design Studio. Graphic design is their passion after. I'd like this image, though. Even if Trump wasn't in it, like Photoshop him out, that's a nice image. Nice background image. And just a reminder that the only thing the Affordable Care Act did was increase the cost of insurance premiums and increase the gap of being too poor to afford a decent insurance, but not poor enough to be under Medicaid. Yep, that's exactly what happened to me. There was like a cap limit that Obama put on being like under your parents' health care. And so after that, I had to get my own health care. And I made too much money for Obamacare, didn't make enough money because I had pre-existing conditions with my back issues and with asthma. My monthly premiums were like $670, $680. I can't remember now. It's so long ago. But like on the high end of the 600s. And I was like, yeah, I can't afford that monthly. What the fuck? So I didn't have healthcare. And I had to pay the you're too poor to afford healthcare penalty fees at the end of the year. And then thankfully the next year Trump was like, yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. That was like the first thing he did when he got into office. He was just like, yeah, we're not gonna have fees on people too poor to afford healthcare. Government math do be mathing. Thank you, Obama. 600 monthly. Yeah, Obamacare's fucked. It was absolutely fucked up. You had to take a tax hit because no insurance. Yep. Your family got kicked off your plan after the ACA kicked in. Still don't have insurance. Same. I've been finding out that it's just cheaper without insurance. Like, unironically, things have just been cheaper without having insurance. I don't know why, and they're still expensive as fuck, but it's cheaper without insurance for some reason. Anthony, thank you. To tell you how bad Chicago is and all of Operation Iraqi Freedom 4431 service members passed. I do not understand your statement. I apologize. I cast knife, thank you. If we can cut out the pork and have our money go directly to the ones making the meds, that'll cut our cost and give them more cash to innovate with. That's, I guess, what he's hoping will happen because the AstraZeneca people are building their new place out in Maryland, I think he said. Or Virginia. Maryland or Virginia. I don't know. They mentioned Maryland a couple of times. But, like, having things be produced here, I think will be very, very helpful. Bringing back any kind of production, whether it be manufacturing or drugs or whatever, I think is going to be very good for our country in general. You get PR insurance, which should be like $150, and then just book appointments and shit, and then fly, stay in a hotel, get your shit done, and still pay less than 10% of what you would pay in the US. That might unironically be an option. Promotion of LGBTQ in Lesotho was one of the things Trump listed in the State of the Union address with regards to where the taxpayer money is going. Absurd. Absolutely silly. Irshi, thank you.
It wasn't entirely Obama. Supreme Court Justice Roberts illegally rewrote a large swath of the ACA in order to make it so it wasn't overtly unconstitutional.
Why? I don't remember that happening. That's kind of wild. Why? Why would they do such a thing? People still misunderstand the Affordable Care Act. Your premium went up 300 to 500%, but you pay a subsidized cost. Your premium is $500 to $800, but you're only paying $80 monthly out of pocket. But the rest, you're still paying through taxes. It's all a scam. It's all laundering billions from citizens through taxes. I mean, while you're right that you're paying it through taxes, you're only paying $80 monthly out of pocket is also not entirely correct based on some of the things I've seen people have to pay. So it's like you were just getting fucking dicked down by massive Minotaur dongs no matter what. I don't understand how people thought that it was a good thing. Say that it's subsidized, but your premiums also went up. Zero G style, thank you again. Let me scroll up here because I missed a lot of thank yous during that address. Hey Momo, thank you for the member. Well, thank you. Thank you for the member. Zero G style, thank you. Get 'em, read the stats. I love stats reading. Women love milking the Minotaurs. It can't be all bad.
Health insurance actually makes things more expensive. Healthcare providers will bill more for padding their pockets when they can bill a bottomless money pit. Without insurance, they know they can't get more than what you have.
I mean, that's a decent point. That's a decent point. I was like, when I went to get my MRI, I did crowdfunding for my MRI, and it was a couple $1,000s, but if I had had insurance, it would have been like $10,000, and I was like, that's fucking crazy, brother. That's nuts. And then they were like, well, maybe we could have you come back and do one with contrast. And I was like, nah, I'm not going back in your human sausage machine. Ain't no way. No, thank you. Zero G style, thank you. You want to hear him say something about the pyramids and camels? So happy he's on his peace tour. I wanna see Trump with the pyramids, man. And Cold Acid, I answered you, but I didn't say thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Cold Acid, for the 25, dude. Thank you. Therian, thank you. Next, you should get rid of the AMA and revive the tech. They got buried like the Rife machine. Heck of a rabbit hole. I can't even think what the Rife machine is off the top of my head. I cast knife, thank you. Hilariously, the ACA burned all of Obama's political capital. And even then, he only got the neutered version. We could be even worse. I mean, fair. Joshua Morning, thank you. The timeline is healing. Monya! Zero G style, thank you. You wish Trump was casually wearing the medallion he got in Saudi Arabia, just flexing it. Wearing it while he's golfing. Wonder how the Dems would say it's actually a bad thing. He's wearing his lucky medallion. I don't know what the medallion looks like, but I just pictured Trump having like a giant golden medallion akin to like Flava Flav's giant clock necklace. Dental's also crazy, and there isn't even a way to get good dental coverage except through certain jobs. It's a joke in the U.S. that, like, you're only allowed to have teeth if you're rich. The Rife machine is what the Scooby-Doo calls his sex bot. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's a hospital in Oklahoma that does not accept insurance. Price listed is like a restaurant menu. Interesting. Baron of Beef Dip. Oh, God. There was a restaurant in New Hampshire that got killed by COVID, and they had the best cheeseburger dip I've ever had in my life. They would give you, I think I paid like $10 or something. Like, it was so cheap. And you would get a giant taco shell. I'm talking like this was a taco boat, not a taco bowl. It was like the size of my fucking head. And they would fill it with like melted nacho cheese and cheeseburger and pickles and jalapenos and just like all the toppings of a cheeseburger inside this dip. And they would give you a mountain of tortilla chips. It was so fucking good. And I'm so sad that COVID killed them. Battleizer, thank you. You haven't been reading the Minotaur milking book, have I? No, I'm not into Minotaur milking. I apologize. Swallow your mattress. I don't want to go on TLC. Tiger, thank you for the biddies. Seeing your sister's opinion let you get a good look into the echo chamber leftist mindset every now and then. All this talk about borders are just lines on a map with no meaning and Christian nationalists taking over. You hate that your sister wasted money getting indoctrinated at a university. It boggles your mind that some of your family don't get the importance of immigration when we immigrated legally. That is, help, that is kind of wild. I feel the same way when I read posts from my dad's girlfriend sometimes. I'm just like, I will never talk politics with her, and I think that's the way we can live happily. No clip through, thank you. After your slightly bummer of a birthday, you realize one of the job sites hadn't paid you in over a month. Cashed a fat paycheck today and paying the Foxu tax. Tuesday kind of sucked, but Friday's been great. Manya! I'm sorry you had a bummer of a birthday. Hopefully you can maybe have a good weekend day. Get some delicious pastries, my dude. I fucking love pastries. I wish everyone the most delicious of their favorite pastry on their birthdays. Happy belated birthday, no clip through. Sorry it kind of sucked. Congrats on the fat paycheck, though, brother. Mercenary 21, thank you. You had another Minecraft yourself flyer on your car. Sorry, my throat just tingled. Authorities say they can't do jack because no damage was done to your car, even with video weapons. Why are people putting flyers on your car telling you to kill yourself? What's your fucking job, man? That's scary. That's even scarier that the police are just like, it's no big deal. Hopefully you are strapped and ready to defend yourself if something, God forbid, happens. Stay safe, dude. Stay fucking safe. IRS man, I don't believe anyone in the IRS watches me. There ain't no way. I love the pastries from Chinatown, like the ones in Boston's Chinatown. If you're anywhere near Boston or plan on being in Boston, go to Mike's Pastries, man. Mike's Pastries is elite. Can't get better than that. Is he ice in Chicago or something? I'd believe it. Ronald Big Don, thank you. Kirsche, not gonna lie. I high-key love you. Thanks, Big Don. Zero G style, thank you. It's huge, honestly. He should look at the camera and say jealous. Asmongold had a vid on his trip to the Middle East. Oh, that's pretty cool. Mercenary 21, thank you. You're not strapped. You're not allowed to be strapped. You live in California and you're a Trump supporter. Oh my God. I am now even more worried about your conditions. That is horrifying. No wonder the police are just like, yeah, we're not going to help you. We actually hope something bad happens. Please stay safe and get out of California as soon as you possibly can. Bahamut, thank you. Happy Friday, Foxy. On a sadder note, did I hear about what happened in Tennessee? Someone mentioned that there was a munitions plant explosion or something. Wednesday was the date of your birth. You had deep dish pizza, and it was the best dinner in a long time. I fucking love deep dish pizza. Happy belated birthday, Mr. Money Man. Happy belated. California's genuinely a third world state. It is. Isbieski, thank you for the sub on Kick, guy. Thank you. Thank you, Isbieski. No. Big Amish, thank you. The amount you paid for your MRI is close to what insurance would have paid, but the build price for insurance would have been 10 to 12K. The insurance gets to pay according to their contract, and the provider writes off the difference for taxes. I wish everything could be a tax write-off. I hate taxes. Zero G style, thank you. Deep in enemy territory. I saw scary. Mercenary 21, thank you. You're not leaving California. God wants you here. If you're not leaving, I really hope you can find a way to stay safe, because it is a scary place to be where you are right now. I am glad that despite how blue the area of the country I grew up in, I have a place like New Hampshire that I can live safely in. My birthday was yesterday, so you're eating leftover homemade zuppa toscana. And what is a zuppa toscana? A pancakey, thank you. Sorry if I talked about this already, but your mom was talking about Trump, saying he was taking away freedom of speech. Have you heard about that? No? What? The hell's your mom talking about? They're conservative pockets in California. You have a couple of friends who live in such areas, but they're definitely a minority. It's a big state, yeah. Why can't gamer subs be a tax write-up? Because I get paid from gamer subs. That's a tax add-on. I have to pay more taxes. Zuppa Toscana is a soup from Tuscany. Oh, I see. It's a spicy, creamy sausage and potatoes. Oh, I don't like sausage. I'm not a sausage enjoyer unless it's man meat. No. I'm scrolling because I know there's a lot I missed here. Therian, thank you. Next, you should get rid of the AMA and revive the tech. They got buried like the rifle. I read that. Sorry. Thank you again. I read that. Budget. Oh, and my stream elements refreshed. Oh, God. Kane's brain, thank you. You heard the leader of the National Guard of Oregon said he's more loyal to Oregonians than other Americans. Where have you heard this before? That's a weird thing to say, right? Because Oregonians would be Americans. So that sleight of word is more just like, yeah, we're doing this for non-Americans. Did I remember to get the sausage that I liked from Piapa? I remember to look it up in my phone, but I haven't been to the grocery store since I looked it up in my phone. Beer, thank you for the 35-month resub, thank you. You managed to scrape together the last few coins, had to borrow from the local mob, but losing a little finger was worth paying Mistress Kirsche her dues. Stop it! Don't lose your finger!
Easy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Anya! Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Of course the IRS doesn't watch you. I convinced them you're actually Smugglana and they're too afraid of the KGB to check. Now if only the CIA guys were so gullible I could get back to chasing down more false light deceivers members.
Well, clearly, we just need to hire some more incompetent people, right? I believe in you. Thank you, JK the Slacker. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Mercenary 21, thank you. You're in San Diego. You can still salvage this place. For some reason, San Diego is more expensive than Los Angeles, and I genuinely don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense to me. It can go for an angel hair pasta with some seafood, like mussels, clams, shrimp with a tomato sauce, and red wine. I don't like seafood, so I would like the angel hair pasta, but hold any of the seafood you just said after that. Jin, thank you. Marbury versus Madison. All laws repugnant to the Constitution are null and void, and our Constitution should never be used as a defense for non-citizens. Anya munya. Well, that was a nice little segue here. I want to keep reading about this German chancellor. It's a German mayor lady. What about scallops? Scallops are gross. I don't like seafood. It has we're not the shithole that is LA upcharge. I guess so. I guess fucking so. Don't like seafood. We can't be friends. That just means more seafood for you. German chancellor just rolls off the tongue for some reason. It does. It really does. So back to this article before the Trump announcement. Torture in basement is alleged. More details of the attack have since emerged in the German media. The newspaper Bild said doctors later found the politician suffered 13 stab wounds, several hematomas, and skull fractures. Stalzer described being tortured for hours in her basement by her 17-year-old adopted daughter, who allegedly used a deodorant spray and a lighter to try and set her on fire before stabbing her repeatedly. And for those of you just coming in, the daughter is not being charged for attempted murder. Somehow. Public broadcaster WDR reported that Stalzer managed to drag herself back inside the house after the attack. The teenager reportedly told her adoptive mother she wanted revenge, though her motive remains unclear. Investigators later found a knife believed to have been used in the attack inside a backpack belonging to Stalzer's 15-year-old adopted son, along with blood-stained clothing thought to belong to the daughter. Forensic experts also discovered that significant traces of blood in the home appeared to have been cleaned up before the emergency services were called. The police are using the fact that the daughter who stabbed the adoptive daughter who stabbed the mother called emergency services as a reason to not charge her with attempted murder. They called emergency services, lied about who did it, and also cleaned up the home before calling emergency services. Therefore, they shouldn't be charged with attempted murder. Germany is even more of a joke than our country at this point. This is crazy. Obsidian, thank you. If the Minotaur milking doesn't include the Electro Jack, you'll be disappointed. I've seen the Electro Jack. Unfortunately, they look very goofy. I don't like them. She isn't charged because she's a minor and a family member. The mother has to press charges in a non-lethal case for it to be a case. Thanks, Germany. The mother should press charges. I would press charges in this case. Police confirmed that there had been tensions in the household before, including an earlier domestic dispute involving This isn't even the first time! This isn't even the first time! Prosecutors are treating this case as dangerous bodily harm rather than attempted homicide, citing the daughter's decision to call for help afterward as a withdrawal from the crime. She lied about who did it! She cleaned the crime scene! German police are insane! Both adopted children have been placed in the care of the local youth welfare office as the investigation continues. And yeah, KB dug up 2 more articles. KB has 2 more articles. At least I thought he did. Hold on, where is it? I found it. Okay. We have a Daily Caller here. German mayor allegedly set on fire, stabbed 13 times by, here we go, African-born adopted daughter. They kept saying that the daughter and son were adopted, but they didn't say exactly from where. You know, now we know. I'm so shocked. A German mayor-elect adopted teenage daughter allegedly tried to set her mother's hair on fire with deodorant spray and a lighter before stabbing her 13 times in the basement. Iris Stalzer, 57, encountered her 17-year-old daughter in the sauna area of their home when she went to use the shower. I want a home sauna. Security sources told Focus Online. A fierce argument erupted. The teenager then allegedly grabbed 2 knives and stabbed her mother 13 times in the upper body, puncturing her lung. I still really don't understand what someone was trying to say earlier, where they were just like, yeah, these sources are heavily skewed far-right sources, but it's just like they're reporting on a left-leaning politician getting stabbed. Like, I don't really know what else they could obscure besides the ethnicity of the attackers, which they did. This was the first time they mentioned African-born. A fierce argument erupted. The teenager then allegedly grabbed 2 knives and stabbed her mother 13 times in the upper body, puncturing her lung. The girl then attempted to burn her mother's hair using deodorant spray and a lighter, the sources told the outlet. Staltzer's adopted daughter is from Mali, according to RTL West, a German outlet. When did Germany get so soft? You were stationed in Germany 15 years ago and the Polizei were no joke? It pains you to see how much Germany has fallen? So, there's a little bit of a contradiction here, right? So it says that the daughter tried to set her mother's hair on fire before stabbing her 13 times, but then down here says the teenager allegedly grabbed the knives and stabbed her mother 13 times in the lung. The girl then attempted to burn the hair. I don't know which order the stabbing and the burning is in. They both happened, but I don't know the order. The bleeding politician convinced her daughter to call for help by promising not to reveal who attacked her. And they're using this as a reason to not arrest and charge the daughter. That's fucking wild. That is insane. This isn't justice, this is cockery.
She hates seafood, she hates sausage. Next thing she's gonna say is that she puts milk in her coffee in the afternoon.
No, I like cream in my coffee. I like the coffee cream. Torek Roma, thank you. The best German mayor is Meister Burger. Should Google him. He's keeping the streets safe in a based way. Is that a real name? Also, Heed! I answered you, but I forgot to thank you. Heed, thank you for the 25, my guy. Thank you. Please give me delicious caramel cream. Hey, Momo, thank you. Are you sure the daughter's 15, or is this like those 13-year-olds with full beards and gray hairs? I have absolutely no clue. We did have a case, I think it was in the UK, right? Where the migrants had lied about their ages and were living with people and then, like, harmed the people, and they found out that they were actually, like, whole-ass adults. And I remember reading the article, and I'm like, how could you not tell? Unironically. John in English, thank you. You just joined, and you're already glowing. The bleeding politician convinced her daughter to call for help by promising not to reveal who attacked her. Staltzer dragged herself upstairs and collapsed in a chair while her daughter called emergency services, according to Focus. The teenager told dispatchers that men had attacked her mother. If this mayor does not press charges, I will not know what to say. I cannot handle another politician feeling more bad for their attacker than for what was committed to themselves. Yeah, but they were still tried as children in the UK as their brains weren't developed enough to qualify for adulthood. Jesus. The girl hid a bloody knife and stained clothes in her 15-year-old brother's backpack. She cleaned blood from the floor. Staltzer's son, also adopted, is from Haiti, according to RTL West. Police reportedly quickly suspected the children. They found that... We suspected that, but it's not attempted murder. They found the hidden weapon and bloody items. Staltzer initially refused to name her attacker when questioned at the hospital. Her husband, returning from a trip, convinced her that evening to tell police the truth. Thank you! Thank you! At least this man still has some testosterone left in his body. I know that's a crazy concept for German men in current year, but holy fuck. So she does have a husband. I wonder if they live together. Like, what? The daughter felt disadvantaged compared to her adopted brother, leading to frequent family fights. She had threatened her mother with a knife last summer, prompting a police response for domestic violence, the outlet reported. First responders airlifted Staltzer to a nearby hospital by helicopter. She remains in intensive care. Emergency personnel removed her teenage son from the scene in handcuffs, though authorities have not confirmed whether he's a suspect. What do they mean the daughter felt disadvantaged compared to her adopted brother? What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean? Why did he have to convince her? Why the hell didn't he turn in them? I don't know, man. Arigato Hyro, thank you. You think the ECHR prevents us from verifying identities, so we legally need to treat them as their stated age? Vaguely remember Sargon saying something similar? I don't know what the ECHR is, but that is really gross. Zantetsu, thank you for the CRC. Keep in mind, there's a world some random guy in the street got arrested for this, and the lady still kept quiet. Didn't they eventually arrest that guy? You're talking about the New York stabbing, right? Where the guy, even though he was like a filthy fucking progressive, he still actually protected his woman from a stabber, and he died, and she immediately started like grifting off of his death and not caring that he died defending her. Zero G style, thank you. Whatever happened to just dating a bad boy to get back at your parents? Bahamut, thank you. Did they arrest the husband for incitement of violence against the poor migrants when he convinced his wife to tell the cops? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Absolutely no one, thank you. Kirsche, they're adopted because they're house servants. They aren't actually family. That's tinfoil territory. And if that came out as something in the news, that would be fucking wild to read. No, in Germany it regularly happens that leftists lie about the perpetrator if he's a migrant. I remember back during the migrant camps, whenever like sexual assaults or rapes would happen in the camps, the women working there were coached to not talk about it happening. They were like coerced to keep quiet about it, because if they talked about how much rape went on in those camps, it would make people racist. It would not shock you, to be honest. The ECHR is the European Commission on Human Rights. Okay, thank you. I'm bad at acronyms. And then KB had one more article about this. It's really damning, because this is like what the like 6th article I brought up about this, like 5th or 6th article. How many do I have to read to get the full fucking picture? This is wild. This was printed today. According to investigators, the SPD mayor of Herdecke, Iris Stalzer, was seriously injured with stab wounds by her adopted daughter. The motive is said to have been a long family dispute. After the bloody tragedy in Germany, more and more details about the course of events are becoming known. As Focus Online reports, citing security circles, 57-year-old SPD mayor Iris Stalzer met her adopted daughter in the sauna area of her home. Shortly afterwards, the argument escalated. The 17-year-old is said to have stabbed her mother with 2 knives, according to the doctors treating her. 13 stab wounds were found in her upper body, including in her lungs. The teenager then tried to set her mother's hair on fire with a deodorant spray. Okay, well, this article does say that it was the stabbing and then the hair on fire, so I guess that's the correct order. According to the investigators, the situation has calmed down in the meantime. The seriously injured Stalzer is said to have persuaded her daughter to get help, and in return, she promised not to say who had attacked her. Once at the top, the teenager called the fire department and police and said that her mother had been attacked by several men. When the emergency services arrived, the victim was sitting in an armchair covered in blood. Investigators later discovered a blood-stained knife and items of clothing that the teenager had apparently hidden in a rucksack belonging to her 15-year-old adopted brother. Parts of the floor had already been cleaned of traces of blood. The mayor was taken to a clinic by rescue helicopter and was temporarily treated for life-threatening injuries. After initial questioning, she indicated that she knew the perpetrator but did not give his name. Only after consulting her husband did she confirm the attack by her daughter. According to the investigation, there had been conflicts in the family for some time. The girl felt inferior to her adoptive brother and had already threatened her mother with a knife in the summer. At that time, the police had to intervene due to domestic violence. The public prosecutor has since downgraded the charge from attempted manslaughter to grievous bodily harm. Senior public prosecutor Bernd Haldorn explained that this was a normal step because the teenager had called the emergency services and thus withdrawn from the crime. Once again, this is fucking absurd. This is absolutely absurd. She only called emergency services because the mother agreed to not implicate her in doing the crime. She cleaned the crime scene and tried to blame it on random men who came into the house. Like, what are we doing here? You're just saying, like, yeah, if you lie about having committed a crime, we'll just believe you. We won't even investigate. Who cares, man? Keep stabbing mayors. Random men could be here. You can withdraw from a crime? Yeah, that's fucking news to me. According to information from Focus Online, the 17-year-old has since been committed to a psychiatric facility by the Youth Welfare Office. She stabbed her adoptive mother 13 times and then tried to set her on fire. That is not psychiatric facility necessary. That is prison until execution, man. Like, what are we doing here? That's absurd. I'm withdrawing myself from tax liability forever. I wish that worked. Paradoxical madness, thank you. Common European L. Actual insanity. It's like literally a mirror of what our justice system has become as well. An indictment and conviction would negatively affect their integration process in Germany. Clown face. Attempts murder. I call take backsies. Oh, okay. Well, you're free to go then. I hate Clown World. She needs to be committed to daily beatings. What the fuck? Okay. That's this whole situation is just really fucking dumb. Holy shit. Let me see here. Close a bunch of tabs. Close a bunch of tabs. So many tabs on this German story. Oh yeah, I want to bring this up really quick too. This was a game that I talked about previously, and I heavily considered donating to their fundraiser thing because I thought it looked really cute and I would have liked to play it. And I remember like Silvervale talking about Puff Pal's Island Skies pretty frequently. Boy, brother, man, am I so glad I didn't donate anything. Holy shit. Mujin says, Puff Pal's Island Skies is a game that scammed its backers out of $2.5 million and has its CEO currently on the run. I noticed that the game's domain was for sale, so I bought it and replaced it with this instead. Actually based Mujin. This website uses cookies, no thank you. Fluffnest closed down its plushie business and is currently being sued to oblivion. Fluffnest scammed you. Here's how. Have you seen this man? David Pentland is currently being sued for over 2.1 million USD for his role in managing to drive Fluffnest Inc. into the depths of hell while scamming his loyal backers and the talented people who worked on Puff Pal's Island Skies. Wondering how to get a refund? Contact your bank. Fluffnest stopped issuing refunds a long time ago. Your only hope is to do a chargeback. Explain the situation to your bank, and depending on a multitude of factors, you may still be able to get your money back. And then there's more resources down here that Mujin put out here. I'm not going to click on Kotaku. Fuck that website. They hired an autogynephiliac. We're gonna click on this video though. 50
I'm sure
minutes!
that by now you're well aware of what the concept of crowdfunding is. It involves.
I don't have time for 50 minutes. I'm so sorry. But if you want to watch this, it's on fluffnet.games. Fluffnest.games. I am bad at speaking to Englishes. 1 hour, fuck that. I'm sure it's a very interesting video, but I only have 5 hours of stream time, and I already wanted to bring up Mr. Caleb Hammer. Okay, alright, you know? Have I heard of the game Ball Buds? It's probably one of the most AI slop games you've ever seen that's trying to profit off of the Pal World hype. No, I have not heard of it. Pancakey, thank you, you're back. Trump did say he was taking freedom of speech, but he was talking about flag burning because the courts deemed it to be freedom of speech. Yeah, I mean, people didn't really like my take on that. My take is just like, there are gonna have to be some things that get done that some people are not going to like, but you're going to have to harden your hearts. I think that you should be able to burn any flag you desire if it is your own property and you're not stealing it. But considering the two-tier justice system we've been subjected to, I don't really care. And also, if you read the text of the bill, which I did on stream when he put it out, the text of the bill mentions flag burning specifically in the context of doing it, like, in the middle of the street publicly. So, again, it's going to be in the context of, like, rioters. So I also don't care if he arrests those people. It's like a bogus charge that gets put on top of all of the other shit they were already doing that was already illegal. Public property makes it arson. You don't have a right to arson. He didn't even outlaw flag burning. He said flag burning is now a red flag for hunting down other prosecutable crimes. Yeah, we read the actual text of that order on stream when he dropped it, because there was so much misinformation wandering around about it. As Asmund said, if it's not your flag and not your property, it's just arson. It was already illegal. Just arrest people already. Yeah, we have a huge problem of not actually enforcing our laws. Huge problem, thanks. I hate it. No. And let's see here. Actually, what else do I have? What else do I have? We have the stakes are quite large. U.S. Supreme Court case could gut the Voting Rights Act. Court's decision in Louisiana versus Calais could limit voters from challenging racial discriminatory districts. I wonder what they mean by this. I wonder if they mean racially discriminatory, like requiring fucking ID. Battleizer, thank you. It was a good video, TLDR. They started good and ran with the money like a bunch of Kickstarters. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a good video. I wanted to like praise him for making that website to get the information out there. I don't stream for like super fucking long, so I can't watch multiple crazy long videos, dude. Just like, don't say gay bill is no such thing. Everyone repeated flag burning ban without doing an iota of reading for themselves, just parroting what others said. Yep. The U.S. Supreme Court is set to hear a case this month that could gut what remains of the Voting Rights Act, effectively killing one of the crown jewels of the civil rights movement, and the nation's most powerful statute to prevent discrimination in voting. The court's decision in the case, Louisiana versus Calais, could be one of the most consequential rulings for the Voting Rights Act since it was enacted in 1965, and is almost certainly the biggest test for the law since its decision in Shelby County versus Holder in 2013. When the justices hollowed out a provision of the law, Section 5, that required certain places to get voting changes approved by the federal government before they go into effect. I wonder what changes were made. I was busy being like an MMO degenerate in 2013. They mean snake-shaped districts that are primarily one minority so they get a representative? Interesting. Yeah, you can't really marry gender, whatever the fuck that word is, by race. It's kind of fucking weird. A J-Rock, thank you. Lighting a fire in a public place is insane unless it's in a public barbecue or fire pit. Gerrymander. No relation to Charmander, thank you, chat. Gendermandering, good God. Not the gender man, sir! The Supreme Court is considering the constitutionality of the two most powerful remaining provisions of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. The measure outlaws election practices that are racially discriminatory and has been the tool that minority voters and voting rights advocates have frequently turned to challenge redistricting plans. From congressional districts to county commissions and school boards, that group voters in such a way to dilute the political influence of a minority group. Getting rid of Section 2 or severely limiting the ways in which it can be applied would effectively kill the Voting Rights Act. It would take away the most powerful tool voters have to challenge racially discriminatory districts. The stakes are potentially quite large, said Sophia Lynn Lakin, the director of the Voting Rights Project at the American Civil Liberties Union. The outcome of the case will not only determine the next steps for Louisiana's congressional map, but may also shape the future of redistricting cases nationwide. District 2, 61% black. That seems a little silly to have like a weird little snaky thing here instead of just making it like everything else. Actually, slight relationship to Charmander. Both of them take the mander from the salamander. Gerrymandering was originally compared to the shape of a salamander. I can see it. I can see the salamander. Gerrymandering has resulted in some really bizarre looking districts specifically designed to make it safe for one party or another. One of the many reasons to abolish political parties. You hate how racist anti-racists are? Same. I'm kind of sick of it. Let's show some pretty salamandery districts here. The dispute at the court is focused on a challenge by white voters to a majority black district in Louisiana that stretches from Shreveport to Baton Rouge. The justices already heard oral arguments in that case in March that focused on whether Louisiana Republicans had overly relied on race when they redrew the district in response to a Section 2 lawsuit by black voters. In an unusual move, the court did not reach a decision at the end of the court's term this summer, and instead set the case for re-argument this fall. The justices announced in August they wanted the parties to submit briefing on whether Louisiana's intentional creation of a second majority-minority congressional district violates the 14th or 15th Amendments. I don't like majority-minority. if they are the majority, then de facto they are not a minority. Like, how do you weasel word this hard, man? It feels like I'm reading crazy speech. You don't know why, but hearing rouge after any other word is weird to you. Brain glitch. Section 2 is what allows them to make the unreasonable districts just to make one race have an entire district to themselves. That's just inherently racist, is it not? Majority minority equals not white. Yup. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection of law for all U.S. citizens, and the 15th Amendment prohibits the government from denying someone the right to vote based on their race. I mean, that's cool and all, but gerrymandering the districts doesn't have anything to do with that. Like, you don't have the right to vote as a racial bloc. You just have the right to not be blocked from voting for your race. What is the argument here? The question raised the stakes of the case at the court, giving opponents of the law a chance to argue that the landmark civil rights statute should either be significantly narrowed or struck down entirely. The challengers and the state do not limit themselves to whether conditions in Louisiana continue to justify application of the Voting Rights Act there, said Stuart Nifa, a lawyer with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, which is representing voters defending the existing map. They've attempted to expand the question beyond what the court has asked, and they argue that Section 2 is not constitutional at all anywhere. There are many possibilities for how the court could rule. The justices could beat back those arguments and affirm the constitutionality of Section 2. The court could also say once and for all that the provision is unconstitutional, dealing a fatal blow to the Voting Rights Act. It could also rule somewhere in between, leaving Section 2 intact, but make the test to deploy it much harder, in effect neutering it. The two key pillars, at least since 1982, were Section 2 and Section 5, said Richard Hassan, an election law scholar at the University of California, Los Angeles. Shelby County already knocked down one of those pillars, and this case could potentially either knock it down or render it so weak that you might as well say it's been knocked down. He added that weakening but not killing Section 2 might potentially avoid some of the political cost. The argument is that you guess they make it so the districts are 51% black, despite the state being mostly white, means that the 49% of the district essentially are denied their right to vote by making race-based voting blocks, getting a clear unrepresentative majority. What? Why is the argument about race still? We're all American? That should be the case, yeah? Sorry, I really tried to understand what you were saying, but I do not get it. Still call me gibberish. Reps to get the segregation, and now Dems want it back by using deceptive tactics to make it look like a good cause? I just don't think you should have voting districts set up by race. Because if you're setting up a voting district by race and people are voting based on racial lines, right? Like they're more interested in racialized policy, that's not a good thing, regardless of what their race is. Cool, now apply that argument to Republicans in blue states. I mean, yeah, nobody should have like racial districting. They shouldn't have districts. Your voting system is ass. It's gerrymandering to make it easier to steal elections. I sometimes forget this is America, the way things are being done here. Tired of it. Wait, you mean that we should group people together by race? That's crazy talk. Well, apparently that's what they want to do with gerrymandering. They put 2 Republican towns in 1 voting district, so the state house ends up with only 1 Republican rep instead of 2. That's really weird. Torik Roma, thank you. You believe congressional districts should be squares, just squares, or can't have more than 8 sides. Moklube, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. As a northern neighbor, you know how it is. If you aren't French, you're less of a Canadian. What the fuck is Bunker Cat playing with? I just hear weird tube sounds. Anya Munya. Where was I? Fuck. The case arrives at the court after many of the court's conservative justices have openly expressed skepticism about the continued need for Section 2. The authority to conduct race-based redistricting cannot extend indefinitely into the future, Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote in a 2023 concurring opinion, a remark that was widely seen as an ominous sign for Section 2. Justice Clarence Thomas has long publicly said he thinks the statute is unconstitutional when it comes to redistricting. Meow. Aw, she doesn't meow often. That was cute. Congress amended Section 2 in 1982 to clarify that it outlawed practices that resulted in discriminations. One did not need to prove intent. Working as an attorney in the Justice Department, John Roberts advocated strongly against those amendments. This is what's going to make it interesting, right? Because it was like a collective wakening up and realizing, oh, hey, white people are actually still people and you can't discriminate against them. And so we're seeing a lot of discrimination cases brought by white people because of all of these racial policies that have been going on since like the 50s and 60s. Anya. Maybe Bunker Cat setting up the chamber for the mice. Oh no. The consequences of gutting Section 2 would be drastic. Lakin and other attorneys representing black voters defending Louisiana's current map wrote in a brief to the justices. Without Section 2, jurisdictions could simply eliminate minority opportunity districts, even where they remain necessary for voters of color to have any opportunity to elect candidates of choice, wiping out minority representation and resegregating legislatures, city councils, and school boards, as some have recently attempted to do. Eliminate minority opportunity districts. Well, yes, they should be eliminated. There shouldn't be an opportunity district for someone based on the color of their skin. It should be an American opportunity for Americans. What am I reading here? I should see how New Jersey Democrats tried to bake gerrymandering into the state constitution. They wanted to make it so that any state that was more Republican than the state average could be considered a Republican district. Republicans make up about 25% of New Jersey, so if they made a 35% Republican district, it could be counted as safely Republican, despite almost certainly electing Democrats. That seems very weasel wordy. Battleizer, thank you. Section 2 can guarantee that people of color could be elected even if they are, say, 10% of the state population. If gerrymandered to make that 10% a voting bloc, it would guarantee a rep of a certain skin color. Yeah, that's really fucking strange. Especially that it's been going on since the 1960s. How has nothing been done about it up until this point? Why are we giving people more rights on their skin colors? That's a great question. I mean, it's the same with affirmative action. How is that in place for so goddamn long? That's why getting rid of it is good, true, and real. Districts based in obvious majority-minority communities like Harlem or Tuskegee could be divided along obvious racial lines without consequence. Louisiana legislators reportedly have been asked to hold dates for a possible special session on redistricting after the oral argument this fall. Dividing places on obvious racial lines is what this thing you're defending does. What are they even saying? Literally crazy pills. The case before the court on the 15th of October involves a long and twisted saga over Louisiana's congressional map, which Linda Greenhouse, who covered the Supreme Court for decades for the New York Times, called, without a doubt, the most complicated voting rights case I've ever encountered. After the 2020 census, the state drew a congressional map that had only one majority black district out of 6, even though black voters make up about a third of eligible voters in the state. Black voters sued the state under the Voting Rights Act. 2 courts agreed with their claims, and the state eventually drew a new map that created a second majority-minority district. Wanting to protect powerful incumbents in the state, including the House Speaker Mike Johnson and Representative Julia Letlow, while also being majority black, the new district has an extremely odd shape. But after the new maps went into effect, oh god, what is she doing? What is she fucking with? What are you doing? Where even are you? I was hear like noises of things breaking. I know. After the new maps went into effect, a group of white voters sued in a different court, arguing the new district improperly sorted voters based on their race, which is true. A court agreed with that argument in 2024, but the U.S. Supreme Court allowed the redrawn map to go into effect for last fall's election. Cleo Fields, a black Democrat, won the district by more than 13 points. Imagine. That's wild that they voted... Or rather, not voted. The court agreed that it was not correct to do that, but they still let it go into effect for the election. Oh, God. His win was a big deal for people like Martha Davis, who worked as both a teacher and administrator for 40 years. She still remembers waiting in segregated waiting rooms as a young girl and going to a segregated Catholic school where she got used books from the white Catholic school. Now she lives in North Baton Rouge. It's like the wrong side of the track. It's like the forgotten area, said Davis, who was one of the black voters who sued Louisiana over its original map. There are no hospitals nearby, no grocery stores nearby. The streets are deplorable. Nobody could care less what happens in that part of town. When someone says this, I now think about the 2020 Summer of Love or the other riots that happened across the country, stuff in like Portland, right? And I think about how all of the stores that get looted or burned down, the big box stores just say, we're not going to open up again. Target opened up again and they got repeatedly burglarized. I think about all of the small businesses that can't afford to rebuild. They lost their entire livelihood. And I'm just like, well, I don't know. I'm gonna need some more information when I hear people say this now. After literally all of the blind eyes turned on creative justice, is it really crazy? Why don't stores magically pop up here fully funded and stocked? I frankly don't care, Margaret. Now they have no other choice other than the big box stores. I was like, living out in the middle of nowhere, I gotta travel pretty fucking far for like a hospital or some shit, you know? Baton Rouge resident here, she's 100% correct. There's a road called Florida Boulevard. Anything north of that road is in shambles and crime-ridden. Anything south is a decent place to live. I don't live there, so I don't know why that part is in shambles and crime-ridden. But if it's crime-ridden, it makes sense that businesses don't want to move in there. North Baton Rouge is a bad place. Wouldn't you have to figure out how to stop the crime from happening so businesses would then move in? No hospitals, no grocery stores. You bet you can guess theft is a big part of the crime rate. Can't confirm. Take a guess. The fact that we were able to choose somebody that looks like me, somebody who knows what our needs are and fights for us, that made me overjoyed, she said. Fields' win also made a difference to Devontae Lewis, a member of the Louisiana Public Service Commission, who represents the Baton Rouge area. He said that since Fields' election last year, it had been easier to get help on federal issues like disaster relief. When we need help for certain areas, you want your member of Congress to know it, who was also one of the plaintiffs in the original suit challenging Louisiana's map. You don't want them to be 170 miles away who have no connection to where you are. And I mean, I can respect that. You definitely don't want a representative that has nothing to do with your local area. But that's why, shouldn't the maps be, like, not encompassing a massive place? And when you look at some of these, like, salamanders, how do you justify that as an excuse when it stretches from New Orleans to Shreveport, man? Like, what do the people in Shreveport have to do with people in New Orleans or Baton Rouge? Like, it's so far apart, dude. Your entire argument falls apart when we see what the redistricting looks like. Previous boundaries weakened black voters' influence in Baton Rouge by splitting them across multiple districts. When the case was before the Supreme Court in March, Louisiana defended its redrawn map, saying it had made a good faith effort to comply with the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act after judges had blocked their original plan. But after the judges invited further briefing, the state switched its position and now says that its map is unconstitutional. There isn't the kind of ongoing discrimination that would justify bringing racial considerations into redistricting, the state's lawyers say. They argue that the Supreme Court has only recognized two contexts which it is acceptable for the government to take race-based action, remedying specific past instances of discrimination and avoiding imminent safety risks in prisons, like preventing a race riot. Those two interests share a critical feature that Section 2 lacks. They turn on a specific harm and permit only a correspondingly narrow, temporary remedy. They wrote in their own brief to the court, race-based redistricting pursuant to Section 2, by contrast, is nothing of the sort. It presents no imminent danger to human safety. It's in its heartland application today. It also has nothing to do with remedying past intentional discrimination, let alone specific identified instances of intentional discrimination. I very much disagree. Considering how many people want reparations and blame a lot on people currently alive that had nothing to do with what their possible ancestors did, I very much don't believe this. Does your representative look like you, though? That's really important, according to this woman. Aren't most representatives men? The entire reason why St. George seceded from East Baton Rouge is to fund their cops and change the priorities of their education. Things that the Democrats in East Baton Rouge did not want to handle. St. George is also where the majority of tax money in East Baton Rouge came from. Interesting. Knocking the Garbage Act down is required. Issues like this are why New England is perma-blue no matter what. It's really crazy once you start learning, like, the depths of corruption in certain places. The U.S. Supreme Court has allowed map makers to use race in drawing districts if it is in service of a compelling interest, and its use is narrowly tailored to that interest. Writing for the court in a 2017 case, Justice Alina Kagan noted that the justices had long assumed that complying with the Voting Rights Act was a compelling interest. Those defending the maps argue that the Supreme Court precedent already requires them to clear a series of high hurdles to show that race-conscious redistricting is needed in a Section 2 case. I really don't think any of these crazy Marxist ideologues want to usher in an era of race consciousness. I think that would be very bad for absolutely everyone. And I really think reconsiderations are necessary here. It is difficult to win a Section 2 case. From 2012 to 2021, there were 48 Section 2 cases dealing with vote dilution filed, and just 21 of them were successful, according to data collected by the Voting Rights Institute at the University of Michigan. Clearing those hurdles, those defending Louisiana's maps say, requires them to show that there is ongoing discrimination. Section 2's permanent nature does not mean that its application is without limitation. Congress ensured that Section 2's results test is appropriately constrained and requires a remedy only where race is already shaping political decision-making. Congress ensured that Section 2's results test is appropriately constrained and requires a remedy only where race is already shaping political decision-making. In what way should race be shaping political decision-making? Just think Ascalia said she was the best candidate. We're still suffering from the woman moment Sandra Day had, saying we just need affirmative action for 25 more years. 25 years ago. Ah, fuck, man. Praxis Fall, thank you. Look at what propaganda did to the white womans. Where voting is starkly racially polarized, leading to a pattern of persistent and ongoing electoral losses for candidates preferred by a cohesive minority voting bloc, as is true in Louisiana. Those current conditions may give rise to the need for a race-conscious remedy for unlawful racial vote dilution. I think this is where, like, a huge problem comes from, right? Like, I don't trust politicians, and I don't think any of the politicians in our country, for the most part, really work for the American people. I like a lot of the things Trump has done so far. There are things that I wish he would do better, and there are things that I wish he would do that he has decided maybe won't happen, right? Like, I'm not a huge truster of politicians, but if I'm an American, I have to believe that my politician will want to work in the best interest of the American people. You can't have a politician working in the best interest of a specific racial bloc, because you will end up with racial discrimination. The needs of one race should be the needs of all of the races in a unified America. So, like, reading this shit is just wild for me to read. Like, it's insane. They're just like, we should be allowed under fucking Voting Rights Act to be discriminatory and racist. Like, what? Crowder recently did a bit in a black-owned barbershop trying to convey, hey guys, the white kids are going to get really racist if you keep blaming them for everything, and didn't get through to them. It was wild. I think I saw a clip of that where, like, one of the people in the shop was just like, you did this, and Steven was like, I wasn't alive then, I didn't do anything. And the guy was like, well, your ancestors. And he's like, yeah, but you blamed me, I didn't do anything. And if you're going to keep using that rhetoric, you're going to be radicalizing more people. Kirsche, literally only white people think that way. Look at how juries work. Yeah, I'm aware. Every time I talk about that, I think of, like, that little line chart that shows how, like, each race feels about all the other races, and every other race marks their own race as, like, favorable, except for white people. Bad latency, thank you. Overthrow this, the Dems could lose 20 seats. Slightly buff weeboo, thank you for the 27-month member. As someone from Michigan, a lot of your college graduates are not the brightest, so why do people keep citing so many Michigan college studies? I have no idea. That's a great question. That's a great question. Arigato Hiro, thank you for the pounds. Whenever you hear about gerrymandering, it's always exclusively realpolitik. Never once have they explained how districting is supposed to be done. It's only ever other team are winning, so it's not fair. Yeah, pretty much. The The Trump administration has filed a brief in the case, siding with the white voters challenging the map and urging the Supreme Court to make it harder to win a Section 2 case. Since Trump's inauguration, the Justice Department has withdrawn from all its pending Section 2 cases and has not filed any new ones. Too often, Section 2 is deployed as a form of electoral race-based affirmative action to undo a state's constitutional pursuit of political ends. Davis, the former teacher who recalled growing up during segregation, expressed disbelief at the argument that the Voting Rights Act was no longer needed. The fact that they want to take that away, it's like we just keep fighting and fighting and fighting. When does it end? It ends when we have actual equality and we stop doing Marxist equity bullshit. But can we get there? I don't know how much faith I have anymore, man. I see all of the arguing, I see all the vitriol, I see all the violence, and I don't have much faith, man. It just makes me real sad. Truth. Prop 50 in California is literally Newsom throwing a playground tantrum regarding Texas doing their own redistricting. Yeah, I remember that. I remember. And I wanted to bring up, since we're getting close to end of stream here, I wanted to bring up some Caleb Hammer. Because these people... These people look like very stereotypical Reddit users. And the title of this is $300,000 of debt to flee Trump's America.
You refuse the gifts to the Guardian, according to that ad at the bottom.
$25 every time I refuse to give to the Guardian. Hell yeah, I'm not gonna pay the smear merchants, man. Thank you, Heed, for the $25 doodles. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh god, these clowns. Oh god, you guys have watched some of this already? Oh fuck, man. Just look at it. He looks like a fucking Discord moderator, and she looks like a dumb cunt. I am so fucking ready. Like, this facial expression is just like, I'm better than you, and I know more than you do. You know? Battleizer, thank you. They're winning. We must balance the uniparty. Blue sleeve goon number 37. I hate it here. I'm so sorry. It's very tiny, but she do have a septum piercing. Red Janie's in shambles. Oh god, I'm more right than I know. Oh no.
We really want to get the fuck out of this country.
Is there an actual plan here, or is it wham wham, I hate the America?
I wouldn't say that. I mean,
we can disagree with every elected official. They were elected.
I don't know about Democratic.
Is there anything in your life that is just like...
We're not even 20 seconds into the video and I've already got a fascism.
Like, not trauma Olympics.
You don't put in enough effort. You could do more.
You're doing nothing that would be considered trauma.
I'm honestly surprised he said that to her. I wouldn't have expected him to give any pushback to that woman.
I'm trying to.
No, you're not, because you're doing... You are not trying. I don't want to hear it. This is some bull.
I love it when he yells.
Sign up for the new and improved dollar-wise budgeting app. Take the free trial, and if you like it, you. And for a limited time only, if you want to bundle...
Hi, I'm Savannah Grace, and I'm 27 years old.
Why does she have a green dot on her nose, chat? Why is there a green dot? It is very distracting already. Is that because she's a clown? Did they do that purposefully? OnlyFans? Yeah, it is a very OnlyFans name. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. That man isn't nearly fat enough to be a Discord mod, but he does have the cheese pizza enjoyer physiognomy. I hate people with mustaches like that. Like... that mustache just makes you look ridiculous. It doesn't look cool. It doesn't look silly. You just look like a pompous asshole that I wouldn't want to meet in a back alley because you probably have a truck full of kids. Stop it. Get some help.
Hey, I'm Steve. I'm 28. We live in Arlington, Texas.
And this is Financial Audit.
Thanks for coming down to Austin, guys. I appreciate it. Savannah, you're the one in front of me. Oh, you're welcome. What do you do for a living?
I'm currently unemployed.
Great job.
I'm so shocked that she doesn't have a job. We're starting out fucking strong.
And what do you do?
I'm a senior systems administrator.
Okay, I really thought it was going to be...
Well, Daddy Morebucks here, taking care of the little unemployed sex doll, eh?
Starting your own brewery. Okay.
I want to open a game store.
Shocking.
I
think he's talking about your hipster mustache.
Yeah. I get it. But you're not off the mark entirely.
Hipster mustache stuck in 2010 and septum piercing. So I got the full combination.
You got the classic, like bisexual with the nerdy boyfriend combo.
I thought you were calling yourself bisexual.
Yeah, same. I was like, what was that tells me that, you know, sometimes she comes home and she's like, you know what? I wanna get freaky tonight, babe. I got this guy from the bar. You're gonna suck his dick.
What are you, homophobic?
No.
No. What do you make?
I make $90,000 a year.
Okay, so this
Not
is
bad.
why you're unemployed. Why are you unemployed in your own mind? Because 90,000, yes, obviously we can survive off the household with that. Well, above the median.
She definitely has a boyfriend. He's gonna be talking about his girlfriend's boyfriend's son in the future. I foresee it.
Household in the state of Texas, in the city of Arlington, I'd bet, certainly in the city of Austin, and certainly in the United States. So why are you unemployed?
Right now, it's just been really hard for me to find a job. I've been applying for
What job is it you're trying to
months. Just.
I mean, like, yeah, it can be kind of difficult to find a job if you have a lot of experience, especially. Like when I was trying to just get any kind of work, I was like applying to like Yankee Candle, Bath and Body Works. I was like, please, any fucking like minimum wage retail bitch, please take me. And they were like, well, you're overqualified, so we can't take you. And it's like, I don't care if I'm overqualified. I need to make money, you dumb cucks. Like, I get they want to hire someone that's going to be there for a very long time instead of off to better pastures, but it's still fucking annoying. Hard to get a job with a green nose dot. But it's like, you can find something. Eventually. If you're applying to a fuck ton of places, you will eventually have someone call you and you'll get an interview. She probably has the Minotaur book at home. I don't think she can read.
It's like an office job, honestly. The last 3 years of my work history, I've been.
I'm so shocked that the woman in the episode of Debt to Flee Trump's America and brings up fascism is saying that she's trying to get any kind of office job. Once again, on the mark, that says to me, I'm too good to work retail in the interim while I'm unemployed. Like, yes, an office job would be cushier and nicer, but why not just work somewhere else in the meantime?
In and out of offices.
Well, in and out of offices probably doesn't look good on a resume. Who wants you to come in if you're going to be out?
Yeah,
And also, why were you in and out? Are you getting fired? Are you getting let go? Are you not being able to meet some numbers here? What's going on with that, lady? Battleizer, thank you. The guy has the if you pepper sprayed him at any given second, the police would understand vibe. And she looks like she would make everyone's life hell. Yeah, this is one of those cases of like, I could see, she is very pretty. So I could see many men being like, I want to hit that. But then they end up at home with that. And then that comes into the stereotypical, I hate my bitch of a wife and I see my mistress every weekend, right? Like, you just cannot stand to be around them. Praxis Fall, thank you for the 10 gift mambas. Thank you. You know, her skills only qualify her for a massage parlor or dancing at a pole, right? In and out most definitely makes a workplace hell. Yeah, exactly. And then they still want to hit it. Yep. Hillis Mallory, thank you. A few things. Texas has been trying to redistrict their map since 2014 or so. This has a lot to do with how the illegal aliens have been counted as a part of the populace. You believe voter ID should be in all states? Yes. Yeah, it's insane that anyone would argue against voter ID. It's nefarious. Toric Roma, thank you. Remember California Prop 8 caused Oberge fell because California said no to gay marriage, and the gays went to court and Obama refused to defend America. I only vaguely remember the route of whatever you're talking about. I occasionally get articles based on Prop 8 happenings, and I'm like, I can't remember everything. That's too long ago. If you're starting a sentence with remember aimed at me, the answer's probably no. Kind of sad when you're kind of hot and can only attract the twisty tie mustache soy boys. Well, that's the kind of person she likes, right? She's not gonna go for like a salt of the earth working man, even though that's probably the kind of lifestyle she would want that she could be provided for, right? But that's the kind of guy who would have the complete opposite politics from her. Generally, I mean, there's outliers, but like, the same people who hate voter ID also want to move to Canada because of Trump, where we have voter ID laws.
just had like a lot of struggle with stability, and I've never really been able to hold down a job.
So no one's gonna hire you then if that's being shown on your resume. I certainly wouldn't.
Well,
just gonna say, okay. What hits our account on a monthly basis?
5,000 total.
Okay,
That's
cool.
pretty fucking good.
How we doing on this 5K?
We are surviving but not thriving.
Why? And by the way, usually people are not really surviving when they're on this show. I'm just gonna let you know, so I'm probably gonna call bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, why? What's going on?
Well, we have like all the bills covered, but a big thing is
You're never late.
No, I wouldn't say never.
At least he's honest.
He says, I wouldn't say never.
I've not missed any of my bills in the last.
It's not only what she wants, it's what she can easily get. She wants more some idiot to pay her bills than the effort she need to work on her personality to be able to get the other kind of guys. I mean, they're planning to move to Europe together, so I mean, clearly their politics and their lifestyle and their desires are somewhat aligned, even if her worldview is, I shouldn't have to do anything to get it, he should provide it all. I wonder if she even wants kids, right? Because it's like, if you're in a traditional relationship, the woman wouldn't be working, she would be providing for the children. But like, this doesn't seem like the kind of person that would want to have children. She hasn't missed her bills with no job. How? Because he's paying for them.
Because I'm paying.
Yeah, he's paying them for me.
Wait, are you guys married?
I'm clairvoyant.
No.
Oh, you're not. This gets real sugar daddy real quick. How long have you guys been dating?
It's been about 8 months, almost 9.
Yeah.
Oh, very young relationship here. Okay.
We actually met in high school.
Yeah, we've known each other since high school.
Yeah. But we just kind of went
exciting, I
our
guess. I don't
separate ways and recently reconnected.
This was a man who had a crush on her in high school and she wasn't interested. And now that she is older and unemployed and needs someone to pay for her shit, she's like, well, I guess I can give you a chance now. I thought that only happened in movies, brother. Disaffected scientist, thank you. She'd be insufferable even during, you think? I mean, maybe. I want to know why there's a green fucking dot on her nose. Brax's fall, thank you. She's going to divorce him once they get to the EU. Reconnected. Pay my bills. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude sitting in the chair. That's real fucking sad. That's real fucking sad. She's 100% settling. Well, it's like, again, she's a very pretty lady, so she would be able to get like an actually normal person, right? But then she would open her mouth and her ideals would make any normal man run for the fucking hill. And Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Once he started making $90K a year, all of a sudden he was her soulmate. Imagine. John in English, thank you. How do these poor guys not realize? How does nobody tell these people? Because he probably doesn't have sane friends either, if I had to imagine.
Sure. Is marriage on the horizon? I don't even know. This early into a relationship. Are you guys living together?
Yeah.
How long have you guys lived together?
Since April, May, since
you
late
guys
March.
moved in immediately.
March. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, where else was she gonna live? She was unemployed.
It
Tell
happened
me about
pretty
that.
fast.
Yeah, because that's very interesting. I mean,
They're
I
very
did too, for what
interesting.
it's worth. But
Sure.
interesting circumstances. I'd love to hear yours.
Main thing is she had a situation with her younger sisters. She had custody of them for like
Okay.
6 months. Yeah.
For 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
How old are they?
They were 17 and 10 at
Okay.
the time.
But why did you have custody?
So she had custody of them.
Why?
That fell through, and then she was left kind of with nothing. And so I was like, well,
Wait.
she had custody of them. That fell through, and then she was left kind of with nothing.
Usually when someone other than the parents gets custody, it's because the parents were unfit in some way or another in order to take care of them. How did her getting custody fall through, potentially because she didn't have a job, but like where else are those people going to go? Typically the court will still prioritize a family member, especially if it's a woman. My dad got fucked by the court system because they favored my weird unfit mother over him. But like, I don't know, that seems really weird to me. And then also, she lost the ability to have custody for her 2 younger sisters, and so she was left with nothing. So she was counting on getting custody of her sisters in order to have money, so she wouldn't have to get a job? I'm seeing a lot of similarities with my mother here. Though my mother wasn't leftist crazy. She was like, I'm going to date an Aryan Brotherhood guy crazy.
And so I was like, well, I would prefer you not be on the street. So
fucking called it. She was gonna be homeless, and so he was like, I'm gonna fund your entire life now, babe.
Come live with me.
Which, to be fair, wouldn't be crazy, right? If they were in a solid relationship for a decent amount of time, I'd be like, that's very noble, that's very nice, that makes sense. But like Caleb said, they literally moved in immediately as they got together. So that's red flag.
Weird dynamic.
Yes.
Is it a weird dynamic?
Yes.
No, I feel like it's pretty balanced.
Well balanced.
It's well balanced. He provides everything and I do nothing.
But he's taking care of your bills. He got you off the streets. He's taking care of all your bills. You can't hold down a job to save your life. Feels like a weird dynamic to me.
Well, yeah, obviously it's balanced. Like, I'm a woman and I allow him to exist in my presence and he pays for everything. Like, what do you mean that's not balanced? That's just like how life is. Men exist to be like a wallet for me. Holy fuck. This woman is so unaware. What the hell? Why do all the hot ones have to be crazy liberals? This is why I said don't think with your dick, buddy. If you're looking for someone to like date and turn into a marriage, yeah, they might be pretty, but consider the things that they believe. Bahamut, thank you. She 100% got with him to not be homeless. I wonder if they even sleep in the same bed. God hates taxes, thank you. Any other style of facial hair would be better than that man's hipster Starbucks barista look. Civil War mutton chops and mustache combo is like 1,000,000 times better. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. What a unit of a stash. He's got a pedo stash. What the fuck do you mean? Mr. Axide, thank you. As someone who's a dating coach, you see that dynamic more often than you think. That is depressing. John in English, thank you again. I remember reading that earlier. I remember. Petuli, thank you. Timu Adam Conover has been funding this woman's entire life for nearly 9 months, and she's actually just a perpetual fuck-up that can't hold a job or manage money. You're happy for them. No, see. I mean, yeah, they seem like they deserve each other. To be fair, but it's still just like, damn, I can't help but feel a little bad for the guy because he's still getting completely taken advantage of. But hopefully after she breaks up with him for some guy in Europe that she's been fucking while they're together, he slowly radicalizes and believes in actual sense policies. Inquisitor Yog Sothoth, thank you. The state probably took the kids because she's unfit. DHS will do that. Yeah, when I was dealing with that when I was a kid, obviously, when I was a child, I didn't really understand what was going on, but as I got older and I was told more information, my mom was deemed unfit, so she lost custody of me when I was a baby, and my dad was like, hey, yeah, I'm the biological father, I have a job, and, you know, I have a safe home to raise her in, and my mom was like, well, if I can't have custody, I don't want her father to, and the court was like, yep, makes sense to me, we're gonna put her in foster care, and my grandparents were like, well, that's our granddaughter, he's our son, we have a safe home, we've raised 4 children, can we just be her legal guardians? And the court somehow decided that that was okay. So, yeah, my dad was like, perfect situation to be a single father. And the court was just like, yeah, the woman said she doesn't want you to, so case closed, honestly. And I'm like, that's fucking wild. That's crazy, bro. And it's like, I think the second craziest thing with family court and my dad was when my mom moved to North Carolina from New Hampshire, and she wanted me to visit her over the summer, and my dad was like, well, let me consider, because, you know, I'm worried about having her be away from all of us for that length of time and that far away. And After he agreed, my mom served him papers to increase her child support, despite the fact that she hadn't been living anywhere in the area in close proximity to me, and I would not be living with her in North Carolina, and the court granted her request for higher child support despite living nowhere near me and not having me there frequently. So, court's kind of fucked, man. At this point, my dad was so exhausted, he was just like, yeah, you know, that's your mother. I'm not even gonna fight it. I'm just tired. I don't want to deal with it. He was so fucking beaten down by the courts. It was fucking, it's sad. I hate the court, man. How is she even getting child support when you lived with your grandparents? Makes zero sense. Great fucking question, man. Man, Kirsche, both our dads got fucked in divorce. My dad wasn't even married to her. There was no divorce. It was just a child custody thing. Why was she getting child support at all when she was literally deemed not competent to have you? That was when I was a child. She eventually got partial custody, and I would see her like on weekends and on like school trips, and I would spend summer vacation there pretty frequently. Because I liked the amount of freedom, right? As a child, I don't think about the dangers of what I'm being put through pretty often. And I'm just like, hey, I don't have to deal with my grandparents yelling at me. I don't have a 9 p.m. curfew. I can play video games all night long. I could be outside at 2 a.m. So, you know, I spent a lot of time there when she lived close. Hey, kids, go watch the Kier Mom Files on her YouTube channel. Marcus Lashi, thank you. You want him to do an episode where he does a follow-up to see if any of the couples and people he's tried to help actually listened and improved their lives. He does do follow-ups. He has a follow-up channel, and they will come back after like 6 months to a year and give like an update on where they are and if it's been successful. Yeah, but can you eat food? You know, if I can buy it and hide it. The more you know, Foxy, the more you like her. Yeah. To be young and retarded. It was a time. It was certainly a time.
Well, so actually I received a grant shortly after I moved in with him.
For what?
It was like a reimbursement for taking care of my sisters.
Okay.
I literally called it. She was gonna do it for the money so she wouldn't have to get a job. She just like my mom. Kirsch's mom, a perfect example of how not to parent. Yeah, the second time my mom lost custody of both myself and my brother when we were teenagers. I think it was before she moved to North Carolina, and it was when she got arrested for illegally selling firearms. I guess eventually an undercover agent found her and she sold to him. And so she got arrested and served time for that. And my brother is only my half-brother. He has a different father. And his father's family was not able to take care of him. And my grandparents were like, well, he's not our family, but he's still related to our granddaughter, so we'll take him temporarily until her mom can get custody back. And I was like, that's really sweet. My grandparents and my dad did a lot for my brother, despite not being, you know, like blood related to them. My mom would never buy us like Christmas presents or birthday presents or anything. And so my grandparents and my dad would buy 2 sets of gifts for the holidays for me. They would buy stuff so I could open it at like their house. And they would buy stuff for me that would say from mom, even though it actually wasn't, because they didn't want me to feel bad, and they didn't want me to grow up thinking like my mom didn't care. They wanted to like hope that she would reform at some point, I guess. And they didn't want to give me all this stuff and make my brother feel bad. So they would buy a bunch of gifts and stuff for him as well to make him feel like, oh yay, you know, Christmas presents, happy normal childhood. Yeah, but your mom didn't care though. Yeah. And I mean, looking back, I do wish that my dad and my grandparents had been more honest about what my mother was to me. But I do have respect for the fact that they were like, we didn't want to guide your opinion of your mother. We didn't want our feelings and what we knew to have you see her in a different way based on what we knew. Right? Like, they didn't want to influence me in any way. Like, you see in all those movies, the women who, like, poison their children against the, you know, the ex-husband or whatever. They didn't want to feel like they were going to influence me in that way, even though everything that they were saying was just reality, right? So, like, the one time my dad mentioned anything before I was, like, an actual adult was, he had told me, you know how your mother is, and you have to decide for yourself if this is something that you want to continuously deal with into adulthood, and it'll be completely your decision if you decide to keep your mother in your life or not. And for a while I didn't. They didn't want to taint your perception. Yeah, that's a better way to phrase it. My brain is really fucking soupy today, so I haven't been great at phrasing shit, so thank you for putting up with me, chat. What she was to you, a sick and twisted monster that'll fake her death while having diaper sex? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. If only I knew the depths of how bad things would be. For a while I didn't, and then you messed up big time. You let her back into your life. Well, again, I love and respect my grandparents on my dad's side. So, when my meme was like, you know, she's your only mother.
It does usually take criminal things happening for a mother to lose custody, unfortunately, and it takes the death of a child on the mother's part and the father doing gymnastics on hot coals to gain family court.
Yeah. I don't know why family courts are so fucked, but I definitely understand how fucked they are. And I feel bad for men who have to get dragged through that shit. Thank you, Heed. Thank you, Heed. You cut off contact with your mom 2 years ago. Best decision you ever made. Yep. I mean, my meme was just like, you know, she's your only mother. You know how she is. You live really far away. And I was like, yeah, she probably can't do that much damage to me. Talking to her would really trigger my anxiety quite a lot because, like, I hate having to figure out what's real or not. Like, I have a visceral hatred of lying to, like, an autistic degree because of my mother. That's why I'm like one of the streamers who's like, don't do gaslighting the streamers joke in my chat. I really don't like that. And thankfully you guys are all sane and you understand. Is my mom aware of my streaming career? Thankfully fucking no. But yeah, she hasn't contacted me since faking her death at the beginning of this year. So I don't know what she's doing. Not my problem. I mean, she is my mom, but not my problem. I was like, I wanted to try and, like, just be nice and cordial because my mom does have, unironically, a lot of health problems. She had been smoking since she was, like, really, really young. I don't remember if it was, like, 12 or 13, but really, really young. She's done a lot of drugs. She was an alcoholic. So she had like a breathing machine. She has a collapsed lung. She has some kind of heart condition. Like, she is unironically very sick. And so, you know, from my meme telling me these things, it's like, you know, you don't want her to pass away and then feel regret about anything, but somehow, like a fucking cockroach, my mom has managed to stay alive far longer than any of us thought. So, did she contact my brother during that time? Maybe he knows something? Nope. The only time they contacted my brother was to send him the same images of her pretending to kill herself that they sent me. But instead of the same reasoning that I was told, they tried blaming my brother. They tried being like, look at what you made your mother do. This is what happens when you don't speak with her. She loved you so much. My brother's like, yeah, I just don't care. I've already seen these pictures. I talked to Kirsche. Like, I know what's going on. Fuck off. You're shocked my mom was able to hold off breaking the fake death thing yet? She probably doesn't know how to get attention off of it, which is why she hasn't contacted us. You thought my mom was fucking dead. I thought that she might have been, but then I was like, wait a minute. This just sounds like her talking in her speech to text thing through her husband's phone. So yeah, we're like 99% sure she just faked killing herself because she wanted attention, I guess. From the moment you understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. John in English, thank you. New friends, you would recommend the Cure Mom video on Kirsche's channel. Yeah, the Cure Mom goes hard. Text-to-speech thing. So, my mom doesn't like typing on cell phones. So she talks into her phone and it transcribes it into text. So, when she sends you text messages, you can tell that it's speech to text because of, like, some of the inconsistencies and errors in grammar. And so when I was picking up on that same exact thing in the text messages coming from her husband's phone, I was like, this is definitely just her pretending to be her weed guy. This is not actually him. She's just using his phone. So it's like, this is kind of what I had to deal with growing up. Like, it was almost impossible to tell, like, what was real and what was not when my mom was doing things. And so I had to become, a dog sniffer, a little investigative journalist very early on. Is she still cheating on Weed Guy with the neo-Nazi? It's been a while since we got updates. I don't think we're going to have any more updates unless they reach out to my brother if they feel like they can get some kind of attention out of it. But yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on, and hopefully it stays that way. Sorry you had to deal with that. Yeah, I mean, like, I really don't like a lot of the things that happened growing up, and some of the, like, scars with anxiety and whatnot that I have to carry from that, but I like who I am now as a person, and so I wouldn't want to change my upbringing, because the things that I've had to go through have made me into who I am today. And while I would never ever want to repeat some of those things I've had to go through, they've culminated in the way that I think and the way that I present myself and the way that even, like, my politics are influenced. And so I think I turned out pretty good, all things considered. The alternate timeline Kirsches would have been way fucking worse, brother. Silence, thank you for the BGNs. The Chinese have an idiom for this kind of situation. You don't remember it well, but you think it went something like a good person dies young, but a scourge will live for 1,000 years. Yeah, that's why I called her a cockroach. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Sounds like your uncle's evil ex, except crazier. Yeah, my mom's fucking crazy. In order to become a VTuber, you either have to have good stories or big tits, quoted by Pippa. Kirsche chose both. John in English, thank you. New friends. Oh, I already read that. Thank you again, John in English, thank you. Help. So that's why you went into insurance auditing. It was a fun time.
Well, okay, that's not a job. I'm sorry. I mean, the grant isn't. You got the one-time grant. It's out of the way. It's done because you don't have the custody anymore. You're not doing it anymore, right?
Yeah.
Where are they?
My 17-year-old sister, she turned 18. She decided to go live with some other family members.
Who in the chat said that the older one turned 18 and took the younger one? Someone fucking called that. Someone called it.
My 10-year-old sister is currently about to be placed with her mom.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting that she wasn't already, but I get it. Life's complicated. I get it. So, what are we talking about today, guys? What are we talking about? What's going on?
We really want to get the fuck out of this country.
Yeah.
We'd
really like to move out of the United States. That was a big thing that we were in alignment on.
Go where?
Like,
we have a few options that we talked
by the Kirsche mom law will never not be funny. Glad we get to enjoy these stories now.
Yeah, you know, it's sometimes it provides at least entertainment, and I like that people can feel encouraged that, like, if my coconut ass could live through some of this shit with my mom, you're gonna get through whatever's fucking dogging you in your life right now. I believe in you, buddy. Thank you, Spider God. Thank you. And I will be Pequeno. Thank you for the biddies. We like who you are too. You're a good egg. I'm Eggu. Time check. I'm gonna go just a little bit over because I want to watch a bit more of this, especially since they said they want to move out of the US now. Finally, we're getting into some meat and potatoes. I wonder what country they're gonna choose to move to. Surely, not another country that's even more high trust than the US.
about like
New Zealand or France.
That's not a cheap one. That will be a failed one. That will be an extra failed one.
Germany's Northern
okay.
European countries like Denmark, Switzerland, Netherlands.
Wow, I'm so shocked. I'm so surprised.
We've also
why?
Just because of the political climate, you know,
because of the political climate. I mean, they might be safe in Germany, to be fair, but like safe from the political climate, not safe from what the political climate has caused. Like, France is basically on the edge of open revolt at this point. Why would you go there? Like, they're just naming about every country.
Don't think things are going great.
Europe's going to the right as well.
Yeah, I mean, the whole world is worldwide.
Reform's
right?
about to just smash and win the next UK election. I don't.
Yeah.
Italy, you say Italy? Everyone.
I didn't say Italy.
Who says Italy? You're saying Italy. You know they're
That's news to
me. You know everyone on like in the United States and whatnot calls her a fascist, right?
Really?
I know about as much as whoever Caleb's talking about being called a fascist as this woman, but I also don't want to move to Italy. I would love to visit. I think visiting Italy would be fun. I don't want to live there. She's a travel hoe. Collect that dick from every country. It's like coin collecting.
I know I didn't know that.
You know what?
The right's going to likely win in France as well.
You know what Italy did in World War II, right?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, I know that.
I don't know why we're talking about 100 years ago, but okay, yeah. 80, but...
Lord.
Okay, and how's this productive to you guys? Because you're making a United States income right now.
Mm-hmm.
Substantially higher.
They're making a United States income, and when you're an expat in another country, unless you give up your American citizenship, you still have to pay taxes to America. So even if you can work a remote job, you're going to be on the hook for taxes in your host country as well as American taxes. And you can ask pretty much anyone who lives in Japan, like Polt fan, yeah, it's fucking obnoxious to have to pay that shit. Plot twist, they move it and she ditches him. I don't think that's a plot twist. I think that's guaranteed. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Maybe Tuscany. Yeah, Tuscany Village, New Hampshire. The little masshole transplant village of all the little snooty people.
Well, I know that with him being in IT, that he could get a job literally anywhere.
Their tech sector is not even close to what the United States is by far.
Yeah.
Iceland has a tax agreement, didn't have to double pay. So what you're saying is it's time for me to move to Iceland instead. Masshole village of snooty people. Isn't that just mass? There's something called like Tuscany Village in Salem, New Hampshire. And it's one of those walkable villages where they basically planted an entire community that you live in, you shop in, you play in, you work in. And it's like you don't need a car. Like you can go walk to get your haircut, you can walk to work, you can walk to your basket weaving class, you can walk to yoga, you can walk to a restaurant, and then you walk back to your apartment. And it is insanely expensive. Like when I was considering like, oh, maybe I can't afford a house quite yet, maybe I should get an apartment. Everything in like Mass, New Hampshire is crazy expensive. Tuscany Village, I looked because I was like, oh, I could live in like a hellhole of snooty people for like maybe 6 months. It's like $3,000 minimum rent. I could not even imagine what like the nicer apartments there cost because those were like the bare bones basic units. That's insane. It's called your 100K population city in Europe.
It's on like research I've done.
Not even close.
I know my career field is in high demand in a lot of different places.
Certainly.
Yeah, but why would they hire you when they can hire the H-1Bs, my guy?
But even in the United States, IT, of where we have a booming tech sector,
tech is rough right now.
It's not easy to get hired in at this exact moment. So that seems like a bit of overconfidence.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, I worked at Amazon before. I have a really great resume.
That's great. A lot of people have really great resumes right now, and they're not getting jobs. You're willing to give up a $90,000 a year job when literally everyone is begging in the tech world for a job?
You see, once you start trying to get, like she was trying, the cushy office jobs or like something higher than that, like it's pretty easy if you're not overqualified to get into a basic minimum wage job. Anything above that, it's gonna be a rough fucking time, man. Gonna be rough. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Yesterday you were stuck in an airport terminal until midnight, but despite all the airline eateries being closed, you were saved by a pizza vending machine. Pizza vending machine? I'd risk salmonella to try that shit.
And Europe has a tech sector that's not even close to competing with China and the United States. I don't know what we're talking about here.
Well, I mean, we're just, I guess it's like the trade-off is I make less money, but the idea is that, our quality of life would be better in a different country.
Yeah.
How? What exactly would be the difference between living here in the US, where they probably live in a somewhat decent neighborhood, and living in Italy or France or Germany? What would make it better specifically?
To a certain extent, I don't know what kind of life are you trying to live.
I mean, I want to live.
He doesn't have a job. So
yeah.
Well, I'm currently trying to go back to school.
Also, if she doesn't have a job, even if he makes enough money to be able to get whatever kind of visas necessary to live in one of these European countries, him being a foreigner as well, I don't know how that works. I don't know if he'd be able to sponsor her since he's not a native to any of those countries. And she's unemployed, so she would be a net negative to that country. So why would they let her live there? God hates taxes. Thank you for the 10. The urge to call that man slurs is immense. True. You have to pay more taxes and duties and less money to worry about, right? Haven't heard about the pizza vend. I haven't. I've never heard of a pizza vending machine. A quetzal pacheco de sorpiente alada. Thank you for the Mexicans. Her head is so beautifully empty. I can fix her. No. Do not hide your acorns in there. Adam Holtz, thank you. Kirsche, the difference is walkable spaces and a bunch of free stuff provided by the government. He would have to have at least $50,000 cash for her to be able to come to Germany. Interesting. The average and sometimes the wealthy American really doesn't understand how well off they are compared to the world, even if things are getting worse for them. Yeah, it's a very interesting perspective.
I want to be an English teacher of English as a foreign language in another country.
And that could work. What's the quality of life? Because if we're talking quiet, walkable communities, sure, you can get that. But
yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're going for.
You can find that in pockets in the United States as well. It's less common. But I don't know, even still, when it comes to dollars left over, I mean, the math has been done. You take every subsidy, you get everything from the government-funded healthcare, whatnot. This is in...
Noxia, thank you. Thanks for all the news you cover and silly stories. Go get a coffee. I hope this bribe can get you into my himbo harem. You're young and emotionally vulnerable. I'm not an actual cougar. Why is that a positive? Paradoxical madness, thank you. The refugees are a net negative, but Europe wants more of them. Yeah, but she's not a refugee. She's a fluent white woman with no job. Emperor Creatine, thank you. By the way, as an IT guy, you became intimately familiar with hiring in IT. Something like 82% of level 1 or 2 entry and junior jobs go to H-1B. And about 73% of those H-1Bs are Indian. Oh boy.
Germany alone. You take that, you compare it to the United States. After everything that's free over there that we have to pay in the private sector, because our incomes are so substantially higher, we still, at the end of the day, have more leftover money.
Mm-hmm. You know, I would suggest moving to New England because that's probably got what they want. But also, I don't want these people living in New England. So, fuck off, we're full. And also, you couldn't afford to on your $90,000 a year salary.
It's not substantially more. Sure. But even after everything, with all taxes, all social programs combined, we technically have leftover money more. So that quality of life, where is it? Is it in the community specifically? A lot of people are complaining about the communities over there right now. Like, I don't know.
Well, the idea is that it's in...
Is there an actual plan here, or is it a wham wham, I hate the America?
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I
would.
What do you hate?
Unsurprising.
Like literally everything about America.
Let's get a couple specific.
How about you get specific? What the fuck do you mean by this?
I was told to hate America by Facebook and Reddit.
All right.
Because everything's a lot.
The healthcare industry.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. What about it?
I know that I have like so many undiagnosed conditions.
Yeah, you guys make
like being a bitch. What do you mean by this?
Okay, you're not married, but at $90,000 a year, I mean, you guys get pretty top end healthcare.
I
as a combined,
not been able to take advantage of that.
You guys aren't married. You're not on his health.
Exactly.
But even still, you making $0.
She would
the
qualify
welfare
for
state
subsidies.
that we have, you get a pretty robust coverage still.
Yep.
I mean, they're currently...
Have you applied? What have you applied to? What health insurance do you have right now?
None.
That's your fault. The Affordable Care Act is there for you at the healthcare.gov.
These are the kinds of people that the politicians want to keep in America. They don't do anything for themselves. They're just incredibly dumb and lazy, and they just want the government to take care of everything without thinking. It's like, damn. You know, if feminism hadn't ruined things for you, you could have had a husband to do that. Imagine!
for you to enroll in things that are completely subsidized.
I mean, I've been trying to get you to apply to stuff.
This sounds like a...
He's even trying to get her to apply. Caleb, don't defend the ACA. I don't even think it's defending the ACA. It's just literally, why are you acting like such a victim if there are things here that you could do to help yourself and you just don't? Like, yeah, as bad as the ACA is, she makes zero income. She's unemployed. She would qualify. Why hasn't she applied?
You problem. You're complaining about something that you haven't done. Don't get me wrong. Health insurance in this country is ridiculously expensive. You're not going to get me defending it by any means.
See?
But when you take an idiotic stance of it's bad, but I've done nothing, it's like, what the f am I going to say? You're going to make me sound like I'm the most roo-roo. Yay, let's charge $1 billion constantly. But for what it's worth, remember, if you can afford it, we do have the best health care in the world. And you guys, as a combined household income of $90,000, when you're married, you would have access to that.
I just can't believe that.
I really hope he doesn't marry this. Can you imagine having that ball and chain paying out to this thing for the rest of his life? Oh my God.
Yeah, because especially
Can't
being
believe that 'cause of
being a
feelings.
woman in the United States.
Okay, well, you're talking
you
abortion.
Present with, I've actually had 2 abortions.
Okay.
Who says that so fucking casually? What the fuck? Oh my God. That's not a casual conversation dropper. That's weird. Normally someone would like at least, like lower their voice, look down, be like, yo, it sucked. I had circumstances I didn't want to, but like I had no other choice. It's fucking ectopic pregnancy or some shit. I don't know, but brother, this is wild. This is wild. Darwinism demands this woman as a blood sacrifice. You don't have to imagine, aside from the political opinions, this is what you had to deal with for 10 years. I'm so fucking sorry. Christian Barragan, thank you. You can still fix her, Foxu. No, stop it. Do not be an enabler for women like this. Enabling women like this by thinking you can fix them is how more of them become this way. They're just like, oh, this sad sack of shit's gonna fund my lifestyle and think he's gonna get something out of it. Haha. Inquisitor Yog Sotha, thank you. Oh no, she crazy. Praxis Fall, thank you. Bring back shaming that true and real. Battleizer, thank you. There are those that are working and those on the dole eagerly waiting for the government to give them their basic living stipend. Let's invade the star kingdom of Manticore, where we're headed. And it's like, I think it's fine, right? If somebody, gets on unemployment or they need like a temporary help thing while they're getting new employment, I think that's fine. But we have so many people who like take advantage of that and just want consistent free shit that it's like a collapsed system at this point. You think what I'm saying, but hear you out? You think you can fix her? Oh God. Take her to Brazil! Hereby subject her to OnlyFans purgatory.
But when you're a woman in the United States and you have like a chronic health
before she continued with her chronic health condition, unemployed and yet was able to afford 2 abortions, I would bet money that the men paid for the abortions, because a lot of dudes also do not want the responsibility of having a child. And so if a woman is like, yeah, I'm just gonna get an abortion, he's like, all right, I'll pay for it, let's go, drive through, bring it up. And it's a sad state of how things are, just in general. You just like want like the free healthcare and stuff. Yeah, true. Dr. Barbenheimer, thank you. It's like throwing a hot dog down a haunted hallway. The ghosts of child past.
Condition, you're more likely to go undiagnosed for 10 plus years.
Girl, you haven't signed up for health insurance to go to the doctor when
Yeah, I was gonna say, her talking point is valid. Doctors are more likely to misdiagnose or not diagnose women at all, especially when they come in presenting with pain symptoms. Women are not taken seriously with pain. I would know, look at all the shit I've gone through with my doctors, and they couldn't even figure out my neck was fucking backwards! So, I know how it is. But this is a woman who is just using real talking points to make herself into a victim when she hasn't suffered through any of these things. She hasn't tried to get healthcare. She hasn't gone to a doctor. You can't get a diagnosis without that. So why are you using these talking points to make yourself a victim without ever having actually gone through any of this shit? That's crazy. It's weird. Neck backwards. The Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Fun fact, the nose rings were common with the worshippers of Baal. They also practiced child sacrifice. I feel like whenever I see someone with a nose ring, I'm like, your ancestors were likely enslaved in whatever country you lived in. Like this woman, her white ancestors, they were slaves like in the Barbary trade or something. You know, like they had to be. Phoenix the goat, thank you. They can live in the space that's clearly where her brains should be. Extra bones is also more Kirsche lore, true.
Get it for free.
She didn't even answer!
I mean, even when I had health insurance, I didn't really have the time to go to the doctor.
Girl, you have nothing but time.
And then
again,
a few times I
this
did
is the
go
crazy
to the doctor,
thing.
like,
I hate that you are getting me to
I like when he breaks the fourth wall and looks directly at us.
Defend our system, which is a certainly broken system. Everyone agrees on that across all political ideologies. And you're getting me to defend it because of the simple fact that you just literally haven't taken 5 minutes to go online and sign up.
And when you're unemployed, you have all the time in the world, so what is your fucking excuse?
For something that I pay taxes for. And happily. And it's because you're a woman?
All right.
I think it's because you haven't gone...
This is like the advanced version of girl math, where it's just like, I'm just a woman. I can't apply. You unhappily pay taxes for that?
Come on, let's hear something else. Because that one was lost. You f***ed that one up. What else do we hate? Other than everything.
But Kier, it's cute when they're a little bit retarded. A little bit of retardation in your woman makes her cute and special. This amount of retardation makes you want to kill yourself. There's a difference.
Because this is, listen, we're not doing, big United States debate. The thing is, we are making a massive financial change where you are going to go to a place where you are objectively going to get paid less. Okay, you get social benefits, it almost offsets it in certain places. France, no. Italy, definitely not. Germany, potentially. Northern European countries, certainly more like Norway with their sovereign wealth fund. They invested it very capitalistically and very well. I wish we could do that with Social Security. We did it. Now we're but either way, good. So we're making a big financial decision here. But you can't bring up an actual point as to why when you just say you hate everything.
Orange Man is like literally Hitler, and like his followers are also like little Hitlerite particles. Are you telling me, Mr. Caleb Hammer, that you want to live in Hitler's America? Like, why aren't you trying to leave to a better country? Do you hate minorities? That's like probably literally her thought process. Haunted vaginas, never worth it. Never worth it, man. Never worth it. Fuck. I didn't think I had much to yap about today, but unfortunately it seems like I did. We had that impromptu like Trump thing. I really wanted to watch more of this because this looks really interesting. I don't know. Maybe we can watch more tomorrow. I don't know. I don't like leaving stuff on a halfway point, but I don't know. If you guys are interested, I could watch more of it. It gets better. If it gets better, I can do this out the gate tomorrow. But I do want to get the French game. I want to make sure I get the French game tomorrow. I need the French bulge in my life, chat. Please watch more. All right. Okay. Kirsche's the cute little bit retarded. The woman on the video is retardedly retarded. No wonder Kirsche can infiltrate bridge meetings undetected. She womans perfectly. True. That's how I go undetected in California. I can pretend I'm one of them. All right, we'll watch more of this tomorrow because fuck, they are crazy. They are crazy. Can I link the? Yeah, I'll link the episode. I'll link the episode just in case you want to watch it on your own before I watch more tomorrow at the beginning of stream. You hate the show, but she loves it, so I tolerate it. How can you hate Financial Audit? It's so fun. They're so retarded. May your suffering be long and grandchildren be many. Good luck.
Good luck.
Let me see. A homestead is online at this time of the evenings. Oh my god. I don't remember who I raided last stream, I'm gonna be honest. Your husband? Yeah, sure, let's raid my husband. Let's raid my husband today. Can I interest you in some ooh, what is he playing? Marvel Rivals? Ah, fuck. I got interested because I saw a pretty lady. And I was a pretty lady, a video game, ah! But Marvel Rivals, fuck. I didn't know he played Marvel Rivals. Well, alright, we're gonna raid into Asmongold. We're gonna raid into Asmon. I almost typed raid in his chat again, because I'm fucking retarded. Gonna raid into Asmon. Go give him some happy whatever, happy briefcases, burritos, I don't know. But try not to spam too hard, because he does have a chat lock, it looks like. You get like a little timeout if you spam too much. So just careful of how many times you send the raid message. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with me, for hanging out a little late on this Friday. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Thank you, Massive Dog, for the 30-month resub. Bye-bye.